Welcome to Demolish Doctrine, the beginning of the end of religion. Tonight we have a special guest, someone who's been here a couple times. Mr. Snake was right. Snake was right. Would you tell a little bit about what you do and what material you have on YouTube and some of what's been going on with you?
Yeah, thanks for having me, Richard. Basically, I mean, there's I do a lot of stuff. I kind of just make videos on what I feel like doing. But there's just tends to be kind of a common theme of just debunking. So I mean, I do a lot of that. I do some silliness, and I try to inject humor into everything as well. I've got a few just totally joke videos or something like that. But I started off debunking uh, so if you could wear swords on your back, and then I was debunking Islam, and now I'm primarily doing creationism right now. And then, but I'm after I'm done with a few videos I'm working on, I'm probably going to do more, just working on philosophy stuff like that. Working on defining what atheism really means. There's kind of a controversy about that. Um, Exploring into that. Morality is kind of my favorite thing to talk about. And then, like I was telling you, I've been working on some gematria, which is basically just numerology. Um, and I got challenged to do some of that. So we'll see how that works out.
Right on. Yeah, you're putting together. Are you still working on refining that? You had a paper you were doing to express the idea of an objective morality in a secular framework.
Yeah. And then I've refined it a couple times since I talked to you, but I still haven't incorporated my latest notes into it, basically.
Well, it
Small
should be
adjustments
interesting to
and
try to
stuff.
keep
But
up with you on that. I look forward to knowing more about where that goes.
yeah, I've done a couple debates on it, but I haven't done like a formally produced video about it. So
Hmm.
that should be coming out soon too.
Well, not to put your feet to the fire, but I would like to see someone with your intelligence doing something like actually submitting that for peer review eventually.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have any qualifications in
That doesn't
philosophy
matter.
really. So yeah,
That doesn't
so
matter.
I didn't suspect
No.
so, but I just don't know where to go from there. I guess I just submit it.
Well, I'll tell you what happened with me is I heard an actual scholar, qualified, well qualified in the things that I'm talking about, and contacted that person individually and said, "Would you review? Would you critique?" And being the scholar that they are, they said yes.
Hmm.
So if you can get one scholar to say, okay, I see these issues, I think you should think about these things, and then you do refinement, then you send it back to them. Then they look over it again, and they say, well, I think this is something that I would say is plausible. It has some value for these following reasons. And then you have some positive feedback. Once you have that positive feedback, then that encourages others in their peer field to review your work.
Yeah, I'll get on finding a philosophical scholar.
Right
I'm
on.
sure they're not too difficult to wrestle up, but I don't know any at the moment.
I know a joke about philosophers.
Yeah.
You know the joke about the employed philosopher, what he says to the unemployed philosopher?
No.
Would you like fries with that?
Hmm.
Sorry. Okay, that's terrible.
No, I like
Okay.
I like I like terrible jokes.
I like that. It's hard to make money being a philosopher. I mean, it's super interesting, and you meet interesting people, I'm sure. But being employed in that, I think that pretty much require you being part of a think tank or something like that, and people who get into that sort of thing are pretty few and far between.
Yeah.
Okay, so what can you teach me about geometria, if I'm even saying it right?
I think it's gematria or
Okay,
gematria. I think it's gematria. Um, but I mean, as far as I can tell, it's just the same as basic numerology. I'm sure the proponents of it will say that you know, it's the fundamental truth of numbers expressing themselves in the world or something like that.
okay,
The main problem I would have with the idea of it's basically just every letter in the language has a numerical value. And so, like with English, it's just 1 through 26. Um, Ancient Hebrew is like they go up to 20, and then the other letters go by hundreds. So it's a little more
Okay.
complicated. But I mean, I don't speak Ancient Hebrew or anything. Um, but the one I'd already one of the things that this guy was bringing up to me, that's gotten me into it was he said that contained in the ancient Hebrew words for the sun, the moon, and the earth was like the algorithm to calculate their diameter. And then so he would take the diameter known from like NASA measurements and
Hmm.
then apply the natural log to it, which I don't know why he's doing that. That's the other thing. The other problem with numerology is they just do all these operations to the numbers that don't actually matter. There's no reason to do them, just to make
Okay.
them fit. Um, and the other problem is like, at what point, like, were these languages designed from the get go to conform to these patterns, or were the numbers assigned afterwards? Like, how are they constructed so that it works out this way? It it seems
Wow,
like it
that
would
would take
have
some
to
digging.
be, yeah, it seems like it would have to be divine intervention, and that you can kind of get away with that with ancient languages, but for modern English, like, we've bastardized so many other languages, and it evolves over time, all the time, constantly. So anything, any meaningful pattern you could get out of it, just is obviously
Contrived.
just, yeah.
Yeah.
um
Welcome this one guy. Thanks for showing up, man.
yeah, and so with the diameter of the celestial bodies, it claimed to be able to predict them. And so they plotted the numerical value versus the natural log of the diameter, and it came out to be an almost straight line. So then I just did the same process to Jupiter, and it fell completely outside the line, so that would just debunked it completely.
So it doesn't work
Yeah,
universally.
only with those three cherry picked: one star, one planet, and one moon.
One star, one planet, and one moon. That's all
Yeah,
it's good for.
yeah. But then the second challenge was to create like some a 12 verse set of verses that's all divisible by 7 in all these different ways. So,
Hmm.
yeah.
Yeah, from what I understand of what I heard that before, there was I didn't count them, but nearly 20 different ways you could use seven to to justify that verse. And what you had the verse, what was the verse number?
It was Mark 16:9 through 20 or something like that.
Like there's 9 through 20.
It wasn't
So
even the
there's
whole chapter. It was just the
right.
last 12 verses, and the
Okay.
chapter is only 20 verses long. So, I
Yeah,
mean, from there you can
I
tell
mean
it's
that's
cherry picked.
interesting. Yeah, it sounds very, very cherry picked. In fact, it could be, and I don't know. I haven't looked into it. The challenge that I heard for that was to attempt to repeat that process, to design um, a paragraph that would make sense, tell some kind of story, or translate some kind of information, and it simultaneously following all those rules.
Yeah.
So I think that's interesting, but I'm not sure that it's telling. I'm not sure that that conclusively means that some extreme intelligent must have written it. I just don't know if I want to qualify that.
Yeah, he was saying that was his proof that this verse could not have been written by humans. And
Right.
yet, I guess he's using the ancient Greek. He's not even using Hebrew. And then he's telling me to do it in English.
Yeah. Well, there's a problem right there.
Yeah.
I mean, the numbers of letters in all of those words wouldn't even be the same count of letters. So
Yeah.
if you're saying, oh, for this one I use Greek, for this one I use Hebrew, for this one I use English, I think that's cheating. I think that's cherry picking. at
Yeah.
least. Would you read the screen and answer to Remember Sammy Jenkins, if you please?
Uh, Forgive my ignorance. What is Snake's position? Christian, atheist, agnostic. Um, I would describe myself as an atheist. And then just by that, I would mean that I don't think there's any reason to believe there is a God. And so you could kind of call me an agnostic in the fact that I'm completely open. Like I haven't shut the door on God or anything because I think that would be unscientific to just declare that we know everything that there is. But I at the same time I have absolutely no reason to believe it and I hold no stock in the idea. So I just call myself an atheist, I guess. But not a militant atheist.
Yeah,
I
you wouldn't be talking to me much, would you?
Yeah. Well, maybe in a different demeanor.
Maybe much different.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then
I have
I
run
do have
across a few militant atheists and Christians, for that matter. Go ahead, sir.
yeah. I do have so a lot of experience with Christianity. I went to Catholic high school. So 4 years of that and I've read the Bible like all the way through and took tests on it and stuff. So I'm reasonably experienced in the tales and stuff. So I always groan when Christians are telling me like keep quoting the Bible and it's like I've read it, I know what's in it. But I can't everyone can't know everything about each other, so
I think the important thing here, as to an overall message of any given story, is understanding context. But understanding context is a real problem. I mean, it's not so tough for us if we can consider a story by Stephen King, and Stephen King has writings outside of that story to tell us what he meant by that. It's pretty easy. But when you can't ask the author if there is a God and that God did author these spiritual texts, but you're not allowed to ask, they're not available to ask what these texts mean, well, you're in a spot.
yeah, and it's odd like going back to the gematria a little bit. This guy was telling me that this is the proof that an atheist needs to believe the Bible, and this was discovered by I think he's actually Jewish. Was discovered by this guy who's still alive. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, the proof has come in our lifetimes, and the Bible's been around for 2,000 years, and it just seems a little too late to me. Um,
Would you
it
expound on that? Because I'm not sure what you mean by too little, too late.
it like there have been thousands of years where people have not apparently had this proof
Mm-hmm.
that they need to believe. He's saying that, of course, Christians don't need proof because they have faith, so it's a different standard of proof.
Fair
Um,
enough.
but you'd think that if it was so obvious, if it was so provable, that the proof would be available pretty soon after the publication, the original publication
Well,
of the Bible.
let's look at that real quick. Let's say that let's say that the Torah, the Nevi'im, the New Testament, all of that was proven to be absolutely factual.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and not only was it factual, but it actually proved the existence of God and angels in heaven. Say it proved all that.
Mm-hmm.
That it proved the existence of the Christ and the resurrection of Christ. It just proved everything that it's claiming. Now what?
Well, I mean, was this proof from inside of the Bible itself, or was it confirmed outside of the Bible?
Let's say it was, I mean, actually proven. Like it comported to reality, and we've shown it in reality, and it was common knowledge, and everybody accepted it worldwide. Now
Well,
what?
I mean, I feel like the debate's over at that point, but
Yeah, the debate's over, but what about the repercussions to society?
uh, they would all be Christians.
Okay, so let's say everyone was Christian worldwide, and there was absolutely no doubt in anyone's mind that God existed, and that we were going to, at whatever time, not described by the text, only described in things, actions, activities that we will see that show us that it is that time. So how would people react to that, do you think?
I mean, I think if you could make a convincing case, you could convert all the atheists, or at least most of the atheists,
No, there's
most of
no
the
atheists anymore.
Hindus, or anything.
There's already no atheists, no Hindus.
Okay.
Everyone convinced worldwide. It's just a fact.
Well, what would their reaction be to Christian lifestyle?
What would society worldwide become with that kind of knowledge long term?
Well, I mean, from my perspective, it's kind of the idea of Christianity is kind of a get out of jail free card in a sense.
Okay.
I, Statistics show that crime would probably go up, and abortions and divorces. Uh, so I think,
So
I mean, I, as an atheist, think that it would be a worse society, but in the hypothetical, I also have to consider the fact that it's also true.
yeah,
Um, and then, but that kind of brings up the question of how do we know, even if there is a God, how do we know whether it's good or evil or neutral or whatever? I think that those are separate questions.
they are. They are. So let's apply standard Judaism and Christianity as if it were fact and everyone knew it. What group of people become the king of the world? I think the Jews become king
Yeah.
practically
Or,
overnight.
whoever controls Israel,
Yeah.
like in
Wow, there
terms
would
of
be a lot of bloodshed
politicians.
right there. I mean, you think it's bad now? Imagine that.
Um, yeah, I don't know. Would it unify the world under Christianity so that there was less
Oh, it
war, or
would.
would it excuse wars?
I think it would unify um, the world under Christianity, but I think it would also cause more wars, more death. For instance, if I adopt the Christian view of the text that's been long standing, um, and I take it literally, but in the wrong way, then any child born homosexual gets stoned to death.
Mm. So you would think that the fundamentalism would rise?
What would happen? Would fundamentalism within Christianity rise? Yeah, I think we'd still have a race for what we would consider purity,
Mm.
the best understanding of it, of the facts that it was. You know,
Yeah,
so I think that would actually, in that aspect of things, it would actually escalate because of that. That we would have more infighting because of it. What do you think of that?
that's interesting. I mean, I have theories that Europe did so well in the Middle Ages because of unifying elements such as the Roman Empire, and I'll admit even Christianity helped unify the culture. Um, so that I mean, debate whether it's worse to enslave your neighbor or go across the sea and enslave those people because they're not Christians, but that has certain effects on geopolitics.
Mm-hmm.
Um, but Europe still did have wars, I suppose.
Yeah. I
But
never said peace and respect and welcome to Remember Sammy Jenkins and Mathpig. Thank you both for showing up and for Mathpig having such an awesome sense of humor. Um, I'll pat your back later as you cry. It's going to be okay, man. I went live while he was still streaming,
uh,
so I'm a terrible friend apparently. He's forgiven me from before though, so he'll probably forgive me again. I'm just going to stretch that. Okay, so I think when you start thinking about the repercussions of the fact of God known to this earth while we're still stuck here, there are inherent problems, and probably some of them I couldn't possibly guess. Um, but if a person thinks that the witch trials were bad when God was not a fact, imagine if he were. that stoning of homosexuals was bad, that virginity was a necessity of marriage, or the woman was completely. I mean, all of these repercussions of these kinds of things. I think it would make quite a mess.
No, yeah, I think you're right, actually, because there would be less to argue about in terms of whether God exists or which God exists. And
Mm-hmm.
now the only source of argument would be how far do we take, how literally do we take this document in that case?
Right.
I guess it
Right.
would depend on how much you could prove. If you could just prove the figures that were involved and not necessarily, and the Bible just described the events, it
Mm-hmm.
would be, yeah, I think that at least in probably third worlds, the fundamentalism would rise. And then, although in the first world, fundamentalism is kind of caused, it seems to me, caused by wanting to be consistent within the Bible. And in that way, it is admirable that they're trying to be consistent. Of course, it's worse, in my opinion, to actually apply it. So it's kind of like pick your poison. Like, do you want inconsistent, wishy-washy religion, but a friendlier religion, or a consistently evil religion? Yeah, I
I
think
think I'd
that
rather have the wishy-washy.
yeah,
Yeah.
but you gotta admire the consistency and commitment to that at least.
Some ways, yes. Some ways I disrespect it.
but but yeah,
Depends on what you're committed to.
yeah, that it all depends on what the foundation of that commitment is.
Mm-hmm.
Because if that's not in order, everything else is just going to be completely screwed up from the beginning.
Mm-hmm. And that's not even going so far as to say what if the the new independent fundamental Baptist turns out had the truth
Hmm.
and everybody was like that, where they just
Yeah,
oppress the crap out of women and treat women like cattle, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. And aside from all that, what happens to our choice? What happens to our freedom of thought? What happens to all the societal repercussions of that? I'm thinking that if God were known to be a fact on this earth, then we would be actually reduced to. I mean, there's a certain amount of people that would just go, well, why do we need to increase in technology? Why do we need to increase in science and medicine? Why should we even
yeah.
bother with any of those things? What do you think?
I agree. It would be people would put a lot much less stock in this life,
Mm-hmm.
and then also theocracy would have a much greater claim to fame, and at least a much more legitimate case to make.
Mm-hmm.
Um, no matter how they interpret the Bible or God's will. Um, I suppose you could make a case for like an absent God in that sense, but a God could handle like revealing it on the large scale because a true God would be able to come in and take the place of all the people who would be taking advantage of the ambiguity. So that's what
Yes,
I
I
mean.
suppose so. But I'm saying that the story, the Bible's completely true, and the story plays out as predicted in the Bible. That God doesn't show up for quite some time.
Mhm. Well, he did show up a lot in the Old Testament.
That's debatable.
Yeah.
Um, I mean, I don't see historic evidence to to God or Christ having been on this planet at any point that is, to me personally, persuasive. There seems to be some circumstantial evidence, but as far as hard evidence is concerned, and that's what I really require, I don't see any. Um, it's said, although I can't prove this, it's said that if you took every splinter from the crucifix of Christ that's encased in glass or plastic around the earth out of every altar that those splinters are in, and you compressed them and glued them back together to the original density of the wood overall, you'd have a cross that's over 200 feet tall.
Yeah,
And that may be true. I don't know.
it seems likely.
It seems likely to me. So, I mean,
So,
it can't be. It can't be they found that much crucifix or that Christ was crucified on a crucifix that large. That doesn't make any sense. I think we've just guessed several times, finding something that might have been that piece of wood. And that's what we're just doing overall. That it seems believable to us, so the people who want to accept it do. And the people who don't want to accept it don't. But then that allows people to have free will, which I'm all for.
well, do you think that any society could function with a like an out god, so to speak?
You have to expound on the expression out God.
Like he's out of the closet, like he's walking around, he's revealed himself. I mean, there's pretty much no doubt in any rational mind.
Right. Well, I guess that depends on how long we have to stay here while he's doing that. I mean, if it was as the prophecy says, a total of 3.5 years, and that 3.5 years was spent on convincing people to go and become what is, by secular view, an alien abductee, or by religious view, ascend into heaven, Valhalla, Nirvana, whatever expression you use, whatever expression that those people use, then that would be okay. But if you're talking about hundreds of years of God not intervening but standing right there, I think that could be agitating, angering, frustrating. You know, we're like, at some point we'd just be like, hey, can we go? Because, there's people dying. There's a baby dying of cancer down the street here, and this sucks.
Yeah. So what about in a world where that God goes around and does cure cancer, and he'll teach, he can be in any place, a million different places at once, and he can teach everyone about why this, why that, and basically prevent like mortal sins or mortal dangers and stuff like that. But we'd still have struggles like trying to complete projects or complete classes, or you know.
Well, I think that sounds good in principle idea, but as I'm sitting here reviewing the details of that and the repercussions of that, I don't think that works either.
I mean, wouldn't it just be heaven on earth kind of thing?
I don't think we could have heaven anywhere without availability of all knowledge. Because we can't judge something with no way to judge it. And in order to judge something properly, you need full knowledge of it, or you're making, you're working in just percentages of success rates. You could never be actually spot on. So I don't think that it's possible for us to have a heaven on earth per se, unless we had full knowledge. So I think then if we had full knowledge, we would be very disappointed in being stuck on this earth. So I think that would still create a problem.
Well, I think having full knowledge would be kind of boring itself. I mean, wouldn't like a heaven to me would still have stuff left to discover.
Well, are you talking about the individual experience or the collective?
Just individually, I guess. I mean,
I think
always learning new things is pretty
I think
entertaining.
that can be extrapolated. That's the situation that would occur on the individual basis. Although on the overall basis, all knowledge available.
Okay.
Society wide, all knowledge available. But I mean, it takes me time to learn things. And even if that were accelerated because I had a port on the back of my head like Neo, and I could just
Yeah.
get plugged in and learn something in 3 minutes and know it thoroughly, still there's so much to be learned that I think I would just never get done with that process of learning, which sounds great to me. I don't think I would want to become and expansively, completely, totally educated about things. Although I do find pleasure in sharing things that I've gained with people who haven't gained that yet. So there is
Yeah.
something to be said for being the teacher in that situation, and of course you want the teacher to have a greater amount of knowledge.
Yeah. Um, I think that it would be plausible to bring heaven to earth if the at least if there was like a truly all powerful God, or at least
Mm-hmm.
close to all powerful and all
Mm-hmm.
knowing.
Mm-hmm. Of course, we're leaving half the equation out of this.
What's that? Heaven?
Because if the story is true and that heaven, God, angels exist, not necessarily in that order, then so does Satan.
Um, I mean, assuming what we were talking about earlier, if all the figures in the Bible were proven, I
Mm-hmm.
suppose.
So if it played out as it's described, um, sometime about it looks like about a month, maybe 40 days or so after the arrival of heaven is the arrival of what I would have to call hell, the habitation, the heaven of Satan arrives shortly afterward. So now we've got both of those hanging around in the atmosphere of this earth.
So why couldn't it be possible for a God to combat that?
Why wouldn't it be possible? Well, there's a difference between ability and action. Um, are you saying that you would think it a necessity that if there is a God, that God would have to kill a negative force like what is described Satan? It would have to kill it.
No, I would say actually not that a all good force wouldn't have to kill it, but that it would prevent it from doing true harm. Like God could be the greatest cop of all time. He could stop any crime at the second it starts, no matter what.
Well, I've personally never seen. I mean, I know there's things I can't measure. I know there's things that we as a planet don't know how to measure. That's fine. But I've never seen an example of actual magic. So I think that could only be manifest in the physical. So I think what I run across in a problem with that is, from what I can understand of the one who I would call God, is they are such a respecter of life, they just won't kill something.
Mm-hmm.
So I think won't kill something includes this kind that the Christian text calls Satan and demons.
I mean, I wouldn't either if I was in the position. I mean, there's twofold levels to it. Is like there, like an all good being wouldn't kill, and it wouldn't need to kill as well because it could stop any bad thing from happening. And so,
Well, how would
of
how
course, there
would
would be the intent of some people who would try to like murder each other or whatever, but they would get
okay?
stopped. But then there's no need to punish based on this intent. They kind of create their own ramifications. Like someone who's out there trying to murder other people is obviously not happy with their own life.
Mm-hmm.
So they create their own consequences. But you could have a God that could stop those consequences from harming others.
I think I'm starting to understand where your logic makes impossible the text to be true. I think I'm starting to grasp that. Yeah. Oh, by the way, I agree with you
Yeah.
that I would only argue that it's not the text, it's the context. It's
Well,
what's been presented to you, not what the text is actually reading.
yeah, and your God concept's a little different than just an all-powerful magic being as well.
Yeah, mine's actually biblical.
Okay.
That's different, I know, but it's actually biblical. Um, that is the concept, the context that I've adopted. Justifies all the conflicts, not just within the Christian and Judaic texts, but actually all religions worldwide. It actually justifies all of them. So when it comes to should a theory, a strong theory, and I'm not even calling mine a theory. I'll call it an intuition. A strong intuition, you would understand where it should apply, and then it did apply there, and then it works there. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can't say that even that statement, which is the beginning of testing if something is true. You can't even say that statement about any broadly accepted religion on the planet. There's no way you can say that. So that's already stronger than any theory or any intuition about spirituality that I've heard of prior to this being introduced to me and what I'm espousing.
You're saying the idea in the Bible is stronger than any other religion?
No, not at all what I was trying to say.
Oh,
What I
sorry.
what I was trying to say was the context that I've adopted applies everywhere you'd
Okay.
think it would. Like, okay, let's say, does it apply to engine mechanics? No, no, it doesn't. Does it apply to materialism? Nope, doesn't work there. Does it apply to Satanism? And not the kind of Satanism that believes there is a Satan, but the kind where we're animals, be selfish,
Mm-hmm.
benefit yourself, that kind of satanic church. Does it apply there? Well, no, but you wouldn't expect it to. Does it apply to every religion around the planet throughout time, separated by geography, um, where there is value assigned to a benevolent having personage? Yes, it works in all of those, which is almost everything that has to do with spirituality.
Yeah, I could imagine some sort of God that was responsible or at least inspirational in all the religions. But I don't know if I would actually call it a God, like
That's an
literally.
interesting question. What is a god?
I would say that it is a magic being that's at least the pinnacle of some sort of aspect of reality. Or, yeah, I mean, I think a lot about this because I'm sort of writing some fiction about gods, and it comes up a lot. Um, you could say, I guess, I mean, would a human being who just has all the power in the world and is more powerful than any other human being, would that be a god? Um,
I think that wouldn't be enough to qualify.
yeah, you could say he's a god among men, but not himself a god. I would say it would be more fundamental than that. But to me, any god needs some sort of magic power. Um, or if this magic is rooted in the natural or scientific, which I mean I would guess that it probably would have to be.
So really, you mean high technology?
Yeah, in the so high that it could actually manipulate reality itself at will. And this technology is not just the product of like like if you had an iPhone that could manipulate reality at will and you just went to the store and bought it,
Mm-hmm.
does that make you a god? Then that would make a whole race of gods. Um, yeah, it's kind of a difficult question to answer.
Well, I define God as the Father. And if I take that down to the lowest echelon, just as an example, um, my dad, the man who fathered me on this earth, was a real piece of crap. Now, he had a good excuse. He'd been through some really serious, really nasty wars in Korea and in Vietnam. Okay. And from what I can tell, he had some kind of a specialty job that was especially nasty. Okay. So I understand him being messed up, but I assure you he wasn't a very good dad. Okay. So because he was bad at adjusting to society and annoyances of children, does that make him less my dad? Nope. Nope. I got no choice about it. That was my dad. That was that guy. He's the one that donated half my genetic material or so, and he's my dad. So I don't require much of him. Just that I'm genetically related. But that's what is being actually described that I see in the claim of God, that God is God because of an actual lineage. That's why. So, in order that God be my God, only need be ancient, my kind, or I'm the same kind, and having much more knowledge than I have. And that's really all that I require.
Okay. The dictionary says a superhuman being or spirit worshipped as having power over nature or human fortunes. Um,
Right.
and
That's
I would,
classic.
yeah, I mean, I would tend to agree, except I think, at least theoretically, a god can be a god without any worshippers. I
Mm-hmm.
don't, I don't think it's defined by that.
Okay.
Um,
Well, let's keep going with that. Could a god be God without magic?
that's a difficult question because if you have power over reality just because of your intellect, or like, are you
Knowledge.
familiar with Rick and Morty?
Basically, but I've never viewed the show.
Okay, I mean, so the one of the main characters, Rick, he basically he can do anything with the technology. I mean, given enough time, he can invent anything. He can go anywhere, anytime, or and he's essentially a god. But I still think that that term would only apply like metaphorically. Um, and I get what you're saying a little bit. Like I have described my parents as God kind of before. Like I've said they're like God. Um,
When you were an infant, when you were a child, yes, certainly were.
yeah, and they're just this kind of all powerful force in your life. Even when you mature, that history is still there,
Mm-hmm.
and they're still the foundation of you being raised. I mean, in most cases, at least. Um, so conceptually, they're like God, but I would still separate that use of the word from like an actual entity that I think has reality breaking or reality defining powers, something like that. But it's hard to describe magic in any way other than naturalistically, because if it's just the concept of the supernatural kind of breaks down for me itself.
Yeah,
Because if it
I
exists, it
completely can't accept it.
yeah, if there's something that we would call supernatural out there, it must be obeying some sort of rule set and mechanism
Yeah,
in a
there are
reality.
logical. There's logical reasons that why it's self-defeating.
Yeah.
But that's why a lot of Christians or religious people who assign value to that idea end up saying some ridiculous things. That's why.
Yeah.
While I believe there cannot be actual magic, there can be things we can't measure yet, sure. But can there be magic? I think not. Um, so I think that by the definition you're giving, there can be no God, if part of the description includes the ability to perform magic.
Well, for example, like with the gods that I write about, they're using what I term magic, but it's actually just like a pocket dimension filled with like energy and patterns that they can use. Such and it the effects are like what we would consider magic,
But
but
it's
it's
just
all
high technology.
explained. Yeah, it's but it's a spiritual technology. They it's found within and not with actual um, like devices and machines, you could
Okay.
say. Although, I mean, it's all fiction, but the
Sure.
same energy field is also accessible by man-made technology.
Well, I could certainly assign morality to an inanimate if I'm in control of it. That is what I'm saying is your alignment system, your personality, how you feel about things will certainly influence how you use things and what they're used for.
Mm-hmm.
And then from the outside of that, looking in on that, it would appear that that magic has morality. Uh, Maybe.
Yeah, I think any decision, any conscious decision, has morality to it, or at least has some moral truth to it. Like you can make a decision what ice cream flavor to eat, but you can. I think you can still extrapolate morality from ice cream itself. I mean, the more choices you have, the more moral it is, essentially.
I think that works logically so far.
Yeah, hopefully.
It seems to. And then there's always the expression that significant technology appears to be magic. And
Yeah,
then there's the joke that sufficient magic would appear to be technology. That part I
yeah.
think is just it's people kidding around.
But like, assuming we know everything, like, would there be a certain type of technology that would be appropriate? Like, it just behaves in this way that it's like magic. Like, if there was some sort of technology where we could use telepathy or something, or if we found out that we had spirits and we could manipulate another plane of reality using our spiritual intent,
Hmm.
but it was scientifically documented and proven and analyzed, and we have the mechanisms and we can replicate it, and there's textbooks on it, I would still
Well,
call that magic.
well then I'm gonna have to ask you some questions about what magic is.
Okay.
You used the word replicate.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and I think that's a key word in that sentence you used, because what's going on here is you're using your mind to transfer through material means ideas into my mind. That is, you're communicating.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. But when you're communicating with me, what you're doing is, although I volunteer, you are putting some of your thought process and mind into my brain.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm voluntarily accepting that. Now I may accept it more later or I may dismiss it long term and we'll have to find out. It depends on the topic. Okay. But what's actually going on there is a communication that is based in immaterial.
Well, how do you mean? Like, because the
I'm saying it's
brain,
it's carried on material. It's based in the immaterial.
you're calling the mind immaterial?
Yeah, the brain is material, but the mind is immaterial.
I mean, I have a hard time saying that just because there's the experience, which feels immaterial,
Mm-hmm.
but it's all tied to the behavior of materials. So I don't know how you can exactly separate those.
Okay, I would challenge you to describe how mind comes from brain without giving it personality, without using words that show forward thinking memory.
So, like a robot's brain, like a conscious
I mean,
robot.
ours. I mean, ours.
Yeah.
If I ask you enough questions about how it is that mind is an emergent property of brain and exactly how that happens, you're going to start doing what biologists do. You're going to start assigning intent to things that you have claimant of have no intent, and you can't avoid it. You'll have to do it.
I think intent comes down the line, actually.
I need you to expound on that idea. I don't know what that meant.
Like, your brain is processing things, and then intent is something that comes after a bunch of processes, and then the intent affects more processes. Like you don't intend to do something just out of nowhere. It's the product of biological needs or biological desires or things like that, and that's built in to the physical.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, a lot of people don't think of electricity as physical, but that's still physics.
Yeah, well, we certainly see symptoms of energy affecting matter.
Yeah.
Well, we definitely see that. There's an
Well,
interaction there.
they're
Definitely.
convertible.
Yeah. Yeah, apparently. Okay, so when you say that a set of reactions results in the next set of reactions within the brain, and it's the complication of that, the overall of that is mind. Is that an accurate way to say what you said? I'm trying to understand.
Yeah. I was just trying to kind of place where I think intent would come through. I think intent is more, since it is uh, caused by other things. I mean, it's determined pretty much. I think intent is more the subjective experience of that, of your mind's calculations, essentially. And there's so much going on in your mind too that you're not aware of, and I think that contributes to the emergent properties in the end. Is this making any sense, or am I just garbling?
Well, you are making sense to me, but I really want to bring you around to what I threatened.
Okay.
That you'd have to eventually assign forward-thinking memory, that is planning, to the mass of the brain to get to consciousness, to get to mind.
Okay. How come that's a problem?
Why is that a problem?
Yeah.
Because you can't have forward-thinking memory in natural causes without consciousness. So it's using consciousness to justify consciousness, which is
I don't think
circular
so,
reasoning.
because
So
your brain could just be modeling uh, different forms of reality.
okay.
So it's just pulling together different parts of, like, you know what rain looks like, and you know what tomorrow looks like, and your brain can model what tomorrow would seem like with rain in it.
Mm-hmm.
And you could add in the thought, I need a jacket or something like that,
Sure.
and
And,
that
and
would
we do that.
emerge as a plan.
Emerges a plan. No, calculated a plan.
Okay.
That plan did not emerge. You have experience of the past. You can extrapolate into the future if the future is much like the past. You can extrapolate out from the future from the past into the future. I'm going to get this right eventually. and say, okay, that when it rains, I need protection from rain. That's been my experience. If I don't do that, I get cold and wet.
Hmm.
Okay, so let's blow by all the things that we can take for granted and get right down to the meat of it. Because what you just started out as an example is a good first example, but it's not the actual problem. The actual problem is not what have we experienced, and in repeat experiences, what have we learned. And when we put those groups of things together, which our mind naturally does, we can come up with the next most likely thing. That's really not the problem. It's obviously true. I mean, you're right. Um, but it's not the real hang up. It's not the hard problem of consciousness. That's just how we live every day and things that most people do. I would say all normal functioning quote unquote adults do exactly what you just described. Wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Okay. So that's not the hard problem of consciousness. Um, the hard problem of consciousness is much more nuanced than that. Um, the problem is, how do we get to intuition from chemical reactions? That's the real problem. So when it comes to learning, um, we have identification of a singular object, and we learn what that singular object is used for and what word, whatever people we're from, assigned to that object. So we learn that a cup is something that holds water and you can drink out of it. Okay, so now we have a function, we have an object, and we have a word to describe the object and the object function. Uh, and that's understandable. But that's interpretation of a singular point of data. Okay, the cup is a singular point. But then beyond that, we have the obviously natural ability to say, well, if there is one cup, then there is probably another cup somewhere. That it wouldn't be a singular occurrence. Now, in that moment, we don't have proof of that, but we naturally assume that this isn't the only one on the whole planet. Okay. So in that, after interpretation, we have interpolation, and then we can have extrapolation, where we say things like, if a cup exists, then that cup came from somewhere. It was carved out of wood by Granddad. Something. But it didn't just materialize out of nowhere with no effort. All right?
Hmm.
Uh, that's an odd thing to write. I don't get the reference.
Mathpig's message.
Yeah. I brought it up because he wrote a lot, but I don't have any idea what it means.
We
Uh,
had a comment about something about the mind being a hive of bees that gets eaten by a bear.
okay, sure.
Yeah.
If you do drugs, I'll buy it. Um,
Yeah, that sounds pretty psychedelic.
it did. Okay, so we can say cups come from places, and
Hmm.
they come by effort, and they come from materials. Even if we never saw a cup being made by someone, even if we've never experienced that, we can safely assume that there's someone that made the cup, and that's extrapolation. But what we can't do is we can't have the first step of science. And it's never mentioned, it's not even mentioned in the scientific method, but it actually is part of the scientific method when you really start looking into it, and intuition. See, we can never have an actual intuition. That can't happen from past experience and from past learning and from past knowledge, because it's outside of our abilities. We can have interpretation, interpolation, and extrapolation, but that's as far as we actually get. After that, we are pretty much quote unquote guessing.
Well, what if because I know with sports and video games, I know the more I play them, I have more intuitions and more correct intuitions about just at least like spatial awareness type of things. Is that something you're talking about?
Say it again, please.
Like I can recognize that I've developed a better spatial awareness with
Mm-hmm.
sports or with video games, and
Sure.
a lot of times it's dependent upon the game that you're playing. Like you kind of have to relearn the movements, and sometimes it's just the geography or the control system. Um, but I can tell the more I play something, the more spatial awareness I have for that skill, and a lot of it when you're playing at like a I don't want to say high level, but high level for me, a competitive level. You have
Mm-hmm.
to you have to be able to react very quickly, and
Sure.
a lot of that is done through intuition.
It's done through intuition. I think
At
you and
least
I
that's
need
how I would
to.
describe it.
I think you and I need to define the word intuition as we understand it.
Okay. Um, I think it's like a subconscious um, feeling or kind of an intrusive thought almost is how I would describe it. Or the dictionary says the ability to understand something immediately without the need of conscious reasoning. Uh,
Right.
and yeah, I would agree with that.
I would agree with it too. So
Instinct.
I think then your example doesn't really work.
How so?
You said about experience and learning
Yeah.
and increasing in reaction time or accuracy by learning over time.
Yeah, I mean, even the more I
But
think
that's
about it,
not
like
intuition.
I have that with math as well. Like, like I don't even have to consciously think about. I used to have to write everything down on paper,
Hmm.
and the more I do it, it's more like sometimes the number will just come to me. I don't have to perform the operation
Right.
uh, consciously,
Right.
and it's not something that I've memorized like a times table.
Right.
But I guess the sports thing is a little better of an example because like you don't memorize every action on the field. I would even use fighting. Fighting would probably be the best example. You don't memorize every possible set of every punch or kick or whatever, but you memorize these certain movements, and you don't have to like. Have you seen the Sherlock Holmes movies with Robert Downey Jr. where
I think part of one of them.
the fight slows down and he's consciously calculating every movement?
Hmm.
That's not really, as I understand it, how fighting or anything works. It's much more instinctive. You react based on just the immediate heuristics of your thought instead of like consciously breaking down every movement. Is that making sense?
I would say that's what training is for.
Yeah.
Okay, but again, we're still talking about training. We're still talking about past experience. We're even in your example of math, and I think your example of sports is better. Or eye hand coordination, reaction time. I think that's a better example than the math because if I were to mathematically describe someone throwing a baseball and everything that was involved in that to pitch it to another player, the mathematical description of that I think would be quite lengthy, much more than just offhand knowing the square root of 16 is 4. Or
Yeah, your mind can somehow calculate it without you doing the calculations, which would actually take you longer on
mm,
paper.
right. So I'd say that you're not intuitively knowing what the answer to that math problem is. I think that your brain is so familiar with math, you no longer have to do the calculation and it can extract the answer immediately. But I don't think that's intuition because you learned math.
Well, so are you defining it as something that you can't have prior experience with?
We'll read the definition that you read again.
The ability to understand something immediately without the need for conscious reasoning. So I would say you could still learn something and then immediately. It's not even memorization though. It's just immediate reaction because you've reprogrammed your brain.
Okay, so I suppose that's where our two definitions diverge. Is right
So,
there.
but let me ask you this as well before we move on.
Maybe I don't have a
Well,
good word for what I'm trying to say. Keep going.
okay. Um, because when you brought it up, my first thought actually was, uh, like a scientist, you formulating a hypothesis. Like where do people get some of their ideas? Um, like I don't know, Newton, the apple falls, and he has this intuition, this intuitive understanding all of a sudden, or maybe you'll say that that was inspired by the apple externally or something like that. But my first thought was, where does someone get the intuition to come up with this new idea for a new experiment that they're doing? Was that sort of where you were leading?
Well, I think I need to come up with an individual definition slightly different from that definition in the dictionary that you said you, at least off the cuff, you said you agree with that. I'm not going to hold you to that in any way, but you did say that you agreed with it. I don't agree with that.
Yeah, I mean, I usually will go with the dictionary, and then
Well, I don't have a
if I
better
can't,
word is the problem.
yeah,
I'm not
the
saying that definition of intuition is wrong. I'm saying I don't have a better word than intuition to use right here.
yeah, like what I do when I run into those problems is like I try to find some qualifier and just stick the two words together, and then I'll just explain what that means.
Well, maybe you can help me through that process. I don't think I've ever attempted that. Okay. Um, so of relativity, Einstein said, "I don't know how I have this." Of the idea of the light bulb, um, Edison said, "Inventing is only 1% inspiration, but 99% perspiration." That is, he had an idea that he couldn't perform.
Mm-hmm.
He had to figure out how to perform an idea that he had in his head. Tesla just came right out and said it. Said, "I take these ideas out of the ether."
Yeah,
But what I find to be true is that all the great and recognized inventor geniuses of our modern era have said a statement like that. Every single one of them. Now,
yeah, and
were
often
they
when I
apt to be able to develop the idea? Yeah, they were in that line of work anyway, which is great.
mhm. Yeah, often when I kind of come to like an epiphany or a great idea, it does feel like it's almost coming from nowhere,
Mm-hmm.
but and it's hard to force that to happen. You can't exactly sit down and say I'm going to have an epiphany now. Um but it does it you have to be in the right state of mind. You can't just be anywhere. Although a lot of times it does happen, like people call it a shower moment or a refrigerator moment. Sometimes thoughts will just pop into your brain, and I would chalk that up to the background noise. There's all this processing going on underneath everything that's you're consciously aware of,
So you don't
because
recognize where it's coming from.
yeah, like your
That's
brain
fair.
is unconsciously just calculating all these different realities or possible realities, including the
Mm-hmm.
current reality, and remembering your past and all this stuff all at once. And I think that's the source of intrusive thoughts, either epiphanies or usually when people say intrusive thoughts, it's like something unwelcome, like a violent thought or something that's not intentional, but it just
Mm-hmm.
pops in anyway. But then, I mean, that we're back to intent with that.
I guess the overall problem that I have with intuitions coming from inside the mind of the person who experiences the intuition. The problem that I have with that is that the ones that we know about are new and revolutionary. And I've had not that kind of huge thing happen to me on a much smaller scale. I've had it happen to me personally, and there's no way for my brain to have had collected the knowledge in order for me to extrapolate out, and it been in the background of my mind so that my mind could put it together and then present it to my consciousness. I'd give an example. There's a wall in your home, and there is construction debris inside the wall, right?
Mm-hmm.
Say there's probably a stray nail that didn't get hammered into anything. It's just lying there, a clean nail, never used. It's not even bent. Where is it? If you could tell me where it is and cut, say, an 8-inch hole in only one place in one sampling, and you could draw me a picture of what the nail is going to look like, what kind of nail it is, how much rust will be on it, whether or not there's some cement where they plastered up the wall or whatever stuck to the nail, or maybe a bit of construction adhesive stuck to the nail, and give me a general shape of the plaster or construction adhesive stuck to the nail before you cut that hole in the wall, then I'd say there's no way you could know that. There's no way that's your past experience. There's no way your brain put it together. Can you explain to me any way how your brain could put something like that together?
Well, if you could do it 9 times or 8 times out of 10, I'd say you got something there.
So let's say it was only 1 time out of 1.
Yeah.
I think in order for statistically that to happen on a first try, at 1 try only, and get it right first try. You cut 1 hole in the wall and you pull out that nail that you just drew on a piece of paper.
Yeah.
And it's like you drew it with enough accuracy that there's no mistaking it. It's that nail.
Yeah.
Before you cut the hole.
Yeah.
Can you explain to me any way that a brain could do that?
I mean, if we're just going to chalk it down to luck, I think it's explainable simply by, like, I try stuff like that all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And most of the time I fail. It's not like something I drop or reaching into a bag or trying to get something. It usually fails. Like, I was just playing Scrabble the other night. I was trying to use that intuition. I was like, I feel it. I feel I've got the right letter that I have. And every time I took it out, I had the wrong letter. Every time I would search for a new letter in the bag. Mm-hmm. And my intuition was wrong every time. And if you keep stock, I would think that your intuition is wrong 99% of the time. And then sometimes it just by chance hits, even though it's the first time you've tried that specific thing. It's something like that's bound to happen eventually.
Sure, it's bound to happen. But in your analogy, you think it's highly unlikely to happen.
Yeah. But then there's certain things, like in traffic, I have great intuition. Like, I can tell you exactly how people are going to drive, and I can't even tell you how I do it. I can just read their body language or driving language somehow, and I know I know when someone's going to change, even though they're not change lanes, even though they don't have their blinker on and stuff like that. So I have really high intuition there, but I think that's still explainable. Some people can understand the body language more than others.
Maybe you noticed that the majority of drivers swing a little bit to the left before turning right.
Yeah. And it's not even conscious. Like, I've never sat down and studied a flashcard that says when drivers are about to do this, they do X. It's just like ingrained into you subconsciously.
I've noticed that in my driving in the United States. I've noticed that in myself.
Yeah.
Not the sort of thing I'm talking about. I mean, you can justify that.
Okay.
See, I don't really have a word for this other than meditation or prayer. Okay, so in the city that I live, they use street sweepers. Okay?
Yeah.
Now street sweepers have long, flattened steel wires that are attached to the rotating brush head, and that's how it sweeps the street. Is it hydraulic motor turns the brush head, and the bristles rub against the road and point it toward a vacuum and scoop area on the truck. That's how that works. And every once in a while, one of these steel tines will fall out of a brush head. As you can guess that they would, right? But how often do they fall out of the brush head? Well, we're talking about manufacturing, something being used in its intended purpose. The driver doesn't have to replace a brush head every 10 feet. Even though there's thousands of these things on each brush head, they're designed to stay there for quite some time, as you can imagine. So since this particular story I'm going to tell you happened to me, I started surveying about how often I could expect to see one of these wires from a street sweeper truck. And I found that they're less frequent than every 3,000 feet. Okay. Sometimes much less frequent than that. More often than not, less frequent than that. But the closest that I could put them on a regular basis is about 3,000 feet away from each other. All right. So then my chances of walking 150 feet and finding one is not 50-50. It's not 75-25. That's not the chance. It's a lot less frequent than that would happen. Every 150 feet, I would just happen to find one at 150 feet. Okay? Beyond that, they wear at different rates and different brushes, depending on, because they're at an angle, they're not flat to the ground. Depending on where it fell off of the brush head, it could be a different length. That's non-specific. You can never tell. It's varied, and I think that would be completely random which one would fall off. Okay? So I can't say street sweeper wires that fall off of a brush head are always 8 inches long. You just can't say that. Sometimes they're as little as 4 inches. Sometimes they're almost 10 inches long. But I certainly can't say they're always 8 inches long. You with me so far?
I think so.
Okay.
So they break off at different parts?
I don't know if it looks to me like they come out of the head, not that they're broken.
Okay.
In fact, I don't think I've ever seen a broken one, like one that was only 1 inch long or 2 inches long. I don't think I've ever seen that. Even though I've been looking since this first happened to me, and I hadn't looked before because I didn't care much about street sweeper wires.
Yeah, I've never even noticed them.
Yeah, well, it looks like a flattened out coat hanger.
Okay.
Like someone ran over a coat hanger, a metal coat hanger, several hundred times. That's pretty much what it looks like at first glance.
All right.
But it's there's more metal there than would be in a metal coat hanger. Yeah, per linear length. It's a lot heavier duty than that. If your town has them. Not all towns do.
Yeah, I just don't think they go down our street.
That's entirely possible as well. They don't go down every street. They only go down where they're going to get paid to go down, which is major streets around businesses, downtown districts, stuff like that.
Yeah.
They don't do every street everywhere, obviously. That's too expensive.
All right. I think I'm with you so far.
Okay. Which is part of the reason, and I'm talking, when I say 3,000 feet, I mean along routes where those trucks normally go.
Yeah.
If I went to, like, citywide, I'd have to take that to probably less frequently than 1 per mile. But I'm trying to make that number as small as I can to be as fair as possible.
Okay.
To make it as likely as possible. Okay? That way it doesn't appear that I'm cheating.
All right.
Okay. So here's the way it went down, and I think at some point a person has to either say Richard's an inventive liar, or wow, I don't really understand how that could happen. Okay, because that's the way it strikes me, is I don't have very many ways to justify what I'm about to say. In fact, I only find one way to justify it. Peace, Mathpig.
See ya.
Okay, so having lunch in a public place a couple years ago, I was completely homeless, destitute. I was eating at a soup kitchen. Okay.
Okay.
And made friends, had been there several times with two gentlemen. And after we went and ate lunch, we would go out and have tobacco together. We would have cigarettes together. This particular time, the young man shows up and he's out of rolling papers. And there's a man much older than I am, if you can imagine that, who is part of the group. And then there's me, right? So the young man shows up without rolling papers, asks me if I have rolling papers. I never use rolling papers. I always manage to get together enough money to have factory rolled cigarettes. So I can't roll a cigarette, and I don't keep papers. The old man, who does sometimes roll papers, said he didn't have any on him, but he did have an old pipe that he used to smoke out of, and the old man smokes out of a pipe when he smokes cigarette tobacco.
Okay.
So he gives the young man this pipe that he hadn't used in some time, and apparently had regularly used for marijuana. Okay, but marijuana has a lot of tar.
Yeah.
So the young man packs his cigarette tobacco. He had tobacco. He packs the pipe, can't draw through it, and he starts picking up twigs and grass and leaves and little things, trying to clean the tube of the pipe so that he can smoke out of it, because it's clogged, as you can easily imagine it could be. The old
Been
man
there.
pipes. What's that?
Been there.
Yeah, yeah. A lot of people have.
Yeah.
So the old man pipes up and says, "Pipes up." That's a bad pun. I didn't mean to do that. He speaks out and says, "What you need is a street sweeper wire." The last little bit of the last word hadn't dripped off his lip yet when a movie played in my head, and this was the movie. The movie was, although faster than normal speed, it seemed in real time to be actual speed, but it didn't take that long. The movie was my eyeballs looking out of my head, right? Like I normally see, but I don't see my body, right? Like first person shooter, that kind of thing. So I'm instantly, I've got this movie in my head where I'm the first person, and I am walking out of the gate of the facility and away from the direction from which I came, and continuing and taking a corner and continuing about another 20-25 feet, and on the other side of a curb, which I could not have seen from the way that I approached, nor from where I was standing in the moment. Okay? That is, I hadn't walked by this area at all. And on the other side of the curb was a street sweeper wire. But it was of a specific length, a specific amount of rust. It was at a specific angle. It was a specific distance from the curb in the gutter in a turning lane. Okay? So I couldn't just look down a straightaway and have seen it. That's just not plausible. I'd had to have been somewhere around 60 feet tall to have seen it. And of course, I can't just willy-nilly jump into the air 60 feet. So I know that I had not seen it. So I said to the young man, since the movie had stopped, I said to the young man, "Hold on, I'll be right back." And I walk out to the curb to where the movie had me walking. I just take that same path, and there's the street sweeper wire exactly as it was. I pick it up and I bring it to him. And being at least lightly surprised, the old man says, "Good manifesting," which I don't believe in. But anyway, that's what he actually said. Okay. So there's two possibilities left in my mind. I am right now filling in gaps in my memory, making the story fit. But there were two other people there that experienced the same thing, and more than a year later when we spoke about it, recalled to me the same story that I had in my mind. So I have confirmation by more than one sampling. Okay? Which I think is the way we test our sanity on a regular basis, is by comparing our experience to other people's experiences. Okay, so I have that. So I don't think my mind is filling in gaps or creating the story carte blanche, or that I'm. I guess one choice is I'm absolutely insane. I suppose that's a choice. That could be true. But I don't see any way that my brain could have come up with that. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Okay, so that's one. And if you'd like, I would tell you in excess of 300 more of those stories in the last, well, since 2012.
Okay. Well, it's interesting that you remember a lot of them, because I feel like I have had a lot of those experiences, but it's hard for me to remember because I kind of
I find it
wrote
to
them
be
off.
I find it to be true that when they're going to actually happen in reality, they're more clear than and more memorable than any of my dreams ever.
Okay.
Like I can't get rid of them.
So is this like a frequency where you can repeat it anytime someone needs
Well,
like an
of
item
course
that's
it's a very curious thing. Of
yeah.
course, so of course I'm trying to test it, disprove it, see how it works, see if I can make it work better, see if I can do it voluntarily, things like that. Of course, I've entertained those thoughts and see how that works. Of course. Um, so here's the results of that. I have found that if I am feeling pressured, then I'll count on my own experience and what's safe for me, and I'll be wrong. Just like
Mhm.
saying I have my hand in the sack of wooden placards for the Scrabble game, and I want a certain letter, but they all feel the same, you know. And I think I have a B, and I pull it out, and it's not a B. Well,
Yeah.
that. In my experience, that would be because I'm depending on me to do it.
Mhm.
That is, I can't do it. In fact, I've never successfully done it, not one time. But it has happened to me successfully many, many times.
It does seem a lot of the time where things will work out when you're not trying as hard.
Isn't that interesting?
Yeah. Um
Okay, that may lend to some of what I'm talking about.
yeah. I would still explain it by like your brain is actually more efficient operating on these quick immediate reactions
Sure,
that you may have learned in various ways, but you're not necessarily conscious of.
sure.
And that if you're using your brain for conscious processing power, you're
Hmm.
actually distracting away from your unconscious processing power. So you actually start making mistakes. Even though you're trying to do better and you're focusing on doing better, it actually is hampering your game.
Increases, yeah, it decreases your accuracy.
Yeah.
That you're not using the right part of your brain.
But that would be in games of skill. Luck
That would be
wouldn't.
very useful in games of skill. Yeah.
Yeah, luck wouldn't be affected, I don't think, by your state of mind. Like a like drawing. I don't know. It does seem to be that way when even if I'm playing cards or something.
Hmm.
It just seems like when you really need something, it just doesn't come. Although sometimes it does.
I think that could be probably statistically charted when it comes to something like cards.
Yeah.
I would think. People who play poker tell me it's math. I
Yeah.
don't
I'm
know
not very
poker.
good at cards, so.
Neither am I, nor do I try to be. I'm just
And
not
when I
interested
win,
in
it's
that.
just pure luck.
Hmm. Okay, so in a sampling of one, I can say I've lost my mind. I'm inventing memory where I have gaps. In a sampling of one, I can say that, and people say that to me all the time. You're being biased. You got confirmation bias. You're remembering the successes and not the failures. They'll say things like apophania. They'll say I'm inventing these things, and that's natural function of the human brain.
I
And I'm not
think,
saying the human brain doesn't do that. It does.
yeah, I think it's certainly likely, although I'm not saying it's the case, that you you might have envisioned it in one angle, and then when you got there, you kind of filled it in. Oh, it's a slightly different angle, but you could surmise all the other basic details, something like that. I don't think it's likely that you made up whole series of events, or that you're remembering whole series of events differently, just probably minor details. Because I know that's happened to me. Is where I've like had this strong feeling like I know where this thing is or how it looks, and there was this one time when I was in my childhood where I'd never been over to my friend's house before,
Mm-hmm.
and I just envisioned the way her like front foyer like what and like staircase looked, and when I
Mm-hmm.
got there, it was exactly the same, and I was just like
Why did
astounded.
there have to be a stairway?
I don't know. I just saw a stairway.
Why did there have to be a foyer?
I just saw it.
Okay, but there's no necessity for the house to have either one of those things, or for them to be arranged in any certain way.
I mean, it never happened again because I thought
Okay.
I had this new ability to like see things, so I would try to predict.
I would argue that that's the problem, is that you're trying.
Perhaps, yeah. But I stopped trying, and it still hasn't happened.
I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not arguing with you your experience.
But I did convince me at the time that I had powers or some sort of predictive ability because it was exact as far as I could tell.
Well, do you think now that your brain made that up?
Yeah, like there was no outside inspiration.
Not what I meant. Are you right now misremembering how accurate that intuition was? Is that what you're doing?
I think that my vision was probably a lot less detailed, but the details that were in it were so precise that I kind of projected it onto the real detail. And I was little too, so I'm not sure exactly. But the general idea, like the floor plan, the type of railing it was, the colors, the color of the paint on the wall, the placement of the door and the stairs.
Well, I don't even need to go that far. There didn't have to be a stairs. That's a 50-50. There didn't have to be a table there didn't have to be a foyer.
Mm-hmm.
Okay? So now I can take 50-50 and I can square that. Well, now there didn't have to be that color of paint on the wall. I mean, by the time you get to about 5 items, you're statistically impossible.
Yeah, but like a lot of those things are likely to go together anyway. Like it's not a 50-50 chance of like white walls or neon pink walls. I mean, most people probably have white walls.
Sure. Were they?
Yeah.
They were white.
Yeah. And I don't remember picturing any of the art on the walls.
Do 50% of houses have a foyer?
I don't know. It was just like an entrance area. I don't know if you would qualify that as a foyer.
That's not the point. The point is, was it as you had it in your mind? I don't care what the name of the room
Mostly,
is.
yeah.
It doesn't matter. Do 50% of houses have stairwells? Do 50% of houses have that kind of a banister on a stairwell? Messenger, feel free to come in. You've already got the link.
Yeah,
I'd
I
like to
think
hear
it
you,
was.
because that was kind of vague but interesting what you wrote there.
Oh, Messenger reveals?
You're familiar?
No.
Well, tonight might change that. We'll see.
Who's he disagreeing with?
Normal. I don't want to straw man him. I think what he's disagreeing with here is the mainstream view of the function of the brain and decision making.
Okay.
At least knowing him as I do, that's probably what he's disagreeing with. Which, by the way, I disagree with. when these intuitions are centered in a part of the brain that has no memory, I have a problem with it extrapolating. It just doesn't come from memory.
Extrapolating accurately?
Well, I don't care. Accurately, inaccurately. I don't give a crap. Extrapolating at all. It's not a processing center. It has no memory, and it's not a processing center. It's inventing things. And it's inventing accuracy. Sometimes. But you
don't
can never
understand...
invent accuracy at all, statistically speaking. That will never happen.
So, like, you don't think that the brain is capable of taking parts that you already understand and then creating a...
Where would it store
like
the
an
parts you
idea of
already
this?
understand?
Well, you've got your memory.
Right. It would be in memory.
Yeah, so, like, if you understand what a stair looks like, you can construct a whole staircase in your mind.
Sure. Absolutely.
And then place that wherever your mind...
Okay, what about the part of your brain that doesn't know what a stair is?
Well, then you're a baby.
No. There's parts of your brain right now that do not know
part
what a stair is.
They're doing other stuff.
Okay, what other stuff? And how is it inventing a reality?
Well, the same way that it's... So it stores patterns that essentially come across as information. And when you're aware of reality, it's just putting these patterns together on the fly. And so it can just do this. It can do this in the past, too, because of your memories. And so it's just constructing the same processes, but in a different way and in a future tense.
That's all well and good if those electrical signals started out in an area that had memory. What if they don't?
But they're all communicating is the thing. The signals are going back and forth all around. Different parts of the brain communicate with each other.
What if the electrical impulse was that we see as a subconscious thought originated in a part of the brain that does not have memory? What if that were the case?
Well, I don't think you can place a thought down to a single synapse.
I'm not trying to.
So I don't know if you can say where it originates unless you're talking about like a whole region. But the memory area of the brain is not the only area involved in processing, so it's naturally going to involve different parts.
Well, I understand that memory doesn't process.
But
processing processes. At least that's the way I understand it to be working. I don't know. I'm not a neurologist or anything.
Yeah, and I don't have too much depth in neurology either, but I understand at the molecular level how the neurons work, but I'm not as familiar with the exact, like, the psychology and what parts of the brain are what.
Well, we've recently done some research on this, and it's pretty easy to find because it is right now really compelling. That is, it's persuasive to people that when we map an individual's brain and then we ask them certain questions or give different stimulus, different parts of the brain will become active, and you're aware of that, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So the someone thought to do the experiment. That's funny. They thought to do the experiment, ask a person about themselves and ask a person about God. Okay?
Mm-hmm.
All right. So it's really easy to find that because that's super popular right now, that experiment. All right?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah,
so,
I love that one. It's pretty interesting.
Okay, so you already know what I'm talking about.
Yeah, a little bit.
Okay, Dump, what do you got?
I mean, I like it for its implications of, like, religious psychology, where people aren't describing some being that's, like, outside of themselves. They're actually just kind of describing how they see things
Mm-hmm.
and assigning that to a god.
Mm-hmm.
And so, and the other implication is like when you reject someone's god, they feel personally rejected because they so closely identify with the god to the point of where the same brain regions are activated.
Sure.
So, yeah.
So that's obviously why it's so easy to use that observation uh, to say that your understanding of God is only your own experience of self and personal biases, right?
It would seem that yeah, there's a lot of correlation there.
I would say a lot of correlation. So when we trace the quote unquote subconscious back that way, what part of the brain is it coming from?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, like I said, I'm not an expert in this field that I'm referring to, and I've only looked this over once. All right,
Hmm.
but it seems to me that we get down again to a matter of opinion and experience. Okay, that it's not necessarily true that they are thinking of themselves and assigning parts of themselves as what they would call God, although it can be true. A person can be that biased, and we see that. Okay, and that's fine. But it's not necessarily true that that's what's going on. And the part that I find interesting about it, from what I understand, and this is going to be very, very shallow understanding of it, I admit, is that the when you ask them the question about their personal self, their feelings, things like that, or maybe you would ask them a question that you could ask about God as well. Maybe that's how more accurate how it works. That the same part of the brain lights up. It becomes electrically active. Okay, and from what I can understand, some people up to 3 seconds, some people as much as 5 seconds, that they don't recognize the quote unquote subconscious feeding suggestions or what have you into the processing and memory centers so that we start doing comparatives and come up with what we think is the best choice. Okay? But from what I understand, that part of the brain where it originates has no memory. So I'd like an
Hmm.
explanation how, if it is true it has no memory, it is inventing things. Okay?
Well, I mean, so I just looked up
I'm
the
just gonna say that to me it looks like it's taking suggestions
okay,
with no memory. That's what I'm
like
saying.
just ideas coming in de novo without
Yes.
communication.
Yes.
Um, so I just looked up that study, and it's pretty much all around the brain. There's tons of different areas of the brain that are lighting up for both the self and God. And so, I mean, the other part is just that my understanding is that the memory part of the brain has to communicate with other parts of the brain, and it's not that
Could
it's
you look up where
transmitting the memory into that part of the brain, but
can you look up where the consciousness or the subconsciousness is located in the brain?
uh subconsciousness or the
Yeah.
self. I have the self.
Subconscious. Yeah.
um I'm not sure if I've seen that. But I don't think it's a problem that it's that the memory is in a different part of the brain just because of the way the neurons communicate with, like, different ideas require different several different parts of the brain at the same time.
I would think so.
Um,
That's the part of it that I find suspicious as far as our explanation of the function is when we say that there's a central point that doesn't include memory where this is originating from, and we're calling that the subconscious.
yeah, this I just pulled up a chart. Um, I don't. It's not like from a research paper or anything, but it says memory is part of the subconscious. along with emotions, learned abilities, behaviors, habits, instincts, reflexes, body
Sure.
functions, stuff like that.
I think we're doing a pretty good job of naming symptoms. And we have. I mean, whooping cough is not a disease. We
What
have
do you
this
mean?
habit where we. What's that?
What do you mean by that?
I mean, whooping cough is no disease at all. There's no such thing.
Like that it's just a symptom of a different disease?
Right.
Okay.
There is no disease. Whooping cough. Whooping cough is what you see outside of the person who has the disease. It's what you see.
Hmm.
It doesn't describe what kind of a bug is attacking them at all, or what's wrong in any way.
Okay. Yeah, I get you.
It's symptom naming.
Yeah.
Just like electricity is symptom naming, gravity is symptom naming.
Uh, yeah, I mean, we don't exactly know what it is, but we know what it does.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Okay.
It's naming a symptom.
Yeah.
I think saying subconscious is symptom naming. We can't find it. There is no location for subconscious. So we call it an emergent property. I'm sorry. I mean, I'm very biased. I admit it, but to me, that just sounds like symptom naming.
But I mean,
It has no explanatory power.
we can locate which areas are being activated while those symptoms are happening, I suppose.
Do we?
I mean,
Because from what I understand, we don't. That's why we call it an emergent property. Because we
well,
can't
but we
locate
do
it.
know what part of the brain does those processes.
Well, I think we have a central location. I'm way over my wave cuffs. I should just shut up. I'm serious. I just haven't done enough reading about this. I don't know enough about it.
I
Okay,
mean,
so
yeah,
I'm
we
just going to return to something that I'm familiar with and I'm comfortable with. That's okay.
okay. I mean, we all need to learn more about the brain, but
Yeah,
there's only so
I
much
need
time in
more
a
time
day.
to learn about it. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, we've gotten to the end of that conversation in my knowledge.
Okay.
I can't speak intelligently anymore about it. That's the limit. That's where I got to stop.
All right.
Um, I would only summarize it by saying, from what I understand, which is flawed, that we can't identify a place of the subconscious, although we can see a first electrical activity in the brain when a person refers to self or God. When we try to extract that we have a central location that is not processing or memory. That's what I understand about it. I could be wrong.
Um. So are you saying like there have been no experiments determining that those regions are associated with subconscious thought?
No, I'm saying all research would show that it is associated with subconscious thought.
Okay.
I'm saying the exact opposite of that.
Okay.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm just trying to look up stuff about the brain as well, but
But I think it's no explanation to say subconscious.
it's
I mean,
hard to, yeah, I mean,
we can
where's the
find
line?
we can find the brain where it's processing. We can find the part of the brain that's doing memory. We can see them work in coordination. We can see the northern or the western and eastern hemispheres working. We can left and right. We can see all that. It happens. We've
Mhm.
mapped it. We are not foggy at all about any of that or where any of that stuff is located. Shoot, you look into cochlear implants, uh, and you just take a computer chip and jab it in the right part of the brain, and the brain will start reconfiguring and make noise out of what is essentially just electrical signals, actual hearing out of just electrical signals. Amazing.
Yeah.
I mean, it's just freaky how fast the brain can do that. But so we know what sections are which in all of these functions, but we don't find consciousness. So we call it an emergent property. Well, that's to me that sounds like a mechanic who says your car has personality. I'm like, you don't understand cars.
Okay. I mean, yeah, it's hard to understand, and I don't claim to understand it all. Um, but I feel like I understand a little bit of it when, like, take for example, like an ant colony. Like, I think it's pretty easy to understand like the emergent intelligence of an ant colony. Like alone, a single ant can't plan or doesn't have any awareness of what it's doing. Really, it's just reacting to the other ants, and a
Right.
pattern emerges from that. So, so
Is
you
that
with me so
pattern?
far?
Yeah, so far. Is that pattern enough that I can have a question? Is that pattern a natural result of pheromone, sense of pheromone, pheromone, sense of pheromone, give off a pheromone, and that just a chain because of the number of them, you end up with that accomplishment.
Yeah, kind of.
Well, then I can hardly call that a consciousness or call it a hive mentality.
Yeah.
It's just
But
chemical reactions.
the way I start to kind of understand it applied to the brain is like if you're able to create enough processing centers with ants or with anything, then eventually the thing can be self-aware. Like with computers, eventually we're going to be able to design a computer that's knows that the thinking that it's doing is contained within itself, something like that. And I think that, just I guess I start with ants because you can see the beginning, like the very faint flicker of consciousness. Like I agree that it's the hive itself is not conscious, but at a certain point of complexity, you almost see that it's behaving intelligently.
Or
You
it's
know,
not.
do you understand? Like I don't know if I'm saying it right, but
Well, what I'm saying is that Sam Harris would argue with you not to. I don't know Sam Harris that good. I'm not claiming to. I haven't studied him a lot. But if anyone is willing to claim, Daniel Dennett, is willing to claim that we are not conscious and that is just the way that our mind works makes us think that we are.
hmm
And if a brain like yours is not conscious, then certainly, I mean, if I can use that as a measurement, I'm certainly not going to be willing to say that a hive of ants is. You know? So it all depends,
yeah.
I think, on who you ask and what they're saying about it and what their observations are and what their belief systems are, more than the actual consciousness of the hive.
Well, I would tend
Now,
to agree with that assessment because like there's no where is the subjective experience of the ant hive itself like as a whole.
mm-hmm.
um but I think if the patterns get more and more complex and they're able to solve bigger and bigger problems, like one has to wonder whether there that does form a kind of conscious brain, even though it's of individually, if you pick it up it's just a stupid little ant. But if somehow their hive activity was able to combine with other hive activities, which we could see was actually performing complex mathematics and or
Well,
something like this,
if they did
it's all
anything similar to
theoretical.
that,
But
I'd have to call it intelligence.
yeah, but it's difficult to explain exactly like where at what point would this network of things working together, where would its subjective experience emerge from, or at what point?
That's part of the problem. It's one of the reasons
But
we call consciousness an emergent property, because we can't find consciousness.
at the same time, it's like if um if this is all happening in your spirit or soul or something, I feel like it has the same problem. Whereas, what is this spirit made out of, and how is it functioning, and how is consciousness emerging from that?
Well, in order to comment on that, which I'm sure is going to be inaccurate, uh, the first thing I have to say is I can't know the answer to that question, even within my spiritual belief system, because that sort of thing isn't revealed to us until we're in heaven. Not even supposed to know. I can talk about naming symptoms in my own life. I can talk about symptom naming. I can be guilty of the same thing I accuse others of doing. I'm just going to have a slightly different explanation of the symptoms and a slightly different name than the names that already exist for the exact same symptoms.
Mm-hmm.
Instead of calling it subconscious, I'm going to call it spirit. And instead of saying it's something that's in my brain, an emergent property of my brain, I'm going to say that my brain senses it as a whole because it's not part of my brain. That I'm attached to that. And I experience it in a limited way. And I do not have total command of it.
So
experientially, that's what I've noticed. I don't have full command of it. I have a loose connection to it, which is kind of crappy, actually. If it was a cell phone, I'd give it 2 out of 5 bars.
So it's like your brain is receiving this information?
I mean, I'm absolutely convinced I could not have created all of it. Nor can I get confirmation of experience and other human beings came up with the same story that I already had, and I didn't have to alter or correct mine. Whereas when I go to family reunions and I talk to my siblings and we talk about the past, they correct me all the time, and I have to like try to remember the right thing that happened because my brain made something up to fill in the holes. In other words, it's better than my memory. But I have to say, how is something better than my memory? Well, it just is. It's better than my memory.
Well, sometimes it's like I'll forget something for years and then something will trigger a memory that was subconscious.
You're talking about retrieving a memory. I'm talking about the accuracy of the retrieval. I'm saying when I go to family reunions, often what I retrieve is inaccurate. No, that was not Demi Moore. It was this other actress. You're misremembering who was in that movie. And I'll have to go, oh, okay, well, there's 3 of you saying it, so or 2. So I'm going to believe you. I'm going to go look it up, and I'm going to correct myself. But I don't have that kind of inaccuracy in these experiences. Even when I write down the experience, don't look at it for a couple years. I could write it down again on a clean sheet, hold them together. They're exactly the same. But my memory is not that good.
Well, I think what I was saying is just about unconscious memories. Like you can remember something or know something and not even be consciously aware of it, at least at a certain period of time.
Well, I mean, I know what you're talking about. I mean, okay, let me describe that and you correct me when I become wrong or if I'm just totally wrong. Okay. A friend of mine says to me, I had a girlfriend that I thought I was in love with. I can't remember anything about her anymore. I've completely forgotten what she looks like and everything. And I said, did you ever feel like she was being too clingy? Because every guy feels like that in a relationship somewhere, right? So I just took something that I knew would cause him to have emotion and start bringing back something, right? And he goes, yeah, I remember once she did that. I said, well, was she like kissing on you too much, leaning on you too much? He goes, yeah, she was leaning on me too much. She wasn't necessarily trying to kiss me, but she just wanted to be super close and right up on me. And I said, what color's her hair? He says, black. And there's a mole on the back of her neck right here, and it looks like... And he recalled everything about her. He just needed a trigger.
Yeah, so, like I think that goes to like
general, trying to recall a situation with no specifics and nothing provocative about it. I can't remember, and that's totally fine.
I think that goes to like the distributed nature of like our memories and the ideas that are in our brain. Is the more connections you have, the stronger that it is. And I mean, I've heard of situations where someone will like forget something from their childhood and then
Sure.
They'll have dreams about it and not even know that it was from their childhood, and then they'll go back and realize that this was a memory or something like that.
Sure, that's fine. I see evidence of that. I wouldn't argue against that.
Yeah.
I cannot simultaneously all the time that I'm awake think about everything that's ever happened to me.
Yeah.
I would never I don't know. I would never get in. I couldn't make a cup of coffee if that's what I were doing.
I feel like that's what being God would be like.
Well, that's part of the Christian description of God. It's not in any text. Again, it's a dogmatic view, like God being a disembodied mind. If you say God is immaterial, that sounds all sexy. But if you say he's a disembodied mind, that sounds all ghosty, and Christians will reject it. Ask any Christian, do you believe in disembodied minds? And they'll say no. And they say, what about God being outside of space-time? Well, yeah, I believe that. Well, then you don't agree with yourself.
Yeah.
But anyway.
Or souls.
Okay, so what I'm saying about it is, from my experience and from what I can tell, these experiences give me new information I could not have ever collided with. They are new information, new experiences. When I test them in reality, and I test them against others, and I test them against my memory, and I write them down and I compare notes, all of it is accurate, true to reality. And that I could not have invented it, and that it is more memorable than anything else. My dreams, my personal experiences, my experiences of my siblings growing up, my last birthday, whatever. It's clearer than that. And it's more verifiable than that. Okay? So it seems to me it's better than my memory. It is true to reality, testable. If it's not testable, I just throw it away. I don't want something not testable. Like, what's the point? That it happens more often involuntarily than when I want it to, right?
Okay.
And it tells me things I could not have known, things from outside of my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think that you can explain most of that away depending on like the severity or the uniqueness of the thing. Like the more, like if you're just like my example, if I'm just constructing possible layouts of a house in my mind,
Sure.
that's a lot better explainable than if you're like, yeah, there's a tentacle monster like around the corner, and
That's
no
another thing.
one's ever seen that before, but it's there,
See,
and I know it's
that
there.
was interesting that you said that, because you just tried to invent something new and you couldn't. That's really interesting.
Yeah, sort of.
You tried to come up with something totally impossible, off the wall. You could never guess it would be there. So you said tentacle monster.
Yeah,
But
I'm just
but you already know
recombining.
what tentacles are.
Yeah, I'm just recombining ideas I already have.
Right. You were trying to sound original, and it's like come up with two or a list of 5 things completely disassociated from each other.
Yeah.
I don't think that's you can imitate that.
Mm-hmm.
It can look random, but you're purposefully making it random. It's not random at all.
Yeah, and I think some people's minds probably operate a little more randomly than others.
Some people are better at it.
Yeah.
There's artistic gifts. I mean, I think I'm crappy as a sketch artist. Some people are really good at it. That's okay.
But I mean, I feel like that even though that's a concept we could be sort of familiar with, that's not something that you could really predict. I mean, I guess you could explain it by he already saw the monster or something, but...
Well, it strikes me that the movie Aliens, the monster from Aliens, has a mouth like an actual cockroach. It has the skull of an actual dolphin. It has the tail of an actual scorpion. I mean, it's a conglomerate. It's not inventive.
Well, it's
not new.
It was designed out of penises, basically. Was the artist's intention.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sure. But still, all in all, his expression of the male phallus ended up, to me, looking like blah, 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 blah. Those following items.
Well, yeah, I mean, I definitely see your the scorpion example too, for sure. It's hard. I mean, and it's got the basic shape of a human. You know, it stands upright. Its head is a little
Right.
bit more elongate, and
Sure.
but there's a
Yeah, that
guy
looks
in a
like some
suit
kind of.
in it.
There's several insects that look like that, and that dome shape right there really looks like a dolphin's head to me. But anyway,
Yeah.
yeah. Well,
Well, I thought it was interesting. Just the artist literally designed all of it on sexual parts.
that's interesting, right?
Yeah.
Weird guy or gal. Might have been a gal. I
Yeah,
don't know.
he is H.R. Giger. He's a really crazy dude. Good artist.
So I think when we're asked to invent something new, we can't.
Yeah, I
Is that
mean,
fair?
even like your example, but a lot of people cite Alien as one of the most original things ever, and everything's derived from, either an
Human
animal or a
sexual
sexual
organs,
part.
apparently.
Yeah.
I was unaware of that. Yeah, the
Or
dome of
he
the.
also designed it like biomechanical, like he wanted them to almost look like machines.
Right.
But still, it is original, but also derivative at the same time.
Right.
Original in the combination.
What do you think the likelihood is? Let's say that studio had said, we are going to take drawings for this creature that is supposed to fit the following qualifications: outer space, bulletproof, spits acid, can kill a human easily, draw us a monster. And let's say that they had taken, I have to guess this number. I'm going to try to guess it low, okay? Which would be in my benefit to guess it high, all right? But I'm gonna guess the number of artists competing for that. Let's say they were 10 billion. 10 billion different artists. And everyone who tried to draw this monster from their imagination, they all came up with things that were pretty similar. Okay? But then there was this one that was completely different from everybody's. Okay? I mean, I'm completely different from everybody's. Obviously, the likelihood in that is a 1 in 10 billion. That's right. That makes sense to you?
Yeah.
Okay. I didn't care about the Bible, and I have a brand new context that I didn't care to have.
Okay.
So this is like winning the sketch artist contest there. Sucking at sketching and not being interested in sketching and not in having submitted one.
Okay.
That's the problem I'm faced with. I mean, how many people have read the Bible? I would say, how many people read the Bible? At least 10 billion, right?
Well, fewer than you'd think. I mean, actually, a
10
lot of
billion?
Christians don't read it.
I didn't mean thoroughly.
Yeah.
I didn't mean cover to cover nonstop, actually studying it. No, I didn't mean that. I mean, how many people do you think in the history of this planet have looked at a Bible and considered themselves
Perused
some Judaic religion of some kind and had at least perused it?
Yeah.
Had thought about it, and how many philosophers have thought about it, and how many apologists have tried to justify it, you know?
Yeah.
And then I get this idea in my head, not even wanting it to be true, not caring for it to be true, thinking it can't be true, you know? But it actually works when I wouldn't have cared to try to prove it right. That just wasn't something I was interested in, actually. So, I mean, I only use that as one example of several examples of situations like this that have happened to me since that first one. There was that first initial one, and then it started happening to me on a regular basis, which only coincides well with I can't control it.
Yeah, I mean, I wouldn't say that you necessarily do control it.
Mm-hmm.
But I wouldn't characterize it as something outside of you. Because when I say you, I mean, I guess I'm referring to kind of your subconscious, but I'm primarily
That's fine.
referring to your conscious personality. That those symptoms of your mind that I could identify as being you. I don't know. I mean, as I say it, it's hard to separate the rest of the brain, but you know, I forgot where I was going with that though.
That's okay. Don't worry about it. That happens to us.
Yeah,
That qualifies you as a human being. It's just fine.
yeah. Confused myself a little bit.
I've done it many, many, many times. It's convenient that it hasn't happened tonight, but it does happen.
But that's I love just looking at how the brain works like that. How you can have a train of thought, and then other thoughts interrupt it, and then it's just gone.
Yeah. I would give the example of I've been a mechanic for more than 20 years. Wow. I need to reconsider that. I've been a mechanic now for more than 30 years. Holy crap, I'm getting old. And I've taken apart a lot of personally owned vehicles and put them back together, and different things that were wrong with them at different times. And I've had some overlap. Some things I've done more than once, as you'd expect.
Mm-hmm.
I've done the alignment on a car, a rough alignment on a car many times. I've changed out brake pads many times. Something that you don't often have to do, although it happens occasionally, is you have a power steering pump give out. And the power steering pump is a gearbox that is hydraulically assisted, which is normally attached to the frame. Okay? And somewhere near between the two front tires. That's where a steering box normally would be. And you have a rod coming down from your steering wheel, but it has to make an angle. Okay? So what we have is we have a universal joint right there. That's what manufacturers normally do. You have a universal joint at the pump, and you have another universal in the middle of the steering shaft, right? And that second universal joint would be somewhere near the firewall, near the cab of the vehicle, okay? So I had cause to have to remove one of those. And I had done 2 or 3 of them before, okay? I don't know exactly how many. I know I'd done it at least twice before, right? And I was trying to get that knuckle apart, which you don't take away the universal joint. You take it off the spline shafts, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Because disassembling a universal joint is a lot more work than just pulling a shaft out of the end of one thing, right? But it's got a screw clip and a collar, like a bracelet, and you compress that bracelet until it grabs hold of the shaft. Besides that, there's splines on the shaft, and that really helps it not slip, right? So I took one side apart, and I loosened up the other bolt to where it would release that bracelet. It would stop the compression on it. And I could move it a little bit. But for 2 hours, I could not get that thing apart. And I struggled, and I struggled, and I struggled, and I became extremely frustrated. I started to get angry at myself for, first of all, not knowing how to do this, and second of all, not being able to remember how to do this, you know. And finally, I had frustrated myself to the point where I just decided I was not going to be able to do it. I was going to have to go to my customer and say, I can't remember how to do this. And I made that decision that I can't do it. As soon as I made the decision I can't do it, this exact thought came to my head. You have to pull the bolt out. There's a recess in the spline shaft.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, oh crap. That's right.
Oh yeah, that's very familiar to me.
I think we all have this experience.
Yeah.
The question
Especially
is,
when I
how does the
lose stuff.
individual justify the experience? That's the question.
I think sort of like what just happened now with where I just lost my train of thought. It's like you have that memory. It's just you're not triggering it somehow. You're just on a different train of thought. And I don't know whether it's exhausting all the other possibilities or just allowing your mind to kind of reset and go back to just a kind of a background noise type of state where these other latent ideas can kind of filter back up into your brain. I'm not sure exactly how to explain it, but I would say, yeah, that's explainable by just the background processes in your brain where you suddenly realize, oh, the keys I left them under the pillow for some reason, even though you just spent 2 hours looking in every other place.
Right.
But
I think the reason that we have labels like confirmation bias is not because it never happens, but I think we stretch the definition too far into things that we don't want to identify because it's uncomfortable. We have words like epiphania, and they're true. They have their application, but I think we stretch them too far. I think we don't know as much as we would like to think we know, is what I'm saying, I guess.
oh, for sure.
Yeah. That is, we're too proud of ourselves.
Yeah. And we're always trying to answer all the questions anyway.
And speaking of questions, would you take questions from side chat if the both of them have one? If either one of them have, we're down to 2 folks, I think.
Oh, sure, of course. Are we
So
still
I'm starting
waiting
to get
on?
hungry for a cigarette, although I really enjoy talking to you. You're a blast.
Yeah, I thought we were waiting on the messenger reveals, but
He had to decline. He's sick,
okay,
ill, physically ill,
alrighty.
which is not the same as being unhappy or mentally unhealthy. Just physically unhealthy right this moment.
Yeah.
John will laugh harder at that than you did. He's a I don't want to say something that he isn't exactly. He helps people sort through mental issues. I'll say that. I don't know what to call him.
Kind of.
Yeah, I think he
Or
is
life
a
coach.
practicing therapist. I don't know all the labels and stuff. That's not the part I'm interested in.
Yeah. There's psychiatrists too. We had a few questions I think we missed.
Did we have questions that we missed? I'm sorry, guys. If you want to make it easy for me, repost your question if your question was not answered, and I will simultaneously try to go back through and look for question marks or long sentences that don't have to do with fixing cars. Okay, they're talking about a movie there or TV show maybe.
Yeah, I see where we were talking about Alien.
Yeah. We do have diverse conversation, do
Yeah.
we not?
People praising Alien. What's your favorite in the series, Alien or Aliens? Or some other, there's a few others.
Oh gosh, it's hard to beat the first impression. I like the first one best, and after that, everything just seems to detract.
Yeah. I like Aliens a lot too. It's in the same vein of like that has the alien queen in it. I think it's really respectful of the original, but different as well. But if I had to pick one, I think the original is tops. And I saw that I had a kind of a weird experience with Alien. Just to extrapolate on that, I had like an Alien toy, but it was like a version from the comics, so it didn't look like Alien.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had this. It was almost like a supernatural intuition of like,
because later on in life I learned what Alien the movie was, and I was like, I had these like visions of that old toy that I used to own, and then I later on I was able to track it down and like find out, yes, it was Alien related.
Bill Pax Bill Paxton as the whiny Marine. I just thought that was completely unrealistic. A whiny space marine. Anyway, if I had to pick an outer space movie that I think really touched me, but it touched me for spiritual reasons, although at the time I was an atheist, was Avatar with the giant blue critters.
Oh yeah,
The giant blue people. That one.
yeah.
I thought that was actually a really, really deep expression, although I didn't think it could possibly have any real value.
I thought it was good. A lot of people kind of knock it these days, but I thought it was good enough.
I think one of the reasons that people knock that movie so much is because it is a spiritually deep movie. It's talking from the point of view of like Aboriginal animism. It's very much into that, and people object.
Hmm.
Rich Mez for Snake Dragon Ball Z or Dragon Ball Z Kai.
I have only seen one or two episodes of Dragon Ball Z. But
Dragon Ball Z is based on an actual religion. The Dragon Balls are the spirits of God. The great red eternal dragon in the sky represents God. And the reason that it's red is because that's the color of heaven. Magenta red.
I'm actually pretty interested in it, but it's like at this point there's like 20 spin-offs and they all have hundreds of episodes. It's like where I just feel so too overwhelmed to even get into it.
I recognize this scene described. This is the Abyss. If you haven't seen the Abyss, folks, give it one view. Just one.
I don't think I've seen it. What's the premise of that one?
I'm not going to tell. You want me just to give you the? I guess I can not spoil it by just giving you the baseline.
Yeah.
Let's see, what can I say without spoiling it?
It sounds familiar.
You can say without spoiling it.
Okay.
Discoveries in the Marianas Trench, but fiction. It's about all I can say without ruining it.
I can't remember if I've heard of it or not. I'll look it up.
Well, it's just The Abyss. That's it.
Yes.
Big time actors you'll recognize from lots of stuff they've done. I think it was excellent. I think it was excellent, even though it was considered a B movie.
Yeah, I know what you're talking about. I haven't seen it, but I will check that out.
Yeah, I mean, it's an hour and a half. You know.
Is that the one where there's a scene where they can like breathe the liquid or something like that?
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
That's how they get all the way down to the bottom of the trench.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I kind of know what you're talking about. I'll give it a watch.
But I don't want to spoil anything for you because if you say too much, it'd be easy to ruin that movie.
Okay. Yeah, I was also gonna say Return of the Jedi for me is like the most spiritually meaningful movie, especially sci-fi.
Why?
Well, I don't think I fully understood it until fairly recently, like when I was growing up. But it always kind of spoke to me where there's obviously I've always appreciated the father saves the son, but to me, the more significant part is Luke refused to even fight. He basically gave up, and that's how he won. It's there's something really profound there to me. Just his commitment to the Force, refusing to give in to the dark side. That was the only way he won. He couldn't have won fighting his way out. He would have fallen to the dark side. So, yeah.
Well, if he ever gets here as threatened, I'd like to introduce you to a friend of mine. If you don't already know Mathpig, have you met?
Yeah, I mean, I know of Mathpig.
Cool.
I haven't talked to him though, like directly, just through the comments and stuff.
Well, he might be coming in.
Okay.
He's threatening to. Yeah. The most brilliant people that I found first, which is just a matter of how many do you need. I made moderators for my channel, and as they showed up, they didn't know they'd be moderators. You know, because I didn't warn them. I just made them moderators because they were people that I respect for very specific reasons.
Yeah, that's the best way to do it.
And Mathpig is definitely one of those guys.
Cool. Yeah, you never want people who are groveling for positions of power.
No, you really don't.
Yeah, you never want people who are groveling for positions.
You got to mute it. Mute, Mathpig, mute. Are you there, sir?
There we go. How's that?
Give peace and respect to the pig.
What's up?
Oink, oink.
Hiss.
Snake.
What's
Now,
up?
You have to answer one question, and you'll get off scot-free if you answer one question.
Okay, I'm nervous.
What year were you born?
91.
Oh, that's
There
okay.
is a
Okay.
symbol.
No, that's okay, because you're about 7 years after you were born, and then you have to get to a certain age to see the abyss. So, yeah, we'll let you off with that.
Okay, I get off on a technicality.
You get off on a technicality. Luckily enough, you're a millennial. I don't
Blame
know
my parents.
Well, I watched Conan the Barbarian when I was about 8, but that's because I was left alone with a fucking library of DVD or videos. VHS. Do you know what a VHS is?
Oh yeah,
Oh, good.
I've probably still got a couple lying around.
Have you ever watched The
This is
Labyrinth?
recent history.
Yes, I have that
have
on
one.
DVD.
You have that on DVD.
Yeah.
Have you watched Friday the 13th? Have you watched Critters?
Ooh,
I have
Critters.
seen Friday the 13th, not Critters. That's on my
Critters
list.
is
Though.
one of the worst movies ever. It's awesome.
Critters 1 to 4, man. Just sit down, dedicate an entire day off. See the next day that you're hungover, can't move from the sofa, can't do nothing. Just get Critters 1 to 4, man. It is that bad. It's nearly like my channel. It's fucking awful.
Yeah, I mean, I
But
think
it's definitely worth watching. Definitely
old
worth
movies, the old movies, the old music. It was just better back then.
watching. It's nice to eventually speak to you, Snake. I've been following you from the first interview that you did with Richard.
Oh yeah, thanks.
Maybe not always on full alerts, sometimes on personal, but yeah, I've definitely been following you.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I've been dead on content for a little while, but hoping to get a few videos out soon. I tend to kind of work on a lot of stuff all at once. I get distracted very easily.
Oh no, that's it. I did the exact same thing today. I'm very sorry. It is one of my few weekends of the month that I'm allowed to drink because I'm supposed to be watching the baby. But I've been allowed to drink this weekend. A whoop whoop, and I'm a wee bit drunk because it's technically 4:10 in the morning for me. So.
Yeah, you got to take advantage.
Oh yes. But lost my trail of thought. Yep, that's what happens.
Yeah. I'll tell you what though, I just recently saw the worst movie ever, like period. I'm telling you.
Was it
What
the
was
new
it?
Star Wars?
I saw Cats.
Oh no. Why did you pay for that?
Well, me and my friend, we were just out. We didn't know what to do, so we got drunk and we just wanted to see what the worst movie we could take was, and it was Cats. We almost got kicked out. We were laughing so hard.
Hey, some people think that's a really serious movie that's meaningful, you know.
Yeah, we almost got kicked out. The people behind us were taking it seriously. It was incomprehensible. Like I don't.
My first viewing of the Blair Witch Project was absolutely drunk out of my mind on about 12 bottles of beer.
Yeah.
12 pints of beer, sorry. I'm watching the Blair Witch Project and it was absolutely hilarious.
I love
great.
watching horrible movies.
Here, do you want to see something absolutely hilarious?
Yeah.
Oh, this is like the funniest thing. Richard, you know what's coming.
Go ahead.
You're happy enough?
Oh yeah.
This is a preview. I'm working on a new trailer, and I asked Richard to give me a wee hand. I'm trying to do it. Do you know the whole "you're watching"? Yeah. Snake, no.
Oh, what was that?
You
You
know,
get
like
people.
you get
You're
other
watching
people that are
Snake
in
is
the
right.
community to like do a little spot advertisement for your show, like that. Like, I'm watching Snake is Right. Come join me. Something like that.
Oh, I don't know how to do that.
You say I'm watching Snake is right. Did you do that, Richard? No, this is me. Yeah.
I did that. I brought it up full screen for you.
Oh, that's right. There we go. Are we ready? I think I've shared
Yeah.
audio. I will mute.
Anything silly.
Well, no, I let it down anyway. It's recording now, but I let it down so it's literally doesn't.
What happened? Did the actual stream freeze up? Looks like it.
Matter what you say anyway, anything on top or whatever, it's literally I'm going to just use "you're watching Mathpig."
Uh-huh.
So if you want to do a sentence before it to make yourself feel comfortable or whatever, it's literally just going to be "you're watching Mathpig." So whenever you're ready, Richard,
Sure.
go for it.
Okay, thank you. I don't often watch YouTube, but when I do, I watch Mathpig.
And Richard says he doesn't drink or take drugs.
I don't.
No?
But I am going to go smoke a cigarette while you guys play around.
Is nicotine a drug?
Everything's a drug, man. If it changes your chemical makeup at a certain level, it's technically a drug.
Well, in that case, everything is a drug.
Coffee's a drug.
Yeah, caffeine is definitely a drug.
So, Snake, where are you from? Are you Florida? Are you Middle? Are you California?
Colorado.
I have a friend in Colorado.
Yeah, I love the mountains.
Yeah, I can give you that, man. I'm hoping to build a house up in the mountains. If you look up Northern Ireland and you look up Limavady and then look up Londonderry, and in between Limavady and Londonderry is the Spurn Mountains. And because everybody hates it because it's in the middle of fucking nowhere, it's damn cheap.
It's what?
It's cheap. It's
Oh,
not
cheap.
it's not as expensive as everywhere else because it's literally your closest town is maybe 3 mile away and your closest neighbor's a half mile away, and people don't like this shit.
Yeah. Yeah, I hate just going down the street for groceries. So I can definitely see why.
No, it's not
But-
that I hate going to people or towns or anything like that, or I have anxiety or anything like that, but I just find that people are generally now out and about in real life fucking assholes and
Really?
snowflakes and ignorant and uneducated and have no drive to do anything except survive.
Hmm.
You know, nobody wants to better themselves. Everybody wants to just...
Are you saying that that's changed?
No, that's how I feel now. That's why I want to
Ah.
move. You know, there's no
Yeah.
point in living in a city because you're surrounded by thousands of people who just consume. You know, nobody wants to better themselves. I find a better community and a better group of people. You know, like yourself. You're here. You're talking to Richard. Would you consider yourself atheistic, agnostic, or?
Yeah, atheist. I guess kind of agnostic.
Atheistic towards the Christian God and agnostic in general.
I mean, yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. It's what happens when you get to the eventual stage after you go through everything from anti-theist to deist to theist to fucking everything. You know, you eventually end up in this. I think this is the final stage.
Yeah, like I think tomorrow someone could present proof of a god, but I'm not convinced of any at the moment, so.
Yeah, it's down to the lack of evidence, not down to your personal opinion.
Yeah. It
Yeah.
really ticks me off when when people accuse me of like wanting atheism to be true, and it's like, no, I would rather some crazy magical transcendental thing be true, but it's just like you got to show me the evidence.
Was it somebody? I can't remember. Do you know Nathan Ormond?
No.
Nathan Ormond is a young enough guy. What did you say you were again? Sorry.
What I lost count. I'm 28.
You're 28. I think he's a wee bit younger than you, but he's in university. He's been doing papers on philosophy and stuff. That's what he's studying. In this last week alone, he has been in conversations, 2 with Craig Gray, 2 with, is it Craig Reed, and 1 with S.J. Thompson. He had Aaron Ra like 2 weeks ago. He's just a tiny wee channel, but this guy is fucking smart, man. This, he's coming on now on Tuesday, onto my channel on Tuesday. This, I can't emphasize enough how much this man is undersubscribed, and he's even got more subscriptions than me.
What's his name?
Nathan Ormond.
What's his position?
He was originally, I think he was raised, with nothing. Then he found Christianity, and then he left. His girlfriend at the time, if I'm remembering the Discord conversation correctly and paraphrasing, when she first met him, he gave her a 2-hour talk to about finding God. Very, very good, very smart man.
Yeah, I'll look into him.
Let me see if I can find. Do you Discord at all, Snake?
Yeah, I do. I'm usually not on there though.
It really is a powerhouse of for expansion. As I was saying in the chat earlier, 35% of my average views, the links to your channel. Do you check your analytics?
Occasionally.
Yeah, 35% of my, referrals, so to speak, comes from Discord, which is a big chunk of people. If I, like tonight, I think I maxed out for one of the most live views I've ever had with 33. So if 35% of that's 10 viewers came from Discord,
People sharing it on Discord?
Yeah, well, what I've done is I figured out a bot that shares your link on Discord. So if you're in a wee Discord, you just pop in, you share your link, and people then come and watch it.
Oh, yeah.
So if there's 100 people in every Discord and you share it in 6, you've just shared it among 600 people. So if you get 10% of that, that's 60 people just came to your...
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something to look into.
Yeah, we should definitely...
I've just used it for gaming so far.
Yeah, my brother does that, and I have no interaction with him whatsoever in Discord, and he's in Discord longer than me. But yeah, we should definitely talk, man. I'll put a link in the private chat to the pigsty. But
okay.
Yeah, we should definitely chat, man, because I'd really like a conversation with yourself. The fact that you've put up with Richard for 3 episodes, doing well.
He's the only one who talk to me. Just kidding.
Well, we'll try and solve that. We will try and solve that. There is a few Christians that come and watch my channel. I don't know if they all agree with me, but... I
think a lot of my subscribers are like hate followers.
Yeah. Well, you see, again, that's the thing with Discord, man. There's about, I'm in maybe 5 or 6 servers that are set up solely by Christians. Well, not for Christians, but it has a, different servers lean different ways. So...
Yeah.
It's the same as YouTube with if you come on to Richard's channel, you're going to do this. If you go onto a makeup channel, you're going to talk about this. But if there's Christian channels, you go on and you talk about this, that, and the other. And I don't know if you've seen Converse Contender and a few other people like Modern Day Debate and stuff like that. And
yeah, I went on Converse Contender. Actually, the Messenger Reveals said something about that. He said, wasn't Snake wanting to debate me on Converse Contender?
Yeah, well, Converse Contender, I would say is a fur channel.
Is a fur? What?
Not a furry channel, a fur channel, as in it's even F-A-I-R. Sorry.
No, that's my bad.
A fur channel. He's not biased. Well, he has his opinions and he obviously has his biases, but he doesn't extend them on you. You get your fur time. It's not like going on the fucking Jesus is Lord channel.
Yeah, I mean, I just had that one conversation with him. Um, yeah, he's fairer than a lot of people.
Yeah, man. He's
He,
live most nights and has conversations most nights and stuff. And I definitely would encourage you getting on the Discord. My email doesn't match my name at the minute, and I'm working on building a website to get a proper email to match my name. But Richard has my details. Richard will pass on all my bits and bobs, so to speak, and send me a message, man. Definitely. Uh, not to bum and brag or anything, but I'm booked up to fucking the end of January. If you're free in February, that would be great.
oh yeah, let's nail something down.
Definitely. My time is 10 p.m. UK, which is 5 Eastern Standard. So if you can work from that, that's my streaming time.
All right. Yeah, I'll get your email from Richard or something.
We'll get
Yeah,
that,
we'll
no
definitely
problem.
do that. But I'm going to bounce out because I've had far too much to smoke and I've had guts of a bottle of wine, so I'm starting to slur my words and stuff. And yeah, appreciate you having me on, Richard. Snake, it was very nice meeting you eventually.
Yeah, you too.
Peace and
And
Go
respect,
get 'em.
Math Pig. You have a good sleep, brother.
I'm probably not going to sleep, man. I'm probably going to bounce somewhere else while I lie up on the sofa and make food. But I just mean I can't do anything of that. So peace and respect, Richard, as always, man. See you later.
See you, man.
Always a great guy.
Yeah. Yeah, I'll have to check it out.
And
Definitely.
he's one of those guys that he just feels like, you know, he's got an excess of skills in Discord and YouTube and such like that, and he's more than willing to help people as long as they just don't treat him poorly. He's been a real positive force in my life, not because I can use him for those reasons, but he's also just a heck of a good, honest guy. Yeah,
Yeah. Seems like it.
yeah.
Yeah, I wanted
Well,
to go back on to Converse Contender to discuss the Euthyphro's dilemma,
mm-hmm.
which I think gets to the heart of like, is God good because he's God, or is he good because he's good? I think that
Right.
gets to the heart of pretty much all the moral questions we have, at least
I
about
think
God.
I think multiple Earth, my understanding from spiritualities, solves pretty easily the Euthyphro dilemma. Actually,
You said multiple Earths,
yeah.
like
I
different.
mean, from a Christian perspective, if it is good to do this, then it would be good more than once. And if God is powerful, and there's plenty of space out there to do it in, it looks like that to me, that there's no reason for him to be restricted doing it only once. So now we find recently, and I know this sounds like begging the question, we find recently there's more than one planet that has this atmosphere. But in a Christian point of view, this couldn't happen twice accidentally. It would have to be done on purpose. So when I consider the description of the 24 elders, that they're already enjoying the promises in the text specifically made to the Christ, yet the Bible says that there'll only be one Christ for this earth, then by necessity they would be Christs of other earths, which is what I believe the 24 elders are.
What is the 24 elders?
Excuse me. They only appear twice in the text.
It's from the Bible.
Yeah, yeah.
Okay.
I'm quoting what's most familiar. Although they appear everywhere, all over the planet, in every ancient religion, assigning value to a benevolent, singular, powerful progenitor having personage. That's the qualifiers,
Okay.
and that expression is everywhere. That's what this thing is here behind me, is an expression of heaven arriving to the earth. You know. And that is the dragon in the sky in Dragon Ball Z, or also there's some of these words I can't pronounce because they're foreign languages. I'm sorry, I'm rattling on. Let me get back to the topic. The 24 elders in chapters 4 and 21 of the book of Revelation are those 24 count that sit around God's throne, and they're already enjoying the promises made not to the populace, but specifically to the hero of the story. Those promises being sat in a throne given them by God, crowned by God. Well, that's pretty darn specific and pretty special. You can imagine that not everyone gets crowned by God and gets their own throne, you know. But that's what they're already enjoying.
All right.
So, that and for
No, we
several
can do
other
it.
reasons. That the
That
text
seemed familiar,
talks
but I
about.
couldn't really place it.
That the text talks about the era of man on the earth, and then it uses plural to describe the era of man on earth. Well, there's not a plural here of man on this earth.
Interesting.
Hebrews 1 and 11 uses the word worlds, plural.
Yeah, and in Genesis it says, it talks about many gods, or it says we shall create the earth, something like that.
Let us
Yeah,
make man, male and female, in our image. Yeah.
yeah.
That's not the most. That could be referring only to male and female God, our progenitors, in a very naturalistic way. Our male and female in our image. But it gets more pronounced than that in other parts of the text, like where God says, I stand amongst gods. Well, Christians want to say that's lowercase gods, like fake gods. But that's not what it says in context.
Do you know what
And then there's-
passage that was?
What's that? Oh, I'm
You know-
terrible with numbers.
Okay.
Don't ask,
Yeah, me
don't
too.
ask me numbers. My brain won't remember numbers. It's so hard for me to remember like a phone number. I got to do it 20, 30 times before I'll remember it.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, it says that when we enter into the promised land, that is heaven, that's the land that's promised, there'll be those there who do not call our God God, and we're not to marry them. You remember that one?
I think so.
Yeah. That's really interesting. That there can be no liars in heaven, and there's beings there who don't call him God. So by definition, it's something not us.
Yeah, that's interesting.
Yeah, really interesting. So this is a little bit of extrapolation, but I think if I was somewhere and I was accepted to be there, but I was different from everyone else who is there, and I'm not lying about being different, then I'm. It looks to me like some kind of a politician or an attaché, some kind of a peacemaker. That's what it looks like to me.
The figure of God.
No. Well, I'm sure that God does his part in that too. But I mean the ones who don't call him God but live in his house. Sounds like a
Okay.
diplomat. To me, it sounds like a diplomat.
Okay. So would there be multiple gods then?
I think the word God has everything to do with what kind you are. That is, what kind of animal you are.
Okay.
And that the universe, big as it is, at least the claims in the spiritual texts that I've reviewed, saying there are different intelligent animals that are not us, not living here. So by definition, that's an alien species. Now, what they look like exactly, I have no idea. How many of them? No clue.
Well, I would like to find some aliens as well.
I think we're going to meet plenty of them, but it's going to be once we're recovered off this planet, once we become space travelers with our ancestry. I think that's when we'll do that.
What do you think of have you seen some of the recent UFO stuff that was leaked from the military?
First of all,
Or the
I don't
Air
think
Force?
things are. I don't think things are leaked. There's
Yeah.
too much security for things to be accidentally leaked. I think they're purposefully leaked.
Yeah.
Okay, that's the first problem. I mean, I taught driver's ed for 3 years for the Army. I loosely call it driver's ed. It was actually an offensive driving course, driving training course for soldiers using military equipment. So
Oh,
it's
wow.
kind of like driver's ed, but intense driver's ed. Like imagine getting an 8-ton vehicle up on 2 wheels and keeping it there, stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I had a lot of fun with each Humvee with what they call up armor, which means it had an extra 6 tons of armor on it. We went through a brand new set of tires every week on each vehicle. That's how aggressively we were driving them. Like serious. Big fun though. Unless you get someone who freaks out and does the wrong thing, in which case it's big scary. But
Yeah.
but anyway, yeah, I was teaching driver's ed, and I had to have a chipped card to access my computer. I had to put it in the keyboard, and that identified who I was. And they warned us when we took the job, which was it was a security level job to have access to military computers in the first place. And they said if you look at porn or anything inappropriate at all on your computer, we're going to have a person in your office in 3 minutes or less. And they weren't kidding. They could do that. Okay? Because there's someone somewhere monitoring every screen of everyone who's using a military computer.
Yeah.
Okay, so to say that Snowden just downloaded a bunch of crap and left the building and nobody noticed is impossible. It can't happen. They knew it.
You think they let him?
Oh, like I said, I don't think that things are leaked. I think they're released. There's too much security. There's no way it's being leaked. That's not possible.
Well, I mean, I think that's definitely true for the UFO stuff.
Yeah.
But I don't see the motivation of letting Snowden leak that information.
Well, what did Snowden say? This is totally not my forte, but my fort. But what did
Okay.
Snowden say? What did he?
Are you
collect?
referencing George Carlin there?
What? When I said this is outside of my fort, politics and.
Yeah.
and
Oh no, he
and-
just has a joke about Forte.
No, I wasn't.
Anyway, sorry, but so Snowden basically revealed that there was bulk data collection on Americans by the CIA,
Mm-hmm.
which the head of the CIA at the time completely denied to Congress,
Mm-hmm.
just outright. And then he leaked. It's basically what the NSA is doing, who are spying on all Americans at all times, and just
Okay, so
essentially collecting their metadata.
right. Okay, and we have maps of what we call the human terrain map. Have you heard of that?
I'm not sure.
Look up human terrain map. It's significant. It's relationships between human beings
Okay.
collected off internet, Facebook, etc. Okay, and yes, CIA and those guys are collecting this data. And it serves a good purpose. I mean, it serves real purposes to accomplish what they need to accomplish. I'm not arguing with the morality of it. I'm just saying it's going on.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so what would the American people, or what was, now we can say was, the American people's reaction to the information that Snowden made available?
What was their reaction?
Mm-hmm.
It kind of depends on what your.
Well, generally, how do
Faction
people
was.
feel about that?
Generally, people were freaked out, I think.
And that
But-
made them feel what about the government?
The distrustful, unsafe.
Okay, can you think of any reason why the government would want to appear not trustworthy and not safe?
Fear, maybe.
You're catching on.
Okay. I mean, I get what you're saying, but the NSA could have just came out with that
No,
anyway.
that doesn't work.
Why not?
Because
I mean, they get away with it. Like it's out now.
Then the people who were doing it had an admission of guilt and are more trustworthy. You can't do that.
I don't know. I mean,
You can't do it that way. It's not the same effect.
but I feel like you could just kind of slide it in. Like, yeah, we're just collecting data, and
Well,
it
I
would
think the
still have.
best way to do it is have a rogue agent give it to the public, which is what we saw.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean,
That
I
would
think
be the best way to do
you're
it.
probably onto something there. Well, what do you think about the Epstein case?
Don't know what that means.
Oh, really?
Go ahead. I'll listen to you.
Wow.
I love learning.
This is exciting. So Jeffrey Epstein, they had been the center of a lot of conspiracies for a while, InfoWars type of stuff, and so he was this billionaire financier, and people were kind of speculating that what he would do was he had this private island and he's connected to all these people, and people thought what he would do is he would it was called Orgy Island, and all these politicians went there. The theory is that he had underage girls, and these powerful, well-connected people would sleep with them, and he would basically pimp them out, but he would somehow blackmail them with it, and that's how he makes his fortunes.
Okay.
And so either that or just straight up pimping out these girls.
Mm-hmm.
And so it was like in the 90s or early 2000s, he was caught doing something like this. He was caught with a minor who was doing some erotic massage, and it was going to blow up into this whole thing. And he got this sweetheart deal where what happened? He got convicted of sexual abuse of a minor, but there were all these weird attachments. Like he got like not much time in jail, but also all the co-conspirators that could possibly come up in the investigation got instant immunity.
That's quite a deal.
Yeah, from him pleading guilty to this very reduced charge to what he was actually accused of.
Wow, no favoritism apparently there.
Yeah, and that was in Florida, I think. Mm-hmm. And so recently, like it was like May or June or something of last year, 2019, it was like the New York police or the FBI or someone, they arrested him when he came back, I think, in an airport when he came back to the US from somewhere. And so they were reopening everything, and it was this huge deal, and like it was going to be vindication of this guy, because now they could charge him with this other stuff because it was a different county. It wasn't Florida anymore. Okay. So they had him in jail, and they found black books with like everyone, all these celebrities, all the way up to the English royalty, and they found security cameras all around his house on his private island, and they found this weird. He had a dental room with stirrups and like a dental chair in his house. Mm-hmm. And this was one of his many mansions around the world. But so all this weird stuff, all this evidence that they still haven't released yet, and they have this guy in jail, and they're gonna figure out this huge sex ring that's been going on for decades. And all of a sudden one day, what was it? It was like August or July, he kills himself. And so, but the circumstances were he killed himself on suicide watch, and the two guards who were supposed to have eyes on him both fell asleep, were taking a nap, and the security footage they claimed the camera inside the cell and outside the cell both broke. So the exact time frame that he supposedly killed himself, the footage doesn't exist. And like within the last couple of days, I read that the prosecution, who's still going in this case, well, who are prosecuting the prison, they found evidence that that footage was deleted, and they went through his autopsy. His the broken bones in his neck are more consistent with murder and not a hanging. And so there's all this weird stuff. And like this was a super high profile case. There's a reporter it comes back to leaked tapes. There was a leaked tape from a reporter saying off air, she said, we had the whole Epstein case, we had everything, and then the higher ups, this was like CBS or something, the higher ups killed the story. And so it's just this bizarre cover up. And like one of the princes of England, I forget which prince it was, but he had been implicated in all this, and he was in this disastrous interview where he just basically admitted that he was like a pedophile and was like,
He himself, or that Epstein was a pedophile?
or at least that he knew about it.
Okay.
He tried to say, he was like, oh, I broke off my friendship with Epstein because he had gotten charged as a pedophile, but it turned out he kept hanging out with him the whole time. And then he couldn't not say that he knew that there were these underage girls going on in the houses that he was staying at.
Mm-hmm.
So it was just, he just dug his hole even deeper. But it's just this bizarre case.
So I'm going to speak to that in just a second, but I'm going to back up a little bit for Peter Went and Messenger Reveals. Peter Went, me and my baby sister sat down about a week ago, as a matter of fact, and found the nearest exo-Earth, and found out our fastest rockets today, and did the math, and it turns out to be 77,000 years. Yeah, I had to work hard at remembering 77,000 years, but that's what it turns out to be. So I would agree with Messenger Reveals that we would have to develop something like warp speed to be able to bend space. And along that line, and we'll get back to, what was that guy's name? Epstein? We'll get back to him in a second.
Yeah.
There's a line in the Bible describing heaven in the sky, like visual heaven right there hanging out in the atmosphere, right? And then it says the following, and heaven rolled up like a scroll, and all the mountains were moved. So I look at that and go, what was that? Like actual solid objects just rolled up, and then it shook everything. Interesting. Apparently shook everything real hard.
That reminds me of His Dark Materials. It's a book and TV series where they essentially his Dark Materials.
His Dark Materials.
Right, referring, I think the his is supposed to mean gods.
Yeah.
But they essentially, kind of the premise is they can see heaven in the sky through the aurora. And so they try and figure out, what's happening with that. That's what that reminded me of.
Well, they say in literature, if the author is willing to admit something embarrassing, they're probably being honest. Of course, me knowing that, I could be contriving this. And I don't tell absolutely everyone this, but it seems really appropriate in the moment, and I feel compelled. Okay. I had been religious for about 2 or 3 weeks. Okay. I hadn't even had much prayer yet. And I was just kind of blown away by the whole thing. So I'm going to relate something to you that sounds like an acid trip or maybe some kind of a hallucination. But this was my actual experience. Um, Saw my girlfriend one more time before I broke up with her. Slept in her house. Woke up in the middle of the night, 2:30 in the morning or something like that, for no obvious reason, and I don't normally do that. But I thought I want to go back to sleep, so I think I'll go outside. She's a hippie Buddhist, so she didn't allow smoking in the house. So I went outside to have a cigarette. Um, it was spring time, and it was cool outside, but it was pretty nice. I look up, there's a full moon, and I'm smoking my cigarette. Would you happen to know what a moon doggy is?
I feel like I've heard the word moondoggy.
Yeah. So it's moisture in the air where the illumination of the moon actually causes a halo effect in the moisture of the air. So you can have as much clarity as you could have a double full circle rainbow. That's a moon doggy. Okay. And if it's really perfect, you can see two rainbows touching in the middle and a perfect circle. Of course, in that kind of an effect that you can often see around street lamps, in fog.
Yeah.
You know what I'm talking about. You can see it around every light in a foggy situation at night. So by definition, no matter where you stand, the moon doggy or that double halo has to be centered on the light. It can't be something else.
Mm-hmm.
And you would understand why.
Yeah.
It's actually a sphere of light, and you're looking at it, and the part that you see is the most dense part, which is a ring around the outside.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's always centered, and it's always a perfect sphere. It has to be.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And I looked up at the moon, and there was a moon doggy, but it was 2/3 off center. That's fact.
Hmm.
And I was standing there looking at it, going, well, wait a minute. That can't be like that. What's going on here? Now, this is a cloudless night. I could see the moon. It wasn't a moon doggy in clouds. It was just general moisture in the air. Okay? And I'm sitting there looking at it and thinking, how is that possible? How is that possible? How is that possible? And I can't figure a way to make it possible from my scientific knowledge. Okay? And I'm staring at it, and I see this one wispy cloud, this, mare's tails? That kind of cloud, the really wispy, almost looks like thin hair.
Yeah.
You can like barely see them. One of
Yeah.
those is coming across the sky toward the moon between, where I'm standing and where the moon is by my perspective. And I'm thinking to myself, oh, that cloud is going to block my view. And that sucks while I'm trying to think about this, and it's distracting me, and none of that's very, very cool. So you got this wispy cloud like this, right? I'm gonna do it at an angle, and it's coming toward where, and say the moon is like right here, right, by my view, and the moon doggy was about 3 times across. Across it was about 3 times the width of the moon, if you can imagine that. And this cloud is coming across like this, and the cloud goes like this. And it makes a perfect U shape in the middle of the cloud. And the U shape was a perfect partial circle. And it lingered like that. As the cloud kept going, it kept that U shape. But it gained the U shape lined up with the moon doggy.
I mean, I hope someone out there can explain that, but
Well, I've spent a lot of time thinking about it. Of course, I immediately freaked out. I ran in and got my girlfriend, drug her out of bed at 2:30 in the morning. drug her out to the sidewalk, I pointed up the moon and said, "Look." Oh, crap, it's gone. But I did point out the cloud. She didn't care.
Yeah.
She did not think that was very funny. And the moon doggy was completely gone. Not even a remnant.
I mean,
So-
I've seen like a glow or aura that's like off center before, but I don't know how that all light.
Well, the
or
only way it can be
refraction
off
works.
center is if you have a pretty decent opacity. That's the only way it can
Yeah.
be off center. You can see it off center in thick clouds.
Or a certain angle, or yeah,
Right.
I'm not exactly sure.
Well, it would have to be that it's in that cloud, and the cloud is thicker elsewhere. That's what it would require for it to be off center. As far as I know, nothing else can do it. Because this, this puzzled me. I looked into it a bit. Okay,
Yeah.
but it seems to me that I saw something that was completely and perfectly transparent, that was spherical in shape, and that a cloud could not penetrate, which could be visible just at the very edge of it, but even that could disappear. And those clouds are at like 35,000, 45,000 feet. So if there was a spherical object between me and the moon at 40, 35, 40,000 feet, whatever, like that, and it was 3 times as wide as the moon, that makes it something around a mile across.
Okay.
And it made absolutely no noise. And there was not a hum or a whistle or a deep roar or like flying craft normally make. But I do think it was a flying craft.
Oh, so the source of light, you think?
No, the source of light was the moon behind it.
Oh.
It was not creating light.
But there's a craft creating the hole in the clouds.
Well, the cloud wrapped around it and kept going,
Yeah.
like a pregnant belly on the cloud.
Yeah. I wish I had a UFO story. I've
That's
heard
my
a lot
UFO
of them.
That's my best UFO story.
Yeah. Yeah, I want to like go to a haunted house or something like that.
A haunted
I'm-
house, a house that is supposed to be haunted.
Yeah, like I mean, I'm not trying to equate ghosts and aliens, but that's always like I hear a lot of ghost stories, a lot of alien stories.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish I had one of those. But I don't.
I think if you experience something, it's real. That's what I think. And I think if there's a story, there's a storyteller. So I can experience a story in a very real way that's memorable to me. Now, that doesn't make it physically true. That doesn't make it a lie that it's not physically true. It can still be true and completely not physical, and I still experienced it. Like seeing a movie or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So I think if you use enough words, you can develop in my brain a picture. And if you had the ability to just not have to use verbalizations and you could just project a picture directly into my mind, that would be even more efficient and more convincing.
Yeah.
So I don't think that all meth addicts see shadow people by accident. Even if they're not told by other meth users that there's going to be shadow people, they still see them,
Yeah.
etc., right on down the line.
Yeah, it's an interesting phenomenon.
You could say that it's human nature that when someone uses meth, they're going to see shadow people, but man, that's a stretch. I don't really buy that.
I think it's plausible that there are certain patterns that get drawn out through certain uses of certain drugs.
I think you're talking about susceptibility. In which case, I'd
I
agree.
mean,
I'd agree with susceptibility. It all depends on how specific it is. I mean, you can have generalizations and blame that on human nature or natural functions of the mind or whatever, and we'd have those similarities. But I think at some point, if it gets too specific, it can't just be human nature. Like, I can see building pyramids. I can see that. I mean, that's a really strong structure, be practically earthquake proof and whatever. That's I can see building pyramids. But if all the pyramids everywhere all had 4 rooms inside that were the same comparative size, and they were all always pointing east, north, south, and west, and they had all. I mean, it just kept going like that. At some point, I have to go. It's too much for commonality or human nature. It's just too specific.
Yeah, I mean, like with a lot of people when they take salvia, they report seeing the salvia gods. They say, and a lot of people have the same hallucination. And there's a point at which, like, yeah, I would accept that there is probably something like something deeper behind that. If everyone's hallucination is so specifically the same, like if somehow they all of them came up with the same names and same images
Right.
independently of one another. Yeah.
Right. Like if they'd never heard, like you're saying salvia, and if I'm saying that wrong, I apologize. To me, the first time I think I've heard it in my life, and saying that people who commonly use this drug have a like or very, very similar experience of some kind of entity that they are referring to as the salvia gods.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so I have questions about that. Like, do you have to be told about the salvia gods to experience the salvia gods? Or if you just take it, there's a chance that you're going to have that experience. The salvia gods count how many? Do they change their clothes? Do they change their hairstyles? These salvia gods. Those are the kinds of questions I would want answered.
Yeah, at some point it would be convincing that there's some supernatural, that there is an actual entity like that. But at some point it's also like explainable where this similar brain conditions led to this kind of similar conclusion.
It depends on, like I said, I mean, that's really easy to dismiss that way, but I have to say, at some point, if it's specific enough, and I don't know what that point is, that would be an individual question for the person.
Yeah.
At some point, there's too much description, there's too much commonality, it's too specific.
Yeah.
I mean, just looking at it dry and logically, I'd have to say, okay, if the tall, blonde-haired, blue-eyed, wearing a kerchief around his neck salvia god always has a golden ring with an emerald in it on his left pinky.
Yeah.
If it goes that far, then I have to go, no.
Yeah, I think that would be convincing. And as far as I'm aware, I don't think, I mean, a lot of people are probably familiar with the concept, but I think a lot of people do independently come to report the same kind of experience.
Well, that's part of the reason that I'm convinced of my experience. First of all, I've never been a world traveler. Second of all, I've never been a studier of fine art. Okay? I was raised Roman Catholic, but I certainly was not introduced to Hinduism and Taoism and all the, oh shoot, certainly I had no chance of ever having hope of being familiar with the Native American Zuni Indian, which I thought there were none left of and no one practicing those religions. And I thought the language was dead till I got to New Mexico. And I did a rendition of this behind me, and I was doing it out in public, and a native man walks by, and he points at it and says, Red Star Kachina. And I said, what's Red Star Kachina? And he said, public library, bookshelf number, blah, blah, blah. It's about this high. The book about looks like this. Go find it for yourself. So I did. He was right. The Christians came to this nation and killed Indians and converted them to Christianity, and sometimes would kill them if they wouldn't convert. And in chapter 4 of the book of Revelation is the red star kachina that they already had. And I mean exactly. Red, spherical, 24 count of the elders, the smallest ones, 4 count with 6 wings. I mean, it's the same expression. And I find it in Japanese art, and there's a Hindu god, and you just keep going like that, and there seems to be no end to it. That I can find chapter 4 of the book of Revelation all over the planet in people separated by time and geography. But it's very specific. And if someone wants to tell me, oh, that's just human nature to make 24 red spheres that are comparably sized to 4 red spheres that each have 6 wings, none of the rest of them do, and one in the middle that's comparatively this size, and it doesn't have wings or faces. And I'm just going to go, no. You have confirmation bias. If you want to deny all that, you're the one with confirmation bias, not me.
I mean, at some point, yeah, it's still on a spectrum for me. Like, there could be some shared traits that I could buy, but
Well, we like the color red. That's fine.
yeah.
We like spheres. That's fine.
But I mean, even if you look at all the world's languages, like, you don't even see the same symbol repeating twice usually. Even like a single line, most cultures don't, that I'm aware of, don't use like a single line.
Right.
But so if I if I Google that, will your symbol come up?
If you Google Red Star Kachina,
Yeah.
it's actually painted on his chest in black and white, and then he's got a 3-dimensional representation, which is a helmet. And he's got an apron over his shoulders, which has like the earth on it. It's a brown leather apron with like teepee, buffalo, corn, man on the like an apron like this over his shoulders. Like there's a hole cut in, and he puts it down over his head. It's a disc, right? And then he's got a helmet. It's a hard clay mask. It's not made out of a gourd. It's made out of clay. And a lot of masks are soft, but this one's hard. And on it are 4 medium-sized globes that have 6 feathers each. And then on his face, there's 4 small ones, and they have clearance holes where you could see through them if you had 4 eyes in a diamond pattern. You could see through all 4 of them, but the whole thing is painted on his chest. You couldn't represent it 3-dimensionally all in one place on one helmet. It just looked like a mess.
I'll have to look into that then.
Yeah, the red star kachina. There are I have to warn you. There's bastardizations that are just for tourism. So you'll see more bastardizations than you will the original expression. A lot more.
Well,
But
maybe
if
you can send me
if you go back far enough in history, you'll find the original.
All right. Maybe you can send me the ultimate guide. Or just some examples.
I could make attempts like that. I mean, I just found it in my local library.
Okay.
That's where I found it.
I'm seeing a few different things on Google, but
Wildheart 666. And welcome and thank you, and Maynard Saves for that matter. The snake in the Garden of Eden changed the meaning of the word death, and that was the trick. So actually the snake was the liar, and God told the truth, and I can expound on that a lot and explain why and stuff, but it's probably another conversation. It's okay though. Yeah, that's a whole nother conversation. Um, yeah, so there's the alabaster woman in Japanese art. She's got onyx hair, and behind her is a god, and the crest of his hat is a big red sphere and four medium-sized red spheres and 24 small ones. And she's the beautiful woman, and this big oversized thing is behind her, this god type. And then in Hinduism, he has this god has a big red spherical head and a grimacing face, and he's got a crown, and there's 23 skeletals and one living prince in the crown, and he's got cuffs on his shirt sleeves that have these wing-shaped things, six wings on them, and he doesn't have feet. He only has 4 hands, and he's got 6 fingers on each of these appendages, and he's hugging the earth, and that's how they have it expressed. But it's still the right coloration, shape, count. All that's right everywhere. The decorations, the whole deal.
Yeah, I'll try to look into that. I like religious imagery and stuff.
Yeah. I never found them really, really difficult to find. They're not the first result, though.
Okay.
It takes a little bit of digging, but not hard.
Okay.
Oh, that's
Was there any last questions in the chat?
Questions in the chat. Wildheart666. He's just asking me. I can talk to him, but if you don't mind. So death meant to die spiritually originally. No, you're getting that from Christian context, which argues with itself that a spirit will live forever and die. Doesn't make any sense. No, if you look into the etymology of the actual words used, the first death is a change of mind. That is, your old self, the old man, has died, and that's becoming spiritual, gaining understanding of the spiritual things. And then the second death is the death of flesh. That is, your body quits working for whatever reason. And those are the only kind of two kinds of death described. But Christians will hard press those definitions to make it death of flesh and then separation from God. But then the death of separation of God, you'll live forever in hell, which makes no sense. How you can have a living death forever. I don't know. But the definitions can barely support their idea system. I mean, it does, but barely.
What about the concept of the undead?
The concept of the undead. Expound a little bit. Like zombies and stuff?
Or vampires?
Vampires.
Are they dead? Are they living?
Are they dead or are they living? I don't know all life forms everywhere and whether or not a vampire-like thing could exist. But if I look at spiritual expressions, especially the Christian text, and I look at what it takes to kill an angel, it looks like a lot like the description of what it takes to kill a vampire. Like they're not immortal, they're eternal. And there's a big difference between immortal and eternal. There are eternal turtles on this planet, and clams, and squid, and octopi, and some other stuff. That they simply don't die of old age. They don't have that kind of destruction in their telomeres like we see in the apes and humans and dogs and everything else. They just don't have it. So something has to kill them. They don't die of old age. So
like the elves in Lord of the Rings.
No, like loggerhead turtles. Elves are pretend, I think. I don't. Well, the elves in the Lord of the Rings are pretend. I'm pretty sure about that part. Elves
Yeah.
may be real, but in the Lord of the Rings, that's a pretend thing. I
Same
saw
rules, though.
myself. I myself saw on Bear Island off the California coast, which loggerhead come to lay their clutch of eggs. I saw a turtle, and I spoke to the ranger, and they'd been radio tracking this turtle, and they'd aged the turtle and everything. And I saw it lay a clutch, and the clutch hatched out the next year. And I had asked the age of the turtle, and she replied with 620 something.
That's pretty good.
Yeah.
How do they know that?
How do they know that? they count the little lines in the scale. Is their age in years?
Hmm.
The scales on the shell.
Do the turtles just keep growing like alligators?
No, they have
Infinitely?
loggerhead turtles have a maximum size.
Hmm.
And this female, she was maximum size. She was a full-grown adult, but she had been coming there to lay since they started the program more than 50 years ago.
Well, good luck to her.
Yeah, and she actually preferred about a half mile of that beach. She always laid within that half mile every year.
Seems like she's got it figured out.
Yeah. Loggerhead turtles don't pass on from old age. Some actual information, not anecdotes, please. Well, Peebothulhu, there's actual information available, and more accurate than I can be. Help yourself. You don't have to believe me. I don't even ask people to believe me. I just say this stuff, and if you disprove it, go disprove it, and let me know if you do. I appreciate it.
I mean, I think the turtles probably do have a
Thulu, not
maximum
Chulu.
age.
Sorry. What's
But
that?
the turtles probably do have a maximum age, but I mean, it's theoretically possible. I don't
It
think
depends. Are you talking
like
about
there are
like their
some.
average lifespan, or are you talking about a premium situation? Because from what I understand, in a premium situation, they don't die of old age, but they do have an average lifespan because things kill them.
I don't know. I mean, I think that they would die of old age. I don't know
Pretty sure they
specifically,
don't. I'm really
but
serious.
I know there are some organisms that can avoid that, though.
Are you talking about things that go into stasis and then regenerate later?
Yeah,
Because there's some kind of
or
jellyfish that does that, but I wasn't talking about that.
well, the water bears can uh like go into stasis.
Mm-hmm.
I think theoretically can live forever, just even out of stasis. But the jellyfish, they can like revert to larval form, and then I think they can repair their telomeres that way, and then they can grow up again. But it's technically the same organism, and that's infinite. But I haven't heard
Peebothulhu,
anything about turtles.
Peebothulhu, trying to disprove what I said, gave an example. The Surte flatworm. Never heard of it, but if they're accurate, there you go. There's an example of an animal that doesn't die of old age. But if there's even one, it's possible. So I'm just saying that in a premium situation and the right genetic predisposition, it's not necessarily true that something has to age and die. That's all I'm saying. And I think that's what's provided in the description of heaven, is that premium situation where you don't expire due to the destruction of your genome from free radicals, etc.
I looked it up. It turns out tardigrades will last about 2.5 years out of stasis. So I was totally off.
Very short lifespan out
Yeah.
of stasis, but in stasis can be eternal.
Yeah. I mean, at least thousands of years, I think. But I don't know. I've just heard that the jellyfish one could theoretically keep doing that forever.
Yeah, I've heard that, and that may be true. But it's better for me to make the if I'm gonna make the argument that it's possible that a human being in a premium situation with a cleaned up or perfected genome could enjoy eternal life unless something kills it, not immortality but eternity. If they could enjoy eternal life, it's better for me to make the argument with a higher animal than say a flatworm. You know?
Hmm.
Okay. So the most complex critter I know today that has that is the loggerhead turtle.
I don't know.
Yeah.
How
Which
do
they,
we know?
they still have an average lifespan. I'm not saying things don't kill them. They're not bulletproof. They're not disease proof. It's just whatever kills them has to overtake them and they can't heal from it. And if they
Well,
can heal from it, then it won't kill them. They'll just keep on living.
there's rumors about how lobsters are biologically immortal too. I don't think that's true.
What do you mean by biologically immortal? Like
Just
what I'm describing?
yeah, like they won't die of old age, but you
Yeah,
can
lobster are on that
wound
list.
them.
You can just look up eternal animals. There's a list. So 30 of them. I don't remember them all, but there was like 30.
Yeah, I just haven't conclusively seen anything. I thought I read something about debunking the lobster thing.
Well, I don't know. It was on the list when I looked it up, and it wasn't a Christian site. It was a reputable site that I looked it up at. It was like actual science site. But it could have been debunked. I don't know.
Yeah.
I'm not up to the minute. I
I
can't
mean,
be.
a lot of times the science news sites kind of blow things out of proportion too. But
Peebothulhu says the limiting factor of lobster growth is shell size. That means, I guess, at some point they can't get any bigger because it becomes inefficient or detrimental. So, I mean, I've heard tell that the premium lobster you get at a restaurant is going to be like 150 plus years old.
I have I was in the Bahamas one time and I was just swimming around and I had this memory, this very clear memory of this giant lobster. Like I thought it was like kind of hidden under a rock a little bit, but its claw was sticking out. And I clearly remember its claw being big enough to like chop one of my limbs off. But then later I was like looking up and I can't find any lobsters, any real examples of lobsters that were that big as I thought it was. So I don't know
I don't
whether
know.
I invented that or I just found the Godzilla lobster. I was in high school. I wasn't that young, so
Peebo says at some point their molting kills them. Like they can't be that soft, and their weight versus their weight. That makes sense
oh yeah, they just
because they
grow
lose their
themselves to
entire
death.
exoskeleton molting, right? Then they're just a blob of lunch.
Can they not get out of their exoskeleton? Maybe.
They do when they molt.
Well, if it's too large, is it like too hard to get out of, or
Oh, I don't know. Peebo didn't say anything that specific.
that'd
I'm
be
just
interesting?
I'm just extrapolating out why it wouldn't be able to. I mean, they don't
Yeah.
have bones, and they have to have some kind of shell, even if it is soft. But then at some point, if you were heavy enough versus your soft shell, well, you would break yourself, or at least that made sense to me. That's what I guessed.
Hmm.
Yeah, they grow a new shell under their old one, but when they shed it, the new one is pretty soft, and it hardens up over time. Uh, let's see. 7 immortal animals that can basically live forever. Backward aging jellyfish, the ever growing lobsters, sturdy turtles, regenerating flatworms, and tough whales, and some more, according to Wildheart 666. Thank you, Wildheart. I mean, I saw a list of like 30 of them. I do not remember the whole. I didn't think it was that important. It was just for me. It was just a point of interest. You know. I mean, I truly believe that there's two ways to look at the human genome. You've got CRISPR, where you can send in material to replace damaged material. Okay. But you're replacing it with something that isn't the same. You're not replacing it with exactly the same thing. So to me, that's like getting an FBI document and some of the words are blacked out. So you start adding words to make it make sense to your brain. I don't think you're going to end up with the original document. And then there's the other way of looking at it, which is what the United Nations is using as an approach. To get rid of all the restrictors on our genomes, our genome, so that 100% of the material codes or controls, gets to work.
Mm-hmm.
Science Magazine, I think it was July 2016, said that within the next 10 years from 2016, we should figure out how to get rid of the restrictors that are on the human genome. Because we used to look at that material as being like, we called it junk DNA, and then we found out it's not. It's useful DNA. But there's parts of it that reproduce, that go from one generation to the other generation, but they don't seem to do anything. It's just stuck there, not doing much. So I'm curious what would happen with the freeing of that, the employment of that, whatever that means.
You mean like taking it out of the genome?
No, not taking it out. See, I'm a creationist. I don't think there was a human being, a stage of development of human being. I don't think there is such a thing. I think that when chapter 6 says, I will not always strive with man, yet that he is flesh, his days shall be numbered 120 years. I think still to this day, no one's gotten to 130 years old. That's still true. I think that's talking about genetic restriction of us, and that if that restriction weren't there, which is what the United Nations is trying to accomplish, that we would be not immortal, but eternal beings. That's what I think. That is to say, the promises of the kingdom of God are within you.
Okay, so if we activated more of the DNA type of thing?
Yeah, maybe there's something in there that actually fixes the deterioration of our genome. That is aging. It would actually fix aging. That's a theory. I got nothing to back that up with, but the text could certainly be read that way.
Yeah, and that's an interesting idea. And we could figure out something about, because there are different animals that are able to do this better than others. So the secret could be in the genes.
Yeah, apparently dogs suck.
Yeah.
They got a short life for an
Yeah.
animal that size. Real short life. And there's some other large mammals that suck at it. We got a pretty good long life for a mammal.
And well, at least if you take evolution, we're not that far from dogs, really.
I got problems with that whole theory. Okay, so here's the problem I have with that genetic relationship theory. What something is made out of is decided by what it could absorb for nutrition, which is a genetic predisposition, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so actually it's the genetic material that decides what it's made out of.
Yeah.
Like you can't find a human being who figured out how to absorb mercury and lead, and they're just made out of mercury and lead. That would never work. That's not what their genome is describing.
Yeah.
Okay, so
But-
you have to be made out of things that are decided by your genetic material. So let's say, for instance, I wanted to have an ant farm. So I get a little terrarium. I put dirt, a little bit of moisture, and some clay so they can do their thing. But I don't provide any food.
Uh-huh.
They're going to eat each other. But what do ants eat? Well, ants eat things that ants can digest, which is decided by their genome, and that's the stuff they're made out of, and they have to consume stuff they're made out of, which would have to be genetically similar.
Yeah.
It would have to be. So if I was creating a planet and I wanted to benefit one specific kind of animal there, I might think ahead and go, gee, they're going to need to eat something that's nutritious, which means it's genetically similar.
Well, you don't necessarily need it to be genetically similar.
I'm sorry?
You don't
How?
necessarily need it to be genetically similar. Well, as long as it contains the proteins or the...
But you just said genetically similar.
Yeah, I think I misspoke there.
It would have to be genetically similar. By
Not really, because
definition.
the genes aren't what determines whether it's digestible.
No,
Your food's
it's not.
genes don't determine it. It's
Right,
your
I
genes
understand
which-
that the genes decide what it's made out of. Everything's available.
Yeah, but there's like the enzymes can break down lots of different things. So they could
Yeah.
be like slightly different.
Yeah, well, they
Like-
are.
Like you could still digest alien meat as
Okay.
long as there's no nothing toxic in it.
Sure, okay.
I mean, theoretically, as long as they're made out of chemicals, the same chemicals that we are.
Right, but what chemicals it's made out of is decided by what?
Genetics, but they're working with common chemicals like, I mean, just the elements.
Okay. I'll just sum this up real quick and dirty. Show me the genetic similarity between a human being and something they can't eat and digest. Show me that survey.
Between something they can't eat and digest?
Show me the genetic similarity between a human being and something we cannot digest. You're going to find they're extremely dissimilar.
Mic test.
Mic test.
Well, we can eat anything like bugs and... Yeah, we hear you, Peebo.
Can I tell the story about the ants?
Please do.
Okay, so in somewhere like between Russia and Germany, there's a bunker. I can't remember the history behind the bunker, whether it's a World War II artifact or whether it's a Cold War artifact, but the whole bunker, because of time and it being forgotten, all the entrances got sealed up and lost. But there was a vent shaft in the roof. Is that my rattling? Anyway, so there's a vent shaft in the roof. So people have come along and later on they found this vent shaft. And there's a bunker here. Let's see if we can find a way in. They couldn't find a way in, so they dropped the camera down the vent shaft. Now, when the camera looked around, they found an ecosystem. This is really weird. What's living in this sealed off bunker? And they found colonies of ants. Well, they found a colony, a super colony of ants. Now, when they did more research and took more samples of ants, the first thing they found is most of the ants coming out of where they were taking the sample were different ants.
Time out. I need a definition. What do you mean by different ants?
So, all right. So if you type in Google with images, type in Australian bull ant, then type in like Brazilian ant. You know, there are different families, different species of ant.
Okay. I get
So
it.
so the ants they were pulling out, they're different species, different colonies of ants. So this is really weird. Let's look more. So they couldn't find any queens. So and then they studied the ecosystem more, and all they're finding is ants. So you're kind of right, and so what they're thinking is happening is literally ants are going down the tube because they explore, they fossick, that sort of thing. and then they get to the bottom of the chute and they fall in, and for whatever reason they can't get out.
Mm-hmm.
And so what's happened is the ants that are more sociable with any other ant they meet survive. The ants that aren't sociable, well, the sociable ants eat them, their lunch, and so you have an ecosystem that's just building up on falling in ants, dead or alive.
Mm-hmm.
And so it's a really weird, unique thing. But they still need material to come in from the outside, as far as I know. It was a new science article. It's been like a year since I read it.
So what do we learn from that?
Oh, sorry, it was just a story because you're talking about the ants.
That was great. That was great. It was this great, big, complicated. No, it's perfect.
No, because so you have an emerging social system, or organism system, where these new ants are constantly being new ants are falling in. Some ants are adapting to live with the other ants. Other ants aren't.
Okay.
And the ants are, and so there are obviously like things, molds, but it's all an ecosystem built up of ants. But the ants don't have a queen. They're not self-propagating.
Right. That is highly unusual, isn't it?
Yeah, that's why when they found it and they studied it and they went, wow, this is really unique.
Yeah, no doubt.
Yeah.
Wow, and an entire habitat based on gravity.
Well, it's based on being trapped, and the only thing getting in is ants. Yeah. But then, can't remember. There's a doco, where they found Science Show has did the weirdest places on Earth, and there are a couple of caves where the environment inside those caves have been sealed off from anything like forever, and the stuff in there is weird.
Can you tell me what a Peebothulhu is?
Kind of a long story. It comes back to being much younger, finding an American graphic artist, linear graphic artist, that's comics, and really liking his stuff. And one of his characters is what's called a Peebo, which is basically a self-propelled. It's a toy. It's a very, very complicated toy that some of his characters have made, and then because of the way he's developed his comic, the little toys have taken on stories of their own sort of thing. And so I've got, his little Peebos are cute. Well, here's my take on it, and mixed Peebo with Cthulhu.
Now, Cthulhu is some kind of a tradition of a higher being, right?
Lovecraftian monster, yes.
It's a what?
Lovecraft, basically, Lovecraft, I can't remember his initials. He was around at the time of Howard, the guy that wrote Conan. They were pen pals, actually, which is why some of the Conan stories and some of the Lovecraft stories actually share the same overarching thing, because they thought it would be really clever if they kind of slipped each other's background ideas into each other. So that if you're reading a Conan story and you come across a tentacle monster, you think, oh, I recognize that from H.P. Lovecraft, and so on and vice versa. Nicolas Cage is currently doing a movie called The Color Out of Space. I'm really, really looking forward to that. So Cthulhu is a great old one. It's not quite a creature beyond time and space because it's asleep at the bottom of the ocean, I think between Tasmania and Australia. And the last time it woke up, they drove a steamer into its head to put it back to sleep. But when Cthulhu wakes up, everyone will go mad. And I worship Cthulhu because I want to get eaten first.
Oh, I've heard that.
Yes.
There's supposed to be some kind of spiritual reward for being eaten first.
You don't go mad.
Higher up in the chain or something.
No, you just don't go mad.
You just don't go mad because you're eaten.
Yes.
That's great.
But Cthulhu's a nice version of the old ones, because the things beyond Cthulhu are even they're so beyond anything that they just don't recognize humanity or reality or anything like that. If they turn up, they just bulldoze reality out of the way because they don't care.
Okay.
I think if real gods existed, if real gods existed, I think they'd be like that.
Oh gosh.
But you should read the Lovecraft stories. Yeah, they're pretty good.
So when we eat humans,
Call of Cthulhu is pretty short.
Yes. Yeah, he was mainly into doing short stories and stuff.
Yeah.
Because he was trying to get them published. So back then it was all short stories, like Asimov's short stories that he put out in. I can't remember the names of the magazines.
Hitchhiker's Guide?
No. That's
No, that was
Douglas
Adams.
Adams. He's British, and Adams was more into books.
What is he?
He's 50 to 60 years later. Adams was publishing in the 70s, 80s, and 90s, or 80s, 90s, and 2000s.
What did Asimov do?
Asimov was incredibly prolific. He was around with the golden age of science fiction with Heinlein. If you can get them, there's two fantastic books that Asimov's done. One is called Asimov's Mysteries, which he before he died he updated, and it's a series of short stories, which are science fiction mysteries. So one example that sticks in my mind is, so you have a hotel that's on Earth, and there's been a murder, but the only people like booked into the hotel at the time, I think, one was a Martian, one was from the moon, and one was a Belter.
Okay.
And so the detectives have come in, and they're questioning the two people that aren't dead and about this third person that's dead, and they none of the internal cameras and that picked up anything. Like, the person who died in his room was sealed in his room. No one got in through the door, and it takes them forever to figure out how the bad guy got in. So to spoil it, yes, it's I think it was the Belter. No, it was the Martian who opened his window, overcame his agoraphobia, opened the window, like climbed across the balconies, came in through the window, killed the guy, and then went back out through the window.
Okay.
It's all because the lifestyles they grew up in were all off planet, and so they all had supposedly agoraphobia. They couldn't stand going outside because they'd freak out.
Have you ever heard of mini mysteries?
No.
Because I think you'd really like them if you liked that story.
Mm-hmm.
The idea is, as a party game or amongst friends that you see frequently or even infrequently. The idea is the mini mysteries are a part of a story, and through questioning, asking questions that are answerable by yes or no, or it doesn't matter to the story, it's indifferent. You discover the rest of the story, but of course that requires that someone originally knew the rest of the story. So what that becomes is a right, almost bragging rights, to say I did solve this logic puzzle, and it's big fun.
Okay. So it's a game?
Yeah, it's kind of a game. You want to start
cool.
one? I'll give you an example. You can always decline.
Oh, I thought you were talking about a book or something like that.
No, it's just verbal. I mean, we have them written down, of course. And you can go online and search the answers to the puzzles and cheat. Or you can be honest and actually solve them for yourself.
Okay.
Can I give you an example?
Yeah. I like Wildheart's comment.
Which was...
They couldn't find any queens, insert Freddie Mercury joke here.
Right. Where was he when you need him? Okay. So I'm going to present one of them. And some people think these things are interesting, and some people... And either way, it's fine. But really, it is. Okay, so there's a few ground rules. The ground rules are these. If you ask a question, it has to be answerable by yes or no. And I'll answer everything by either yes, no, or it doesn't matter. That'll keep you from getting too sidetracked and off on tangents that just lead nowhere. Wild goose chases. Okay?
Yep.
And I will never, ever, ever, on threat of death, I will not give you the answer to the puzzle. You're going to solve it yourself. So does all that sound agreeable so far?
Yep.
Okay. All right, so I'm going to give you I know a series of 7 of these, and I would give you the one that I would consider to be the practice one, okay? Just so that a person can get familiar with it. because it does take a little bit of getting used to. Okay. So Jimmy and Rhonda were found dead lying on the living room floor. Around them was broken glass and water. How'd they die?
I want to ask more questions about the scene.
Go ahead. You can ask literally anything.
Were either of them wet?
Were either of them wet? And none of these are word games. I mean, none of these are plays on words. None of them.
Mm.
Okay. All right. Were they wet? Yes.
Was Jimmy wet?
Yes.
Was Rhonda?
Yes. Rhonda.
Ah, yes, the robot series. That's the second one that I read. They're fantastic. So they were both wet.
Yes.
Were they in a submarine?
No.
Were the house windows broken?
No.
It was the living room.
Yes.
Was there any evidence of any furniture missing?
Is there any furniture missing? No.
Oh, so they weren't killed by the aquarium.
Are their heads wet?
Were their heads wet? Yes.
Are their eyes open?
Yes. The puzzles do take a certain amount of creativity to stay on storyline because there's always different questions that you've never heard before.
Mm-hmm.
So if you see me pause, I'm doing logic to stay within the puzzle. So it's kind of fun to even administer the puzzles.
They're both wet. They're both dead.
Their eyes are open. They're in the living room. No furniture is missing. They were not in a submarine.
But there's broken glass.
And water.
There's no windows broken.
No windows broken, right?
Is it the first floor?
Is it the first floor of the house?
Of the building?
Of the building? Is it the
It's a
first floor of the
house.
building? Is it the first floor of the building? Yes.
Okay.
Does the building only have one floor?
Yes.
So it's a house. Okay, cool. Was there any evidence of ever being any water in the bathtub?
No.
Nothing
there
in
a
the shower?
pool?
Whoa, one at a time.
Sorry. Is there a pool?
No. Peebo, you had something.
Oh, I'm just narrowing down. So there's nothing in the bath. We'll say it's a co-joined bath shower. There's no water in any of the sinks.
No.
Is there any water in the toilet?
Yes.
The toilet's not broken.
No. That wasn't a very good question, though, but I'll answer it anyway.
Oh, it's so hot in here that sometimes the water actually evaporates out of the bowls here.
If it sits long enough, yeah.
No, just after like 50-degree heat, it'll evaporate out of the bowls.
In what amount of time?
12-hour shift in which I go to work and come back.
No kidding. Wow.
Yeah,
that's
we've
really
only had.
dry.
It's hot. Yeah, well, yeah, firestorms. I just can't figure out where the glass came from or the water. They didn't spit each other to death, did they?
No. I will tell you something about these puzzles. Any topic that you pick and fully exhaust will solve the puzzle. any topic within the puzzle that you fully exhaust will solve the puzzle.
Mm.
In all of them.
Are their clothes wet?
Are their clothes wet? No.
Their hair's wet.
Were their hairs wet? No.
Oh, I thought.
Just wet on their face, or?
Yes.
Huh.
The glasses around them, or like
Don't give me choices I can't answer.
I know. That's Is there any glass under their bodies?
Yes.
Is there any glass on their bodies?
Yes.
Is anything on the ground or carpet that they're lying on wet?
Should break those up into separate questions, please.
Oh, well, I'm sort of. They're lying on the floor of the room.
Yes.
So is the floor beneath them wet?
Yes.
Not wanting to get too complicated of like throw rug, carpet, shag pile, underlay. So that beneath them is wet.
Yes.
They were killed by a falling aquarium.
Were they killed by a falling aquarium? Is that your question?
Yes.
Yes.
They were killed by a falling aquarium.
Yes.
Okay. Problem solved.
No.
They're dead.
Mm-hmm.
They were killed by a falling aquarium.
Yes.
Okay. I'm done.
It's the weirdest solve to this puzzle I've ever heard. They were fish. But I couldn't very well keep going because you had a solve that worked.
I was going to, didn't the
Oh,
other
yeah.
fella ask about hair?
Yeah, he asked if their hair was
He
wet. I said
said-
no.
Yeah, their hair wasn't wet.
Their hair was not wet. Yes.
Yeah. Neither was their clothes because they don't have either one.
Yes.
I should ask, do they have clothes?
Yes, you should have. Okay, that was a
Should've
cool
asked
little
if they have
practice.
gills.
You guys want one that's a little bit harder?
No. I'm like happy to get back onto you. Like you have you were talking about digestion.
Do whatever. Yeah.
Yeah, you were talking about digestion. So
Yeah,
in humans, our mouth breaks up the food so that we don't suffocate on it. Then it drops
good.
into a bowl of quite high pH acid,
Mm-hmm.
and so the teeth smash things up a bit. The saliva in our mouth, which has catalytic enzymes, starts breaking down the proteins in what's in our mouth. That's if it's proteins. Drops into acid, the pot of acid, which is our stomach. That really goes to town, smashing stuff up. So that basically, what comes out the bottom of that is a liquid, and then passively, chemicals and proteins that are small enough pass through the gut lining. That's how digestion works. So then it's in the bloodstream. Then the bloodstream again passively carries it around the body, and where there's gaps or whatever, it just gets pulled in.
Mm-hmm.
So anything small enough, once you've ingested it, to go through the gut lining, your body will take up if it chemically can. Hence why.
Yeah, even if you don't like it.
Yes, well, that's because certain chemicals are chemically similar to other chemicals, even though they're not completely similar. Hence why carbon monoxide poisoning gets you, because you've got one atom, one oxygen. One carbon, one oxygen, which is chemically identical to just one oxygen. And so through the lung lining, the carbon monoxide goes through, and the red blood cells take that up because it's one oxygen, which they can latch onto, but not the carbon. So then when they go around and other bits need what they're carrying, they can't detach the oxygen from the red blood cell. And so that's you get your body becomes saturated with carbon monoxide and you die.
Smother.
Yes. And our breathing system is regulated by the level of carbon dioxide in our lungs, not the other way around. So you can kind of hyperventilate yourself to death.
Mm-hmm. So back to digestion before we get too far off of the how we absorb
Nothing
things.
that comes through is genetic.
Nothing
body
that
is
comes through is genetic.
No,
right?
your body is really good at smashing proteins up.
Sure.
Really good.
Right on.
So yeah, once you stop being a protein, you can't be genetic anymore.
Right.
Yeah, it's usually down to the element.
Can we digest and use every kind of protein?
I
No.
don't know. So that's the thing. Talking about because the other fellow said about alien meat. Potentially can't eat alien meat because if it's so, I think it has to some of the things to do with our chemistry. So certain bits that go into the bloodstream. So sugar, everyone loves sugar. Sugar, the molecule has a certain shape. It looks like either a left or a right-handed L.
Mm-hmm.
It's that shape that allows us to eat it. So when they make artificial sugar, one method, which people hate because it's all chemical, is they take 3 of the atoms off the shape and they replace them. I can't remember what they actually are. Possibly they're carbon, but they replace them with chlorine. And so when it gets into our tongue, because it's got the right shape, our taste receptors go,
sweet.
that's sweet. But then when it goes into our body goes, oh, this is literally the wrong atoms making this up.
Mm-hmm.
And so we don't digest it. It
Right.
straight out the other end.
So it tastes sweet but can't make you fat.
Yes, because the body literally can't latch onto it
Right.
to pull it into the body. Yeah. And so when it comes to alien meats, if some of their proteins are the wrong shape,
right,
we won't be able, we'll chemically smash them up with the acid in the stomach, but beyond that, we won't be able to pull them into the body if they're the wrong shape.
What decides those shapes?
Chemistry.
What chemistry?
Literally chemistry.
Yeah,
because that's what chemistry is. That's the atoms coming together with the bonds determines the shape of the molecules, and so on and so on.
What decides what chemicals will form those structures? What decides that?
The atomic bonds within the chemicals.
Yes.
Well, but
of the ones that life form can use and what decides that?
But not everything in the organism was synthesized by the organism.
I didn't say that.
Yeah, no.
I'm saying what can it use?
Yeah, that's I don't.
What decides
have the
what
full...
it can use? Same thing that what decides what we can use.
Kind of. So, most of the molecules in our body, I think, are right-handed. But it's the I've heard other people refer to what's called the chirality problem. If anyone's familiar with Dragnaught, Silvis, he knows all this stuff because, hey, he's a clever person.
Yeah, he is.
And I say that in a really amazing way. So most of our proteins are right-handed, I think. Now, actually, it's on my desktop. Wait. Minimize.
Feel free to share. We'll bring it up.
I don't know how to do that. Okay, how do I put
the bottom
picture?
Center of what's that? How do you
bottom
clip a
center?
You don't have to do all that. Just open another window.
Yep.
Right.
Windows Photo Viewer. Yep.
Just open a new one, and then at the bottom center of your screen, click Share Screen. And then when it gives you options as to what select that thing that you brought up.
Hang on, where am I opening the new window then?
On the bottom of the StreamYard page.
Yeah. Share screen.
Share screen.
I do this, I do that. This isn't going to work. Hang on, I'll do that. Do that.
It has to be in a separate tab or window. Can't be on your actual present screen.
This.
Has to be on its own thing. There it is.
Okay.
Got it. All right.
So that's the top of the page.
Wait for it to load. It hasn't loaded. I got black.
Sorry, I'm trying to.
It was white when I clicked it. Turned black when I clicked it on.
Is anything
There
coming
we
through?
go.
There you go. So that's the
Now
top
we
of the
got something.
page.
Awfully small. Can you make it bigger? There we go. Yeah, do that a couple times. There. Now we're somewhere where we can read it.
Yep. So, can I? Oh, whoa! Lag. I'll go. Sorry, I'm scrolling down because this is all. This I can't even remember where I got this from.
Mm-hmm.
Correlity. Here we go. Water, H2O, carbon, organic compounds. So you've got amino acids and sugars. So left-handed, right-handed, left-handed, right-handed. And then, example of left-handed are keratin, horns, fingernails, yada yada, and carbohydrates, chitin, exoskeleton. Well, brain fart. It's mainly to do, and the reason Drag would be able to explain potentially why some of these things are left-handed and some of these things are right-handed. But so if we come across say most of our proteins are left-handed, that has to do with the original chemistry kicking off life. They just decided left-handed, bugger it, and that's now stuck. Everything since then has been using left-handed. If we come across alien critters and for whatever reason, when their biology kicked off, it all went right-handed.
If their chorality was all right-handed, would they be undigestible?
They would be undigestible.
Right.
Well, most of this stuff would be undigestible. There's a short story again where humans crash marooned on a planet, and they effectively, because the chorality is different, they can't eat anything. So what they've found over time is that certain mosses and a certain fish, if they combine the two, it breaks things up enough that they can gather sustenance from them, so to speak. But that
story. True to
well,
science.
it's the part of the fundamental science that it underlines that, because it's actually a tale about how indigenous people can game the system to stop encroaching other cultures taking them over. Really long story short.
So, what is it that decides when materials are collected and a structure is made? What materials will be collected, what structure will be made, and how it will fold, and whether or not it will be left or right-handed, and whether or not it could be or not be digestible by some other life form.
I have
point
no
is,
idea.
all of that
You'd
is
have-
genetics.
No.
Genetics decides all of that.
No. Genetics decides literally just I think the proteins that get made off your template of DNA, depending on which bits are making what. And then those proteins go on and do the chemistry thing. And again, how life kicks off determines whether that is left or right-handed.
Mm-hmm.
Again, this is all sort of things that Drag, because I'm just a factory worker. just
I'm a construction
learning
guy.
Yeah, learning bits by osmosis.
Right.
You're explaining it right.
Yeah, so it luck of the draw initially. That's why people are studying how chemistry kicks off into organic chemistry and how organic chemistry rolls over into chemistry of actual life.
Okay, so what would happen to me if I consumed proteins of something that is I don't know, let's say I just drank spider venom all the time?
Nothing. Like you'd starve to death, but the spider venom won't kill you because the spider venom doesn't work that way, because your stomach acids, etc., smash the heck out of the chemistry of it, and it would probably just pass through you.
So
Spider and snake venom only work when they are the fangs push it into your body, which is why you don't go play pokies with funnel web spiders, because they'll kill you.
yeah.
Like they'll punch through your shoes.
So am I correct in remembering that a lot of these venoms are protein based?
But yes, but it's how they interact when they're in the blood.
I know, that's why I said eat.
That's not how eating works.
What do you mean?
Because before you pull
I
it
haven't
through
told you what I thought. How can you even say that's not how eating works?
because you said eat,
Right.
and we've had that. Yeah,
I
so your
specifically
teeth smash
said,
it up.
I specifically said
your
eat proteins
saliva-
that I can't digest. I said that on purpose. Yeah.
Then, like the artificial sugar, it'll pass right through you.
Okay. So isn't it the genetic material of the spider that decides how those proteins are and why I can't eat them?
I don't think that's worded the right way.
Okay. How am I thinking?
So when the spider is making its venom, or the snake is making its venom, or the box jellyfish is making its venom, or the blue-ringed octopus is making its venom, the glands that they're making them in, on the snake and I think the spider, are modified salivary glands, I think.
Okay.
And so they're made in a certain way, all based on chemical machines that they had before.
Okay.
So now they have a little sack of venom, which is this little bundle of possibly proteins, magic stuff. Then when they inject you, the proteins go straight from the sack. They don't pass go, and now they're in your bloodstream.
Right.
Bad shit happens.
Yeah, real bad
So,
stuff.
but if you eat them, you've got like a tube that runs from your lips to your bum. So that's a barrier. So to get through that barrier, it's got to be small enough now to get through that membrane. But between that membrane is your tongue, your saliva, your stomach acids, etc., etc. And so all those things smash up the incoming proteins, and they do it really, really, really well.
Right.
So that's why you can drink spider venom. Although I suppose if you had a cut in your mouth, you'd be dead.
Yeah, you have a problem. You could have a problem then. But
That's what I'm
assuming
saying.
everything's in premium normal condition.
If you eat it, nothing happens because you through the body.
Did you think I was trying to say you'd become poisoned? Because I wasn't trying to say that. I was trying to say you'd starve to death because you can't eat that. It won't do you any good.
Yeah.
Now
I agree
it's
with
high
that.
in protein.
Yeah, but then protein is a really, really big, broad, all-encompassing term for stuff.
Right. A lot of stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So there are proteins we can eat and we pull into our body to do biological chemistry with, and then there are proteins like the artificial sugar, which are still proteins.
Yeah.
But because of the atoms on a particular type of sugar, artificial sugar, our body doesn't process. That's why there's the there's another naturally occurring sugar. Can't remember the name of it. Was big sold on the version of Coke here, and they stopped selling it because our bodies can't process it, but some of our gut bacteria can, and so it was giving people bad flatulence because we were drinking artificial Coke and not getting fat from the sugar and going, yay, us. And then our little gut bacteria are going, yeah. And it's all making people go, poopy. Yes. So just because our chemistry, biology can't access some proteins doesn't mean other things can't, like, gut bacteria, that sort of thing. And that comes, again, luck of the, why is blue-ringed octopus venom, funnel web spider venom, and I can't remember the name of the snake venom. Why do those? One's a reptile, one's a cephalopod, one's an arachnid. how did all three of them end up with effectively the same neurotoxin? Just luck, literally luck. They just shuffled random neural inhibitors around, and that's what's happened.
Well, and
Okay.
a lot of stuff is built from the same basic components,
Yes.
just in slightly different
So-
iterations.
So,
Yeah. So even though they're neurotoxins and probably operating on the same neurons in our bodies, they're possibly subtly differently built proteins. It's like you can have a Honda, which is a four-wheel car, and a Toyota, which is a four-wheel car. They're both Japanese, they're both cars, but there's this kind of fundamental differences between the two cars.
So there are certain proteins that, although they might not hurt me, I can't use to live.
Yes. The artificial sweetener.
And
Yes.
what decides in the case of more natural, not made in a chemical laboratory, in nature, what decides the shape of those proteins that I couldn't digest? What decides that?
Don't know.
I thought it
Oh,
was
sorry.
I thought it was the order of the amine proteins and the chemical chains, and they fold naturally because of their shape that decides the shape. But that entire structure is decided by the genetic material. If I'm wrong about that, please correct me.
No, you're right.
Okay, that's where I started.
Yeah, no. But there's a subtle distinction that's missing.
Go ahead.
Okay, so you have genetic material. I have genetic material. The blue-ringed octopus has genetic material.
Sure.
But there's like big differences because it's got 8 arms and a multi-level brain, and we've got 2 arms and just 1 brain. So sorry, the octopus brains are kind of scattered through its body. It's got 1 in the body and then 1 for each arm. It's their genetics that determine the overall shape. Yeah?
Yes.
Okay, so way back when, at a certain point in time, there were no octopi, there were no hominids. There was precursor. And then that split. They through variation, you now have 2 populations, one which then goes on to be cephalopods, one which then goes on to reptiles, monotremes, marsupials, mammals. That's not quite true enough. And so now their bodies both produce proteins. You can eat calamari, but some of the proteins the actual octopus body makes are fundamentally different to some of the proteins our body makes. Yeah?
Right.
Which is just a side effect of just the constant shuffling of genes over time, producing variations and new weird things happening, some working, some not working, so on and so forth.
Right. Okay.
It didn't actually make any sense, did I? Because it's what it's trying to say. Far out.
There's also
this is actually Taylor's specialty. If you want him to have a crack at it,
I mean, yeah, a little bit. There's also not everything in the organism is determined genetically. There's also the organic compounds, organic molecules, which basically can form. They're just like rings or strings of carbon with kind of some satellite molecules on there, or elements.
We don't have any tests for carbon similarity, so I was sticking to protein similarity.
Well, that's only part of.
I know, but it's what we've tested, so I have to stay to that.
But I mean, presumably, like, the point I'm trying to get at is that you would have less likely. It's less likely that there would be a protein similarity than there would be an organic molecule similarity. The organic molecules are probably all going to be basically the same, and sugar is one of those. Like, there's a bunch of different sugars, but they're probably all going to be the same in a similar environment.
Okay.
Just because of chemistry, the way it.
I'm just waiting for someone to explain to me why genetics does not decide digestibility.
It's a factor, but
the genetics.
your body.
Could you say?
your body can produce most of the proteins that it needs. It's those organic molecules that you really need, and the vitamins that the body can't produce itself.
Mm-hmm.
And those are usually pretty simple structures that'll be found on any planet, pretty much,
Fair enough.
or at least in a similar planet.
Yeah, so I've just moved down to DNA, TNA, RNA, DNA, triplicate, quadruplet thing. I still don't understand so our DNA is triplicate. I don't understand the difference on that thing between duplicate, quadruplicate, and quintuplicate, what those words mean in relation to our triplicate form.
So
Does the other person I'm talking to know what that means?
yeah,
What's your name? Sorry, my name's Darren. Peebothulhu.
Hey,
Hyatt?
I'm Taylor.
Taylor. Hello.
Channel Snake is right. What's up?
Oh, so you're a snake plissken. Cool.
Yeah.
I thought you were taller. So we're DNA triplicate form with 3 nucleic codons.
Yeah.
I understand what those mean. So what would a duplicate form mean or look like? Would that mean there's only 2 in the chain?
Yeah, so there would be more than 2 in the chain, but only 2 would code for an amino acid.
Right. So quadruplicate then would be 4.
Yeah, 4 per amino acid.
Right. So because I at one stage had this weird idea of instead of a helix, you end up with a triangle in cross section, which is obviously wrong. Potentially, you could do that, couldn't you?
I don't. I'm not sure what you mean, but I can kind of. I feel like.
So the human DNA, when you unfold it all, you end up with a ladder.
Yeah.
Yeah. Could you potentially? Well, I suppose if you had instead of just a cross piece, if it turned into a triangle,
tripods, right?
if it was, it literally wouldn't fold because a tripod would then form a straight line kind of thing. Maybe. I don't know.
No.
Yeah.
No, actually, there's several plants.
Oh, if it was like connected at the end, at one end.
I'm not describing the visual that I have in my. So human DNA or all DNA, I think, is a helix, whether it's plant or animal. Yes.
But there's triple helix and quadruple helix, not just double helix. Yes.
Yeah. It's a helix of a helix. If that makes sense.
I can't.
So I think you could do a triple helix.
There's several plants that are triple helix.
So when you say triple helix, you mean?
Okay, so imagine the phosphate backbones on either side of our double helix. That is the sides of the ladder that hold the rungs.
Yep.
Okay. Instead of there being 2, there would be 3, and then the chemical chains bond the 3 of them together.
Oh,
so
cool.
That's a triple helix.
So
From
it can
what I
form a
understand,
triple.
I'm not an expert.
Wow. Yeah. So it can. Oh, cool.
And there's also quadruple helix, where there's 4 ladder sides.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, they still follow. That's cool. No, because because you're asking why can't we eat certain proteins, and it has to do with part of the shape, but that has to do with literally part of how the DNA makes the shapes kind of thing of the proteins. It's interrelated.
Are you asking me or telling me? I'm not sure.
I'm trying to explain and hoping because you're saying why can we eat certain things but not
how
other
about
things?
if I just explain myself fully and you tell me where I went wrong? How about that? Because
Yeah,
you're going all into like Darwinistic evolution and lots of things that are not helping at all. Okay? Which makes me think that you're trying to really cover the topic and I have not explained myself well. That's what it makes me think.
That, and I really am just not sure of what I'm talking about either.
Well, it's fun anyway. Okay, so the fundamental idea that I'm trying to express is the makeup of said plant or animal life. Although lots of things are available in its environment, what it uses is decided by its genetic material.
Yes.
In that same way, my genetic material decides what my body needs, what I will
No.
absorb, and what I won't absorb, so that I continue to live.
No.
No.
I don't think that's true. Your genetic material determines the shape of your body.
Which makes structures and tissues and organs which have certain necessities of nutrition.
Has certain properties.
So ultimately, my genetic material does decide what my body needs.
No. Because my brain's putting those words together in a different way.
Okay, well, that's why I mean them.
No. Well, you're speaking a different language to me. You're speaking American.
Oh, that's true.
It's
not English, it's American. That's true.
Yes, and we don't speak English either.
Taylor, will you pick that apart? You're probably more educated than either one of us on this topic.
Which part?
I said that my genetic material decides what my body needs to survive.
Sort of.
Okay, how's it wrong? I only need the part where it's wrong. I don't need the part where it's right.
Because it's like, it's more like chemistry decides what your genetics are, which decides what chemistry you need.
So if I started slowly introducing mercury into my body, eventually I would become dependent on it.
No, I think I've got something. Okay, so you're familiar with fuels?
Relatively.
Okay, so we have diesel, we have petrol, we have avgas, we have ethanol, we have methanol, yeah?
Sure.
Okay, so the only difference, I think, is that you have a carbon ring and then a chain off the bottom, of a tail.
Yeah.
And that tail determines the burn rate. So the shorter the tail, the higher, more intense the burn, and the faster it flashes up. So I think diesel has a long tail, methanol or ethanol has a short tail.
That explains the burn curve. Right.
Yeah. So it's kind of like, so they're all a fuel, that they're all the same shape, but there's a subtle difference in the shape that changes the chemistry of them.
Okay, so I understand what's going on now.
So
I understand the impasse. If I could describe the impasse.
Okay.
Okay. What I'm saying is, if you put ethanol in a diesel truck, it'll explode.
Yep.
Because the difference in the burn rates.
Yep.
That is, the definition of what a diesel truck is decides what fuel you use. So that was because the engineers built it that way. Okay? So you can't, you'd have to significantly alter the diesel truck to make it run on ethanol. Or, whatever.
Yes.
Because it would overheat and explode. It'd have too much pressure. Okay.
Yeah, but because your previous example was ingesting mercury.
Yeah, I said you can't.
Which is actually an element, not a protein or compound.
I did originally use spider venom, and you objected.
No. Well, if you eat spider venom,
and it didn't seem to explain anything of what I was trying to say. So you're right. I think mercury was a grasp, and it wasn't very effective. So let me just retract the idea of eating mercury and getting used to it.
No, because the body will pull mercury into itself. Hence, you can have mercury poisoning. I suppose that's where the problem happens.
Extremely off topic.
Sorry.
It's okay. I mean,
Well,
it's interesting
speaking-
and you're right, but it just doesn't help anything.
Speaking in terms of evolution, like it can certainly happen. There's an example of bacteria we observe doing this in real time, like digestion of citrate or digestion of nylon has been evolved. And but I mean, your question's more about compatibility of individuals, like not an evolutionary timescale.
I think he's asking more fundamental.
Like if I actually had alien meat, would it have the chemicals that I could break down? And
And it might not.
I think it could
It
not.
should.
I don't.
Well, shouldn't. Doesn't
Well, no,
matter.
no.
It
There's
might not.
Well, no. Chemistry is the same across the universe.
Okay,
That's
but
what astronomers
we've
tell
already
us.
established there's certain things I can't digest. Okay, I can digest some kinds of proteins. I cannot digest some kinds of proteins.
Yep.
I can use certain kinds of cellulose. I cannot use other kinds of cellulose. And those structures are all decided by the genetic material of the life form.
Yep.
That's all. That's where I was 20 minutes ago.
Alien could have all left-handed amino acids or whatever.
And we
Okay.
couldn't eat it.
Whatever is
All-
incompatible with ours.
Right. So all I'm saying is that in order that these kinds of things are productive for me to eat, then it's decided by the DNA of the thing I'm eating. And there is some similarity that is necessity in order that it fit that description of something I can eat. If it was completely genetically dissimilar, then
No.
I can't. I cannot get that kind of nutrition from that thing.
I think
I'll have to eat something
There's a-
else.
I think there's a
Unless
term.
the organic molecules are compatible.
Yeah. So
I never brought up organic molecules
no.
Part of
There's
or minerals.
that would be part of their cells.
I'm only talking about where the similarity has to be there. That's all I'm talking about.
It's from what I'm
As long as there's
thinking.
something you can absorb it, you can eat it pretty much.
Yeah, but I might
It
end up
has-
with a deficiency eventually that is not beneficial. I'm talking. I
A
am
def-
not
all
good
of
at
it. Mm.
explaining this.
So a deficiency would be more in because I don't know what the difference between a vitamin and a protein is.
Okay.
All right. So we need certain vitamins, like vitamin C, or we get scurvy. Obviously, there's a function that vitamin does in the body that affects the way we do things. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But a vitamin's not an essential element like phosphorus or carbon or whatever. And so it's how the body pulls that across. So when you digest things, your body's smashing things up to really, really, really tiny bits.
Mm-hmm.
Um,
But my body
not-
will smash up into tiny bits things I can't use.
and if it can't use
And
them,
certain kinds of
it-
things I can't use will penetrate anyway and get places where they don't belong and hurt me.
so on the one case, if it can't use it, it'll pass through, like spinach.
Often, most things.
Spinach.
Like most of spinach.
Yeah. Whereas the element of, say, mercury or the heavy metals, even though our body's not directly breaking them up, the chemistry within our acid stomach interacts with them and breaks them up.
Mm-hmm.
You see? And so now you'll have little free radicals, if that's the right term,
It's good enough. for
of
now.
the metal floating around in your body that get sucked in. You
Right.
see how the difference? That's why your body's accepting of, say, the metals, but not accepting of the wrong-handed proteins.
Right.
Literally because the bits of metal can interact with the biology of you and be
Right.
drawn in,
Right.
whereas the wrong-handed molecules literally can't. Yeah, but now what determines that? Yes, you're right. Is at a fundamental genetics, because that will determine the shape of the proteins that come off your DNA.
Mm-hmm.
And then some of those proteins will go on to form skin cells or gut lining or the cells that make the acid in your stomach or the mucus lining of your
Tissues.
stomach.
Sure.
But vitamins, for example, are organic molecules, and those are naturally occurring.
Right.
Yeah, my answer is basically just the dumb luck of how things have built up over time. Like humans can't produce vitamin C. We know where the problem is in our genetics. I think people are actually discussing whether they should fix it.
Whether they should fix it?
Yes.
I don't understand.
Okay. So everyone is born, I'm pretty sure, with the same fault in their genetics, which means we can't produce our own vitamin C.
Right.
We have to eat fruit.
Right.
I think there is one or two other apes, hominids, that also can't produce vitamin C. They have to eat fruit.
Right.
Cats don't have to eat fruit
Neither do dogs, horses, and lots of other
because
things.
they produce their own vitamin C.
Right.
We know where our break problem is in our genetics.
Right.
With CRISPR, potentially,
You could fix it.
it could fix it.
Right. What would
Is that
be?
ethical to do that? We wouldn't die of scurvy. We wouldn't have to eat fruit.
Yeah. God's going to do it in heaven, so I'm okay with it. I think it's moral.
You broke
But
me.
that would be an
You broke
enzyme
me.
that could create, that could facilitate it.
Little flight diagnosis. What? You broke me. What? Huh?
If we're done with that chart, I'm going to take that chart down off
Yep.
the screen.
Sorry.
Okay. No, it's fine. Oh, you
I
did it
have
for
no
me.
idea what
Okay,
I'm
cool.
doing with that.
Hey guys, I gotta get going, but thanks for having the conversation and everything.
Been a blast either way,
It's been
bro.
fun. Yeah.
Yes.
Thanks a lot.
It was great talking to someone who knows what they're talking about.
Thanks.
I wish you were going to
Most of
stick
this stuff
around
I
for
wish
about
I
10
could-
more. I wish you were going to stick around for about 10 more minutes. Maybe next conversation will explain to me where I'm going awry with the idea that much of what we get from our food is decided by the food's genetics.
You're not
Maybe
wrong with
sometime you'll
that.
show me the problem there.
It's kind of, yeah. You're not
You're not wrong
totally,
with that.
you're not wrong, but it's like it's a little deeper, I think.
Well, I know it's deeper. I'm trying to keep it simple.
Yeah.
Yeah. Is Dragnot awake? Someone wake Dragnot up.
Yeah, I wish I could keep going and going, but I gotta get back. So
Right. Well,
anyway, it was nice
thanks
to meet
for
you.
entertaining everyone, and I hope you were entertained.
Yeah.
Yes.
Right on.
I hope I
Peace and
can keep
respect.
my end up to help you.
You have to
All
kick
right.
yourself off. I don't kick people.
Okay.
All
All
right.
right. I'll
Peace,
talk
man.
to you soon then.
Anytime.
Bye.
I'll tell you what, we'd be a lot better off if you
Forgot your name.
challenged me on spiritual things. That's the stuff I actually know.
Sorry about that. I don't have any inklings about them, so I really can't because I just don't see them actually being.
I know what helps with that. I can kick off a conversation pretty easily just by making an assertion. That usually just
Okay.
works marvelously.
Yep.
Okay. I would have to know a little bit about your background, though. Were you born into an atheistic family, or are you at least familiar with some religion?
I'm as familiar with most religions as I am with my biochemistry, which just say lots and lots and lots of little bits.
Lots and lots of little bits. Okay, what's your favorite one?
I don't like any of them. Buddhism
No,
is
no, 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 no.
kind
I
of
mean,
cool.
by favorite, I mean
Jainism,
you know the most about.
Roman Catholicism.
Roman Catholicism.
But
Okay.
the Pope does shit in the woods.
And frogs' butts are watertight. For that matter.
You do know there's an Australian turtle that breathes through its butt.
I do now.
Yes. I'm pretty sure it's an Australian turtle, and it's basically the bit between the outside and the next valve in. The membrane is semi-permeable to oxygen crossing that barrier, and so it's kind of developing gills in its bum.
I've heard it that human beings, if you take ocean water up into your colon, it won't absorb the salt, but it will absorb the water.
Okay.
So you have your own your ocean refining desalinization plant down there too.
Yeah. Weird facts of permeabilities of membranes. So go on. Right. So your Roman Catholicism.
Roman Catholicism. Now, I don't pick on practitioners. I like to pick on the dogmatic view that practitioners hold. Okay, so I make that separation. I am not picking on people. I'm picking on belief systems. Okay, so I'm going to make an assertion. If the serpent was tempting of Eve and doing something wrong, then the serpent was evil before Eve ate of the tree of knowledge of good and evil. Thereby, the eating of the tree of knowledge of good and evil did not bring evil into existence.
Okay. And
that is, evil existed before that.
Right.
So then original sin, quote unquote, did not bring evil into existence.
Okay, yeah.
What do you think?
I'm familiar with the most with Roman Catholicism through high school and early primary school. My actual background is
help me out.
Bugger all, because most of it was trying to avoid going to church on Sundays with the folks.
I got out of it at age 12.
I am not a spiritual person. I classify myself as a non-theist. I think those words best describe my current outlook. So God kicked everything off. Then you've got the story of Adam and Eve, yada yada, weird snake. Lots of other morality tales, Sodom and Gomorrah. Egyptian pharaohs bad.
Jews good.
Well, not sometimes, because they still screwed up. Up until God comes back, sacrifices himself to himself. Doesn't really change the world. That's Jesus is God, part of the Trinity. So Jesus is part of the Trinity because that's what the Roman Catholics are into. You have the Father, the Ghost, the Holy Spirit. So they're all the same thing, even though they're all separate. So technically, if Jesus is God and God is God, then Jesus dying on the cross is God sacrificing himself to himself.
Right. It would be.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Didn't really change the world because the Roman Empire continued on for another 100 to 200 years before splitting into the Eastern and Western Roman Empire. The Eastern
there are bigger religions.
Western Hinduism, yes, rocks.
Hinduism bigger, yeah.
Yes, don't go on the riverboats back in the 1800s or the thuggies would get you. It's the worshippers of Kali.
Mm-hmm.
That's about as much as
that. Get the word thug today?
Yes, thuggies comes from them.
Oh,
and so the first groups that they found were the thuggies that made their living up in the mountains because it's really easy to toss people off cliffs in the night. But they're also the earliest found because the British who'd come through and done their horrible colonial British things, and some of the good colonial British things because they almost wiped out the caste system, they were finding these bodies at the bottom of the cliffs. How did Fred get here? He fell. Well, he wasn't pushed. And so they tracked the thuggies down and, these people do horrible things in the name of their religion. Let's stomp them out. And they did. They then, and again, it was so the story goes, it was a gentleman just reclining on the side of his steamer in the Ganges, I suppose, and he heard a splash. He went, that was a really big fish. And then come the next morning, he notices one of the guests have wandered off in the night, which is really weird because they weren't docked. And so he's kept his mouth shut, gone ashore, and said, I think we should really check out this boat. And they've come back and they found a secret compartment below where the people have their cabins, but where they did their religious thuggy rituals, and they kill you ceremonially, wrap you in linen, bend you backwards to snap your back, put weights in the bottom of the wrapping. I can't remember whether they opened you up or not, and then they had little hatch just above the waterline that they'd roll your body out at night. And so the last group of thuggies that got exterminated were the river thuggies. But they initially found them up in the mountains, and then it was the river thuggies that were the last to get done in. Which is not to say there aren't still really, really clandestine people doing thuggy stuff in India.
Maybe.
But yeah, worshippers of Kali. Sacrifice people to Kali, she won't come and kill you because you've killed people for her.
Oh, how sweet. How forgiving
Yes.
of her.
Yeah, that's why I always keep a knife on me, so that if I have a sudden heart attack, I can reach into my pocket, pull out my pocket knife and go, haha, I have died with a blade in my hand and I'm off to Valhalla. Screw the rest of you.
Right on. Right on. You know, when I... No, that's another story.
Sorry.
Okay, so that assertion didn't provoke you very much.
Well, no, because I'm a non-theist.
You're a non-theist. So the Valhalla thing is a joke?
It's semi-joke, well, if you've got Pascal's wager, well, I'm wagering on Odin because he throws better parties.
Okay. If I said that the description of a warrior heaven was to fight and fight to death, maybe, or maybe even hopefully fight to death,
It certainly did it for the Vikings.
and then be restored and eat heartily and party hard and go and fight again, probably to death.
Yes.
You know, that's a description of exactly what Michael's angels do.
Okay.
That they war, that they lose some, that they're restored, then they train, then they war.
Uh-huh. Yeah. The Roman
Just sounds like working
Catholicism,
for Michael to me.
what I understand of Roman Catholicism, it's kind of a latecomer, not quite as late as the Muslims because they're also tacking on their stuff on the top. But yeah, the Celtic religions go back before the Romans because, hey, the Romans won, and so on and so forth. It's just not anthropomorphic. What's the other term? Culturally.
Evolution?
No. The people who study other people's cultures, like the closest things we have to, yes, possibly. But so the closest sort of pagan religions we have left are what are coming out of Norway, Scandinavia, that sort of thing, because it took Rome so long to get up there and stomp them. Like we don't have any of the original British Isles Celtic stuff left.
Right.
That's all gone. Sorry to digress into that. But being a non-theist, I see no evidence of fairies or ghosts or angels or things.
Ghosts and
So
angels.
They're all supernatural. They're all mythic.
Why?
Because they're in the same category. Ghosts float through walls, so do angels.
That's an interesting take. I mean,
Angels can't float through walls?
It's a broadly accepted take. I just don't find it in any text anywhere. I don't find it in actual.
Angels are non-corporeal beings.
According to who?
Because they live in heaven, which is non-corporeal.
Why is heaven non-corporeal?
Because we can't see it in our telescopes.
Can we see everything in our telescopes?
We can see back to the point where we can't see past the photons, which are the coalescing of the energy at the beginning of time, because that's how light works.
Yes, but you're speaking generally about a spread, a temperature difference, and a ray, a cosmic microwave background radiation, which is not a singular dot.
I know that.
Okay, but when we look
That's-
at a
that's-
thing, we look at a singular dot. What are we looking at?
Well, I'm not quite sure. So,
To say something
When-
is so far away, we have to look at a singular point. We don't look at a
'Cause that-
spread.
well, no, because when you get your head around it, that's what's actually happening in a weird kind of way.
What's happening?
So, when we look away from Earth and we're digressing away from spirits, so don't get the spirits.
I'm
So-
sorry,
so
I missed that
angels-
second half of that
angels-
sentence. I don't think I understood.
Angels are spiritual critters, spiritual beings.
Okay,
Yes.
not according to the text.
So what
I
are
mean,
they?
They have a spirit. So do I. In my opinion, I have flesh and a spirit. They have flesh and a spirit.
So
That's what
where
I
are
see
they
described in
then?
the text. Well, I know you're not going to claim that we see at far distances and a non-lit up, a non-bright stellar object, a dull stellar object that we see and can easily find dull stellar objects. You're not going to say that, are you? Because we don't. We can't. We need it to reflect light. We need it to pass in front of a
That's-
light. We need it
Yes.
to pass in front of a light on a regular cycle. to
Well,
find it.
there's either radiation or occlusion. I get that.
Right. Okay,
Angels.
so you could hide a galaxy-sized object if it's just not bright and repeating a pattern forever.
No.
No,
Well,
no problem. Why
all right.
not?
So there's no stealth in space. Atomic rockets. It's a fantastic website because of how we can see further and further and further away.
Right.
Eventually, we see the background of micro the CMBR, the background. So
Cosmic
that
microwave background radiation. Yeah.
so and as you say, as you know or agree, no matter which way we look, we see that radiation.
Yeah. So
Yeah.
it has nothing to do with what I'm talking about. But yes.
So, but even though that appears to be all around us, because no matter which way we look, North Pole, South Pole, east of the equator, west of the equator, even though there is no off the equator, you know what I mean? No matter which way we look, up, down, left, or sideways, we see the background radiation. But the background radiation we're seeing is not a wall, it's a point, which does your head in.
What do you mean it's not a wall but a point? What does that mean?
Because that's how light traveling over time is morphing what we're seeing. So, because we can see the background radiation, we are seeing everything kind of between us and the beginning of time.
Okay.
So, there's a limit to how far we can see. I can't remember what the name of the bubble is, but it also has to do with how fast light travels. So, yes, angels could be beyond that horizon of the light
Not
that we can
necessary.
see.
Not necessary.
To hide they could be.
Not necessary.
Then if they're within the vision, if they're in the thing of light that we can see, we should see them.
How many stars are there?
More than there are grains of sand on our Earth.
I want an
And
actual
our
count. Because you're claiming we have counted everything. That's what
No, I
you're
didn't.
claiming.
No, I didn't
You have
claim.
to claim that in order to say what you just said. That
No.
You can't hide anything from us. We must have found every star. Have we?
What? No.
Okay,
Not saying
because
that.
We can't
No.
even find every
No,
star,
no.
can we? So what about dark objects that
No.
are stars,
Ah.
even if it was star-sized?
So now, dark matter and dark energy, we don't know what they are, but we know they're there.
That's not what I meant. I said a dark object.
It'll get occluded.
It will get occluded.
It will pass in front of something. That's why we saw Oumuamua going through our solar system.
That's right.
Came in,
Was-
shot out the other side.
Was that being intelligently steered?
No.
Well,
No.
Well, that was one of the qualifiers I made. Was
What?
that if you had a
no, no.
non-light producing object that was
We still saw it.
intelligently steered, it could be gigantic. You could hide it forever. That's what I said. You don't agree?
So yes. So if they know we're here, they could hide behind something that we couldn't see through.
Yeah,
Okay.
easily.
So they get here from there via.
I'm just saying there wasn't any necessity that they be in some other dimension or anything like that. That's not needed.
Okay. Why
And
can't we see them?
I just told you one possible solution. There are
Right. So
several.
they're hiding from us.
Sure.
Right. So they would
Be
have.
easy enough.
Space is big but always moving, so they would then also always have to be moving in relative to the thing they're hiding behind and us,
Sure.
which makes that really, really complicated.
No, it doesn't. Children playing hide and seek accomplish this.
Yes, but they're standing relatively stationary
not
on the surface of a
complicated.
planet. Planets in relation to other planets are constantly moving, the celestial ballet.
Yes, I understand that.
So hiding
They're not
things
moving all that
behind
fast compared to
things.
something intelligently steered, though.
Yeah, but
Not
hiding
moving
things
that
behind
fast.
things is really, yeah.
And we only have a view of 16 light minutes anyway. It'd be super easy to hide from us. It's not like we can take this Earth out into the galaxy or out into the universe.
When you
and
say
start
16
discovering
light
stuff.
minutes, what's that in reference to?
The average orbit across the Earth's average orbit, 16 light minutes. 8 minutes from the sun, 16 light minutes total.
Yeah. Anyway, digressing. So
That's our whole view.
we're rabbit
The whole
hole.
view is 16 light minutes in any direction.
No.
Anyway, what do you mean?
So
No?
anyway, so because we can see the cosmic background radiation, which is 13 odd billion years in the past, which is
Yeah,
13 odd
but we
billion light
still
years
view it
away.
but we still only view it from 16 light minutes across.
Our parallax error, yes.
That's what I was talking about. You were talking
parallax
about
error.
locating an object. I was talking about things that would help you or deter you from locating an object.
No, I was still being more general of hiding behind things. Sorry.
Right.
So, angels are things off somewhere.
It's
They don't
like
have
if
to
there
be
were two big
spiritual.
trees in the park and the kids were hiding behind the trees, but any kid looking for one of the kids could only move 2 feet in either direction to find them. Yeah,
Yes.
it moves, but not much.
Get it? Yep. Cool.
Okay, they don't get to go peek behind the tree. They don't get to do
I get
that.
it.
They're stuck in
I
that
get it.
2 foot circle.
It's cool. Yeah.
Okay, that's what I was saying.
Angels are these things.
Okay, so in the Christian text, to be specific, it says that sons of God saw daughters of men, and that they were fair, and they took them wives, which each they chose, and those same wives bore them children, and those same children were mighty men and men of renown. But I'm thinking that requires sperm
Why?
to make a baby. Requires
No.
sperm.
No, any technology sufficient enough to be not understood by us, you can class as magic. Clark's law.
So
So technically, they could
kind of
quite happily
magic artificial
take.
insemination exists.
They no, if they're super wizardly enough, they can literally just genetic engineer within the female offspring. Done.
Right on. Were those genetics physical?
At the production end, yes, because you're
Okay,
getting
so
offspring.
to alter them, did that take a physical process to alter something physical?
No, they could have done it through really fine-tuned gravity waves.
Okay, is something that produced a gravity wave, is that going to be physical?
It can be, but we've only just
Do we
discovered
have an example of something non-physical creating a gravity
I
wave?
want something non-physical creating gravity. I have no idea. Because I'm not sure what the Higgs boson was in the Large Hadron Collider. But anyway, so I'm trying to get back to your thing of what angels are.
Yeah. I'm suggesting the text says they're physical.
Cool,
Because
right.
it does.
Yep, cool. Yep,
Several
that's fine.
times.
So, and they're hiding,
Yeah.
and they come here, interact with us, but we don't detect them. Because people aren't
what do you mean
taking
that-
selfies. People aren't taking selfies with them on a regular basis with their pixel cameras.
Sure they are. Depends on what you mean by angel. I meant fully evolved, perfected renditions of us living in heaven. That's what I meant by angel.
Yeah, and now your words aren't making sense to me, just as some of my words aren't making sense to you.
I don't
Because
know which of
there's
your words I'm
metal.
missing. I don't think
I'm
I'm
not
missing
missing
any
any.
of
I'm
your
not under.
words.
No, no, I'm not understanding the mental space that you're then using words to describe to me.
Okay.
So when I say basum,
Mhm.
that has a meaning to me, but you're going DAFAQ.
Oh, well, I don't know what DAFAQ means, but I think a bassoon is like a
Shorthand for
string.
the fuck.
It's a stringed instrument. It's a
No,
wind
no,
instrument.
it's shorthand for the fuck. DAFAQ. A
Okay.
bassoon is a made-up
Yeah.
word by Howard. I
Who's
think
Howard?
we were talking about him with Lovecraft.
Okay.
So it's his word for Mars,
Oh,
but he
okay.
made it up.
So that would be a
So
person from Mars would be a
Basumium.
buffoon.
Yeah,
Okay.
Basumium. So
Sure.
so you're saying words and I'm saying words, but there are potential cultural and learned
Of course.
meanings behind them that aren't coming across.
Right. So which words? Because I don't think I, other
So
than when
so
you
you're trying to
did it on
describe
purpose, I don't think I
angels.
was confused by any of the words you've used so far.
I'm happy for this. This is good.
Okay.
Um,
So what words am I using poorly?
not poorly, just different.
Okay.
Um,
Which ones am I using differently?
describing angels, your description hasn't come through to me.
Okay. So in the book of Revelation, chapter 7, verse 5.
No, no, no. This is
I have to take it from the text, or else I'm a cheater.
no. So I can describe to you an octopus.
Yeah.
But I don't have to look up a biology textbook. I can give
Okay.
you my yeah.
I already
So an
did that.
octopus,
I said they have flesh. I already did that.
right?
Just like
So
this.
and they are somewhere,
Yeah,
and they come here.
sure. Been in small groups, been here before.
Okay. So they're magic.
What's
I
magic got to do with it?
no. Now this is where my use of that word has not come through to you. In
Go
that
ahead.
now I'm using that as a really big, broad, overarching descriptor.
Like high technology, that kind of magic?
Yeah, the Star Trek stuff is magic.
Okay, fine.
They make stuff pop out of thin air. They use technical words to describe stuff popping out of thin air, but it's still effectively magic.
Okay, from our perspective, sure.
Okay. So because we can't understand them, so there's now. See, I don't see any evidence of anything like that being
When you say being, you mean in existence?
in existence.
Okay, what if you advanced our culture, say 300 years? What would that be like?
I have no idea. Arthur C. Clarke had a really good book that he updated every 10 years, or basically, here are my predictions over the next 10 years. And then he'd update it in 10 years' time to say, well, this percentage came true, this percentage didn't come true. Look at how things, and this percentage happened that we had no idea about.
Okay.
So predicting the future is really, really hard because you have such I have the term, you have such a cross-pollination of different things, such
True
as
story.
I am actually really old enough to remember a toy that used to sit, that was a big seller at Christmas, of a white hemispherical ball with glass filaments popping out the top.
Okay.
And then the glass filaments, the end of the glass filaments changed colors. And that was a toy. And everyone thought, oh, this is really, really pretty. But no one will ever use this. And within a couple of years, it fell out of fashion.
Right.
Now the internet runs on fiber optic cables.
Right.
So that toy, the instigation of that toy had no initial application. Now we have an application for it.
Right.
But no one saw the
Potential for the internet
Yes.
in fiber optic
Yes.
strands.
Yeah.
Right.
Because at one stage, fiber optics did not exist as a thing. So
Okay,
predicting
so
the future is
let
really,
me
really
be
hard.
more general. What are we trying to do right now? I mean, like planet wide. What's our big efforts? What are we trying to do?
My general response is make more people.
Okay, that's something we do. You're right. What else?
Well, no, because different people have different drives and they do different things. So then you have the groups that are like
No, I'm talking about
here,
the big collective efforts. The big collective efforts. Things we
make
all.
more people, and then big
That's one
groups
of
of
them.
people want to kill other people, which is why you're having the tiff that's happening down in Iran or
That's the
Iraq. I
same
always get those
topic.
confused.
I think that's the
But
same topic.
I don't know how to deal with your really so
How
live.
about conquer space? Does that work for you? Conquer space. Does that work for you? Are we
Yes,
trying to do that? How about cure disease? Does that work for you?
yes.
Okay.
I think my
So
brain
let's
is
say
getting
we.
stuck in minutia.
Okay. Well, I wasn't trying to do that. I'm sorry.
No,
Okay.
it's the screw up in my head.
Okay. So let's say we kept getting better at those three things.
Yep.
Okay.
Our reality, our societies will change in beyond fundamental ways that we can only guess at. So, the
Well, there's some things
expanse.
we can safely assume, like space travel,
Okay. Yeah.
like defeating cancer. In a couple hundred years, I
Maybe.
would think we would do that.
I'm gonna let drag throw in on that one.
I think in a couple hundred years, we would get rid of measles, mumps, rubella, all the forms of cancer. I mean, we're talking about a couple hundred
Oh,
years when we're advancing super fast right now, and that shows no sign of slowing down. It only speeds up, it seems.
yes.
Okay, so what we aim to do, what we're trying to do right now, which increase the population is incidental. We just do that. We're not trying.
Yes. So
we
in,
just
in general, I guess yes. Everyone is trying to make the
must do
world a better
that by
place.
accident. Okay. So we try to improve on food sources. We try to improve in technology. We're trying to heal the human body in a bigger way, and we're trying to travel through space. All I'm saying is there was a batch of us somewhere who already did all that. That's all I'm saying. That's it. That's religion. There was a batch of us somewhere who already did it.
So you're, and I'm try. The best thing that comes to my mind to phrase this is you're kind of in Van Daniken's boat.
I don't know who that is. I'm sorry.
Oh God, I'm showing my age, aren't I? He was all the rage back in the 70s
Hey,
and
I'm
80s.
52, man.
I'm showing my age. I'm older than you. God damn. Not by
Can't be a
much.
lot older than me. You'd be dead.
No, most. I'll have you know, most of my grandparents that didn't die of like Second World War or other things like heart attacks have made it well into their 90s.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Um, unfortunately, most of them all ran off screaming into dementia as well. So insanity kind
Yeah,
of gallops in my family. It doesn't run, to quote
you
Arsenic
win
and Old
some, you
Lace.
lose some.
Genetic engineering, keep everything together. So Von Däniken was big on chariots of the gods, which is a term you may have heard, which is believing that
I've
all
heard it.
the Azca lines and ancient carvings depicted ancient aliens and astronauts and stuff.
I've heard that stuff.
But he was also completely ignorant about actual archaeology and anthropology and that sort of thing, and so there's actually much more reasonable understandings of what
Explanations.
those all are. Yes.
Right. So
It's like they finally figured out why the
how long
self-moving
ago was
rocks in
he?
the
Because
Arizona.
we have a new edition of that guy.
I'm pretty sure it was like pretty sure it was the 70s. Von Anakin's first big kickoff, yeah.
Hmm.
Because I think I remember my parents going and seeing his movie,
Do you know who
Chariots of the
Zachariah
Gods.
Sitchin is?
No,
He's an offshoot. Same thing.
but yeah. So
Only
the
he tries to sound really official about it, but then he manipulates words that and text in ways that you can't actually manipulate them. But anyway,
okay. So but yeah. So you're saying potentially the angels are kind of ancient aliens, us.
only if you call us ancient aliens, we're just a new batch of ancient aliens. If you look at it that way, then I'll agree with you.
Yeah. So you say you have a spirit. Again, I don't see any evidence of humans having spirits. Period.
Really?
Yes, really.
Okay. What do you? Because now I need to know what you're calling a spirit. So I don't see how you don't see it.
I don't see anything other than me or biological you.
So you think there's only biological you
Yes.
within yourself?
Yes.
Nothing else.
Yes.
Okay. Are you a strict materialist?
I think so. If
Do
I
you-
understand the term
you a
correctly, which I
chemical-
may not.
Are you a chemical predeterminist?
I'm not sure about the predeterminist bit.
Like your genetic makeup and environmental free radicals plus things you've come in contact with in your life and your experiences make a series of this is so hard to explain in just short terms. Makes a series of chemicals that decide how you feel, think, act, speak, everything. You don't have any free will whatsoever, and you might not. In fact, you don't have consciousness.
Short answer, no. Long
Chemical
answer,
predeterminist.
maybe.
Yeah.
So no. I'm not, in that case, I'm not one of those.
Okay, so you think you are conscious?
I certainly
not
hope
just
so. Or you're having a
complicated
really
chemicals.
boring conversation.
With myself,
Yes.
because it leads to solipsism.
Yeah, I don't like solipsism. I
Okay.
don't have a thing about it,
Okay.
but I don't, again, it's like I don't actually see anything to indicate that solipsism is even a thing.
Right.
So why approach something that's not even a thing?
Yeah, it's kind of pointless.
Yeah.
Because
So
if it's true, it is pointless, and if it isn't
so-
true, it's pointless.
Yes. So yes, I am the chemistry that is me, but we're also got this really complicated neural feedback system happening in the 5 pounds of toothpaste inside our skull.
Right. It's harder than that, isn't it?
No, the brain's pretty much the consistency of toothpaste.
It's interesting. Is that with or without the sac?
That's without the skull. Without the skull, it just. So I used to know, and hope to cross paths with him again, someone who was the nurse who was trained enough to hand the scalpels across to the people who put people's heads back together after severe brain trauma. And so he's seen the uncapped, naked human brain.
Right.
And so, yeah, his comment was toothpaste, 5 pounds of it.
5 pounds of toothpaste.
That's his terms. How accurate he's being, I don't know.
It just looks to me like it's in a sausage package, and he's talking about it unpackaged.
Yeah.
Okay, fair enough.
One of the things that
That's
gives
what it
it
looks
its
to me
shape. Yeah, one of the things that gives it its shape is literally the box skull around it.
Yeah.
I'm not even sure if there's like your eyeballs are only round because of the hydrostatic pressure inside them.
Right. Okay. All right. So there are these two funny little words, Christophany and theophany, which talks about the one that Christians would call God having flesh. Now, Christians like to ignore it and say, well, he kind of chose to have flesh for a minute there, and then he made the flesh disappear, and he disappeared, and he's in the 17th dimension or whatever they say about it.
Transubstantiation, yep.
Yeah. But there's not a lot in the text to support that, and what is in the text, there's more to defeat it than support it. And it actually has more to do with theology than the text.
Right, yep.
So it's pretty unsubstantiable. First of all,
Yep.
because it's immaterial, and second of all, because the text doesn't really support the idea.
Yep.
Like a lot of Christians probably think there's something in the Bible about God being spaceless and timeless. There's actually nothing about that whatsoever. That's just doctrine.
Well, that
Christians
then
assume
gets
it's true.
into that kind of also gets into how you describe God being,
Right.
God existing, God extanting in,
Extant.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, trying to think of an encompassing word for God existing, since he
Right.
can't necessarily, that's the wrong word, he can't gefnaken, just on earth by some of
Okay.
the definitions of what God is, which
Right.
if certain people go by the three omnis, which I always forget, omni this, omni that, and omni something else.
Right.
But again, I don't see any evidence for that either.
Right. It's not. It's also not in the text. It's not in. It's actually not in any spiritual story anywhere.
Yeah.
But I don't really have a problem with the lack of three omnis being fulfilled. That doesn't bother me any more than I require my mom to have been absolutely perfect to call her mom. No,
Yeah.
she's just my mom.
Yep.
And she could even be slightly flawed, and that's okay, still mom.
Yep.
Or dad. Dad could be slightly flawed, that's okay, still dad. It's just a matter
Yep.
of lineage. It's not a matter of opinion.
Yes. Yeah. So I'm trying to watch you direct on StreamYard, but then I don't see the people in the live chat. So I'm sort of flicking back and forth between the screens.
Okay.
Because watching you on the delay is also kind of doing my head in.
Yeah, the StreamYard side chat does not move well. That's
Yeah.
usually the case.
So I don't see any evidence to anything beyond the physical, I suppose you'd
Right.
say. And all of that entails that of what we know the physical to be, because technically photons aren't physical.
Okay, so is logic physical?
It's emergent property. It's an outgrowth.
Is logic true if there's no brains to observe logic?
Well, it wouldn't. Well, it
'Cause
kind of wouldn't exist. But the
logic
underlying
is-
pinnings
Yeah.
are ground up from the ground up, built up from the languages beneath them. Yeah,
Cheating.
that's the best I'm trying to describe of where my head is with your question.
No, that's cheating. Let's try again. Okay, so logic is described by language, but logic exists even if there were no language. That is, it's just a truism of physicality that something can't be and both not be at the same time, in the same place, and in the same way.
Yes.
Okay. So that's the non-contradiction. Okay.
Yeah.
And
Yeah,
I use
we've-
language
we've-
to say that, but it would be true if no one ever spoke.
Yes.
If there was never communication ever, that would still be true.
Yes. I think I understand where my brain has gone off into the weeds again. So I'm trying to pull my head back in. Yes. Yeah. But
So there's no
Logic is a
requirement
thing.
for consciousness for logic to be true, and that's all the rules, all of it. Not just that one, all of them. They're
yes,
true.
but then my similar counter kind of parallel question is, no, it's gone. Fuck.
I mean, it could be true. There's no you to describe logic to me. That's fine, but the logic itself would still exist with or without you.
Yes.
So it's a real immaterial.
I don't think there is such a thing.
I know. That's why I'm bringing it up.
So
Because you
the
said
concepts,
there's only
the
material.
concepts
There's no real immaterial.
yes.
Okay.
So the
If-
the patterns we have for our words.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so the audible part exists. I am speaking to you.
Sure.
The graphical version exists. We have writing on our screen.
Sure.
So those squiggles correspond to sounds,
Yeah. But they are not sounds.
but the sounds are sounds.
The
But
squiggle is just something we use to describe the sound.
Yes,
Doesn't mean-
but
doesn't mean
even
it's
the
very
even the
arbitrary.
yes, even the sound and our attachment of meaning to is also arbitrary, which is why we have so many languages.
Right.
So the concepts that we have are physical patterns within our neurons in our brains,
Mm-hmm.
which is why if all of the humans went away, if
Mm-hmm.
all cognitive critters on the planet, like, the smart parrots, the smart apes, went away,
Mm-hmm.
then logic wouldn't go away
Mm-hmm.
because it's a property of.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah?
One.
But it's still
Go ahead.
emerging from us
Is it?
physical.
Is it?
Yes. Yes, I'm speaking to you. You're speaking to me. Our tympanies, eardrums, into the neurons, into patterns, shapes of the neurons.
How
Circuits
are
in
you
the brain.
parsing words?
Voice box, muscle control, neurons in the brains.
Go back. Keep going.
Yeah, neurons in the brains. That's it. That's the patterns in the brains, the firing of the neurons in the brains. Like the only active muscle controls we have are our limbs and our voice box. Everything else is actually passive. Well, I can wiggle my ears. I don't know about you.
I can.
Yeah.
I can curl my
but
tongue, stop my heart. I don't know about how passive it is.
I wouldn't go stopping your heart. That would be really, really bad.
I do it to mess with nurses.
Wow.
Not for very long. Just long enough to throw off their count when they're taking my, systolic,
That's
diastolic.
really impressive.
Just for fun. I only do it for like an extra second or two. Then it gets scary and I have to quit. I can't concentrate.
Yeah. Because that's
We'll start back.
yeah. From what I remember, the heart is a smooth muscle which shouldn't have any neurons controlling it. That's why we can't control our bowels.
Yeah. Okay.
I'm
not.
Well, that's my limited understanding of biology. There are certain muscles we can control, certain muscles we can't control, and hence, and certain muscles we've forgotten we can control.
Okay,
hence, wiggling ears.
So
But
the way that you express it is a construct, but your words, the original thought you have, is not a construct. It's just how you express it's a construct. So at some point, getting back to neural connections and electricity, energy moving.
chemistry.
Yeah.
Between the actual neurons. So the electricity is only happening within the neurons.
Right.
It's the chemistry happening at either end of the neuron that actually determines what happens that actually determines the pattern after that. Hence why you can take brain altering chemicals that alter your state of mind. They're not altering the firing of, well, actually some of them do alter the firing of the neurons, but in general, if you take the happy drugs to feel happy, you are chemically lighting up the happy bits of your chemistry.
Right.
Yeah?
Right.
And again, I think my brain has gone off into the weeds of splitting a really, really fine hair of what is, what isn't.
Okay.
I've got a really bad habit of getting really fine definitional shit.
That can be good in certain situations. That could be excellent.
Yeah.
Okay.
So I see nothing more than that
what
patterns of the neurons in our brain.
There's no such thing as math. There's no such thing as love. There is no such thing as logic in physicality. But these are descriptors of how things work in physicality.
Okay.
But they would be true even if there were no one to ever describe it.
Yes, but they don't exist. They don't exist without the physical substrate. I like that term. I'm going to steal it from Drag. I'm going to use it forever now on.
Would logic be true without a physical substrate? Let me think about that for just a second.
Yes, it is, because we can write it down.
That's a physical substrate.
Yes, because of the way it's an emergent property
it would
from.
still be true. There'd just be no way to communicate it, and it wouldn't apply to anything, but it would still be true. That's my intuition. That seems.
I don't trust my intuition because I know our intuition is wrong.
Yeah, often.
No. So, the reason they say maths is a universal language is because the basic fundamental substrates of it are so fundamental. God, that's a horrible way of saying that. Which is why we on Voyager 1 and Voyager 2 we have the gold discs with basically a few nothing but images, but even those images can like pictographically go back to fundamentals like hydrogen atom, helium atom. And then from that, they build up how to count. And from that, they build up this is basic maths without actually using any language.
Do
Yeah?
you think based on those discs that any alien who find it would make the assumption that we don't have sexual organs?
They probably
'Cause they
initially
left them
wouldn't know
off.
what that is. No, they didn't. I've seen. Well, sorry, my mind is probably playing tricks on me. I'm sure I've seen photos of the discs, and I'm pretty sure that the guy's got dangly bits.
Huh. It could have been a trick of light. I missed that part.
Yeah, no, I'm sure over the ages I've seen pictures of the actual discs, and the guy. I think the guy is on the
That's
right,
funny.
the girl is on the left. The guy, hence, has got
Girl
his
is on the
right hand
left,
up. The
guy's on the right.
girl's got a left hand up.
Yeah.
She's got memories. He's got dangly bits. But the people finding Vija 1, assuming they don't send it back and Kirk doesn't save us from it,
Right.
initially they're going to look at that and go, da fuck, DAFAQ. But the actual symbolisms, they're going to build more on and go, this is maths because there's a really great map of how to find us, which potentially is a really stupid thing to do.
Could be.
Yes.
If
But-
not
so-
for mutual respect amongst the God Club, I would say it would be super stupid.
Yeah. Have you read Niven and Fernell's Footfall? I think it's a very good science fiction book.
I'm going to save you a lot of time in future conversations by saying I have never read something that at the time I thought might be fiction, except for the Bible.
Okay.
Never.
It's a really interesting way of looking at the world. I kind of go the opposite way of going, even if it's new scientists, should I actually trust this? But I do because it's got the references and background. But when I'm reading fantasy, I know it's Tolkien. When it's science fiction, I know it's Asimov. And so I get the context of what's behind it. I hope. You know?
We all hope.
Yeah. Like, Tolkien was great for stealing other people's mythology and making it his own, and hence, why we have what we have with the Dwarven names and such. Sorry. Oh, God, we got away from Angel. So, I don't see anything spiritual. Non-theist.
Okay.
Now, you're saying logic is real, and I'm agreeing with you.
And immaterial, yeah.
And I'm saying it's built up from. It's like maths has to be the way maths is, literally, because of the way it's built up from. By the very agreed definitions of 1 + 1 = 2.
Right.
Because for a long time in our history, the number 0 didn't exist.
Right.
We
That
came
was
to the
ancient Near East.
acceptance of this
1400s.
concept because
Yeah.
0 doesn't necessarily exist in reality.
Right. There can't be a thing as a nothing. There is no
Yes.
0. It's a placeholder.
Yes, and then negative numbers don't exist in reality, kind of. Yeah, but
I
yeah.
wonder what you're doing with them.
Well, but like 1, 0, -1
Mhm.
on the line. Yeah.
Tangent.
Sorry.
It's okay.
I'm trying to describe so the non-real stuff is still kind of real because it needs a substrate to be from.
I'm sorry. I'm laughing about Sammy Jenkins in the side chat. Sammy, I'm
Yeah.
going to scroll back up and find your thing. Okay, or at least I'm going to attempt to.
We need to get Richard to look at his chat every now and then. Ha ha ha.
I read
that one?
I read these two questions. If the universe was lifeless, would life exist, or does that live exist? If that's not a typo, then I don't understand the question. If it is a typo, I think then it could make sense, but I'm not sure which one it is. If the universe was void of life, would love exist? Oh, would love exist? I think love is experiential. It's not.
Yeah. Yeah, it's a side effect.
It's an experiential, emotional, immaterial.
Yeah, would other beings on our planet even experience the similar chemistry
Hard
that
to say.
kicks off? Trees probably won't.
He also wrote, "My thumb has a bad accent." Sammy's brilliant, but anyway. Okay, so what I'm saying is that math, language, logic are all immaterial things that we use all the time. but they are real in the sense that they are independent. They are of themselves, existent.
No, I disagree with that.
Okay, why?
Because we have languages that don't exist anymore, and we will have and they literally don't exist anymore.
Right.
They're gone.
Right.
They're not extant somewhere else to be tripped over in the future.
That's not what I said. I didn't say that I said the language, not a language. Language. Not a language.
If humans if humans cease to exist,
right,
then any other intelligence will be communicating with something different. That's why I'm drawing on Patrick. I'm drawing on. Yeah, that's why
let's throw away language.
Yeah, because then I'm kind of drawing on Patrick Nagel's what it is to be a bat. So the actual shape that
bat.
It's a really interesting philosophical little short thing that I actually kind of think I understand, but I probably don't. Because what he's pointing out is the shape that you are kind of determines how you think. Hence why octopi, which are really, really smart, because they have the whole multiple brain thing, that would be an alien intelligence.
Right.
It's assuming we could do David Brin and we could uplift octopi the same as Brin uplifts the apes and the dogs. If we communicated with them on an equal sentient level, their physical body, their literal physicality they would think alien to us. Even though they're biologically related. They can eat us, we can eat them.
Mm-hmm.
So if all humans went away, so would all language.
Yeah, that's why I want to scratch it off the list.
Okay.
There are other examples.
Sorry.
That are easier to discuss than language.
Okay.
Math and logic, which I guess math is logic, but
no, because I've heard you've got lots of different types of logic.
Yeah.
And I actually think you've got lots of different types of maths. Well, I'm not good at. I'm terrible at maths. I'm terrible at counting. But chaos theory, that sort of thing. It's all different kinds of maths.
Sure.
But yeah, if language goes away, like if maths goes away, potentially another sentient would discover the principles of maths, because some of the fundamental principles of math are kind of fundamental. I did that again. It's terrible.
The argument, though.
No, but they're rediscovering the same tool.
Yeah.
A pointy stick can still stab, whether it's a hand or a pseudopod pushing it, because physics works the same way.
Right.
Yeah.
Sure.
But so when you said that they're not physical, it's where I'm having my brain hang up.
Where I said it's not physical is where your brain is hanging up. These things we describe them through commonality. Okay. Yep. But they are, even if we never did describe them, because a singular thing is one thing. Now that number one could have been anything. It could have been the color red instead. Doesn't matter. But the object singular is a singular object.
Yeah. The concept. Yes, I think
it's true no matter what you want to call it. And then if you have two singular things, no matter what the names of them are, there is not one singular thing there. There is one and one, which is why it makes two. And that's not imaginary. That those ideas exist outside of anyone ever seeing it, that a singular thing is one. That's just true. Even if we didn't have a word for it, it'd still be true.
Yes, but is a unicorn true?
Is a unicorn true?
Mm.
No way to test. I don't know.
No, when I say magical sparkly horse with a magical horn growing out of its head that can make
I
make
don't believe in
rainbows and
magic.
futs.
If you leave the magic part off, it's possible.
But no, that's how I'm defining the unicorn is with the magic.
Well,
Like,
well,
yes,
with
there are
magic,
there.
I'm gonna say
Yeah,
that with actual magic, a unicorn can't exist.
right.
But if you're talking about a really pretty horse with a singular horn sticking out of its head, there might be one somewhere.
Oh
I don't
yeah,
know.
yeah. Genetic engineering and or convergent evolution.
No, I mean just different planets.
Yeah, convergent evolution. If there's life on other planets, then
Oh, like
potentially,
off of, okay, fine, fair enough.
yeah, then potentially you'll have we have narwhals in the ocean, even though that's a tooth. Yada yada yada.
You're right.
I'm trying to get back to like the spirituality because now we've gone off into the weeds of concepts.
Right.
Because I think concepts are as it ground up. They from the ground up.
I'm trying to understand
from
your
things.
position of what you believe reality is, because you weren't willing to go to solipsism, but on the other hand, you were leaning very, very close to materialism, which
Yeah,
I
I'm
think
probably a
is
materialist.
strict materialism is patently false, obviously, unless
Why?
you deny your own consciousness.
No.
But then you said you're conscious. So
Yes,
I'm
emergent
trying
property.
to figure out where you stand.
Yeah, emergent property.
Okay, so consciousness is an emergent property.
Yes.
Okay.
So potentially,
And math
That's-
exists without consciousness.
because I think the aspect of math we're talking about is the agreed language terms of maths.
No, doesn't matter what the labels are. Labels are irrelevant.
I said it wrong then. Um. The
I mean, Gorp plus Gorp is still Gorp squared, no matter what you call Gorp.
I thought it was Blinglorp.
Well, you know,
'Cause
different dialects,
Gorp-
different part of the world.
But there's an underline. So those words kind of are describing reality,
Right,
which
that's
is what-
language is.
and maths is kind of a language.
Yes.
Right.
I'm not a
So,
mathematician, but I hear you can describe anything with math.
So maths in its own way is also like a language, which is descriptive.
Arbitrary concepts do not exist without an arbiter.
Yeah.
I don't think that's true. Arbitrary concepts do not exist without an arbiter. No, that's true. Just these things aren't arbitrary. The labels are arbitrary. Does not make the topic arbitrary. Not at all.
But the fundamentals of maths are not arbitrary.
Right. That's right. Which is why the comment doesn't matter. It doesn't apply to the situation.
Or it kind of does with language, in general.
Well, sure,
Which
but language is just commonality of usage for descriptors. That's all language is.
Yes, and I'm now sliding maths under that, but saying then as an underneath that is that maths is kind of on a fundamental.
Okay, did we invent the existence of oneness, or did we make up the word one for that?
We made up the word one for that.
But oneness still exists with or without the word.
Physically, yes.
Okay, then the idea of one is independent of the descriptor we use to transfer the idea of one.
No, I disagree.
Because
with
it could be uno.
that.
And it could be un. And it could be a lot of different things.
Yes, yeah, but our this is where our concepts are describing the reality.
Yes, that is, the reality exists outside of our language concept.
Yes.
We're just using language to describe something that's real. That is, it exists with or without us. Oneness exists even if no one ever conscious to see a one thing. The oneness is still there.
Yes.
So the idea of one exists with or without descriptors and is immaterial.
I don't think that can.
No, we can't talk about it if no consciousness doesn't ever exist. We can't talk about it. We can't discuss whether or not oneness exists. But oneness exists whether anyone ever says the word one or not. Because in the middle of this solar system, there is a singular star. It is one. Whether I was ever here to talk about it, whether anybody was ever here to talk about it, it's still one star.
I think we're getting into definitional heebie-jeebies.
Why?
Because we're kind of conflating the concept with the thing, I think.
No, the concept of one describes the actual thing.
No, describes the concept of one describes the concept of one, which we then use that concept for a thing.
Does
The
that mean
thing will always be the thing, regardless of whether we describe the oneness of that thing,
okay, so
the uniqueness of that thing.
Okay, so if I don't count stars, does that make them all one star? Or are they still individual countable without being counted?
They're all unique.
Uh-huh.
Then when you start counting them, they become numberable.
Right.
You see the difference?
I think so. I
Okay.
could be wrong. But I know one thing for sure.
Just
I'm gonna
one?
Smoke a cigarette. Yep. I'm going to go smoke a cigarette.
No worries. Although, if you quit that, you'll grow taller.
Whatever. My feet already reach the ground. I'm not really worried about my height. I'm tall enough.
Yeah, no, I'm sorry we have this not meeting of minds.
No, this is really no. I wouldn't say that. I wouldn't say that at all. I mean, I'm having to really consider these things and expand and stretch. You know, it's at least good brain yoga, if nothing else. So I'm enjoying it, even if it's only brain yoga.
Yeah, so I suppose, yes, I'm a materialist.
Okay, so we'll pick up from there next time. If
Okay,
ever you
well,
allow next time.
I'm quite happy to. For me, it's 6 in the evening.
And I'll be sure to say Thulu, not Chulu.
That's okay.
Okay.
It's the
Appreciate your
accent.
forgiveness.
I don't know how to turn this off.
You hit the red X at the bottom center of the screen, and that will make you leave the studio,
cool.
and you will be salutes, peace and respect to you, sir. Thanks a lot. It was fun.
Yep. Sorry, I'm too primitive to have a camera, but then I've got the perfect face for radio.
You say so. I'm just gonna take your word on it. All right, man. You're a blast. Have peace. Welcome anytime.
Bye-bye.
You know.
Yep.
Okay. Okay, guys. So I'm gonna call it a night. I don't even think we even have anyone still awake in the side chat. If you're awake, no, if you're asleep, type 1. If you're asleep, go ahead and type 1. That way I know that you're asleep. Okay? So peace and respect to you all. Good night.